you to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is this a round where you say you idiots?
You idiots only comes at the start of the round.
Okay.
The start of the match. If I have to time out round 3, I'm like,
Okay.
how are you doing?
오늘 진짜 한 10분도 못 쉰 것 같은데 이런 생각이 들 때가 있어요.
뭐 쫄아서 게임하지 말고 그냥 맞받아쳐서 싸우라.
Man, if Sova wasn't working, you think we would use it? Heck no. No.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to VCT Pacific's Time Out, where we're going to have a chance to hear from perhaps the masterminds behind every team here at VCT Pacific. I will be your host, William Cho, and today we are joined by 6 of our coaches and head coaches in VCT Pacific. If we can just go around and do a quick intro, let's start from here.
Hector Frost Rosario.
Alexandre Alex Saleh.
PRX의 편선호 감독이라고 합니다.
네, 젠지의 솔로 감독이라고 합니다.
Spin, Peter, and coach for Global Esports.
Nikola Legianinic, coach for Bleed.
Before we get started today, we're going to just kind of get to know, the role of the coaches, stories behind, that you might want to share, maybe about your players, your coaching styles, etc. I know this is probably a very basic question that you're all sick of hearing, but for our fans, what is the role of a coach?
I think that is entirely dependent on the players, the organization, and sort of the system you're trying to create. Some coaches are good at keeping environments in place, so they're like, friends or psychologists. Some coaches are X's and O's guy, all strategy. Some coaches are actually analysts. Their job is really just to support the IGL and implement things that he wants, but he doesn't have the time to do because he still has to aim train and he still has to keep his production up.
Does everyone kind of agree that it's always going to depend kind of case by case? Alex, you're shaking your head a
No,
little bit.
I think we're going to be carried here.
Oh, you're just going to let Frost off the talking?
I mean, he's absolutely right. I mean, I'm in a unique position, I guess, because I'm allowed to do whatever I want in terms of like team culture. I just need to make sure that we're building a brand properly. I'm also part of management in that case.
Do you think there are any strict requirements of a coach should do at least like A, B, and C?
일단은 뭐 전략도 당연히 짜야 되고. 그러니까 제가 생각했을 때는 선수들이 이렇게 하나로 만드는 게 저는 감독이라고 생각하거든요. 그리고 당연히 분석이나 전략이나 다 해야 된다고 생각을 하고 있고, 저는 제일 첫 번째가 그냥 단합인 것 같아요.
감독 자체가 모든 것을 책임지는 자리라고 저는 생각을 하거든요. 전략적인 부분이나 뭐 멘탈적인 부분이나 팀의 방향성 이런 것 모든 것들을 다 정해서 가야 되기 때문에 어느 한 부분이라도 부족하면 저는 감독의 자질이 없다고 저는 생각을 하거든요. 그래서 엄청나게 중요한 자리라고 생각하고 있습니다.
We're talking about bringing it together, but obviously global esports, now 2 different iterations of very global teams. How do you view, is that any more difficult, do you think? Because you're bringing in players from like all different cultures and backgrounds?
Last year was a big difficulty, a lot down to how well the team felt together, I think. So this year we focus a lot more on that, but it means that we've had to put in a lot of time into developing that early on in the season, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's also my job mainly to make sure that everyone feels comfortable, that everybody feels well with each other. But it's also depending on the players how willing they are to adapt to new cultures, new teammates.
Sure. So with this, then I want to ask a kind of OX question here amongst you guys. The question is I believe that I should be as close as possible, like a friend or family member with my players. If you think like, no, this needs to be a business relation, I need to be as strict as possible, I need to kind of keep my distance on a personal level, then you'll say X. 1, 2, 3. Okay, all O's and 1 X.
I think the culture conversation is correct. You want to keep a good environment. You don't want bad relationships with people, but it's hard to be objective when you're emotional. So for instance, if I need to make a change, it's very difficult if I like you to make a change. The interpersonal stuff is great to have on paper, but in reality, you want people that can produce.
Okay.
It's hard to think of people as production when you're emotionally attached.
Okay, so look, I mean, at the end of the job, business is business, and a job is a job. What about you?
I see it in your face.
I was always the guy, like the family guy. Like when I was a player, all my teams had like this vibe environment around it. I think if teammates or my players have any issues, whether it's with me or with the players or with the game plan or with anything related to the team, I think they will be way more willing to openly talk and approach me and ask me like, hey, I have an issue with that and that. And I think I'm old enough and experienced enough to differentiate work with friendship. In the end, the 5 players and myself, we are there to win the game, to have success.
프로스트 감독의 말을 100% 공감을 하는 게 성적이 안 나올 때나 뭐 팀의 선수가 이제 폼이 좀 떨어졌을 때 쓴소리를 할 수밖에 없잖아요. 쓴소리를 하다 보면 당연히 분위기가 다운될 때도 있지만 저도 이제 가족 같은 분위기가 좋지만 그런 상황이 됐을 때는 힘들잖아요. 선수들도 어려워하고 저도 어려워하고 분위기만 마냥 좋게 가서 성적이 안 좋았을 때는 결국 책임은 저희가 다 져야 되는 거거든요. 그렇다기보다 저는 선수들의 실력을 올려주기 위해서 최대한 많은 말들을 해주죠, 선수들한테. 딱 선택인 것 같아요. 뭐 성적이냐, 분위기냐, 이거는.
I actually want to follow up because kind of the meme in Korea is that Solo, you're a very like a hard-ass coach.
I always thought that, you know. For the last 3 years, I've always thought like Solo is, you do something wrong, you die.
Right.
근데 뉴턴 때는 약간 제가 또 게임을 하고 있으니까 좀 더 약간 선수들한테 집중하라고 너 살아, 하지 마, 나가지 마, 뭐 이런 식으로 많이 했거든요. 지금은 이제 확실한 이제 코칭 스텝이 되고 나서부터는 그런 거에 있어서는 조금 선수들이 플레이하게끔 놔두고 그리고 스크림에서 이제 미니 게임 같은 거는 잘하게끔 지금은 막 이렇게 막 뭐라고 하네요.
There is a delicate balance because I definitely will say this: a team that doesn't get along, very rarely, no matter how good the individual pieces are, they won't be good together.
Kind of want to go back a little bit bigger picture again. I just wanted to kind of touch on that since the topic came up. But just in general, a lot of people, they have ideas about like what does a coach do, off of the matches, right? During the matches, we see you guys obviously watching the game, calling timeouts, etc. So what do coaches do when you're not scrimming specifically?
I just watch a crap ton of VODs. Like,
Just VODs all day?
I mean, for me, I have 2 monitors, right? I have something playing on my left like all the time. So sometimes I'm doing something and something catches my eye and I watch it because after a while the games repeat, like it's the same thing over and over again. You see the same com 200 times on a send, 1 million times maybe. But someone does something interesting sometimes, And then what do coaches do when we're free?
Yeah,
I try to make them go to the gym, but it doesn't work.
Oh, respect. Oh, I got all my guys in the gym. Even Jip boys. I got Jip boys in the gym.
And then what about just in general? Like, is this just the same for all of you guys? It's just VODs, like non-stop, and then notes, VODs, notes?
뭐 저는 가장 이 리플레이를 많이 보는 사람들이지 않을까요? 그 다른 팀들의 리플레이를 엄청나게 많이 보고 진짜 대회 준비할 때 어쩔 때는 진짜 제가 하루에 막 10분도 못 쉴 때가 있다고 저는 느끼거든요. 그 정도로 뭔가 완전 집중해서 하는 시기가 있는데 정말로 밥 먹고 와서 바로 보고 스크림하고 스크림 끝나자마자 보고 얘기하고 이제 자기 전에 딱 생각해보면 오늘 진짜 한 10분도 못 쉰 것 같은데 이런 생각이 들 때가 있어요. 그런 거에서 노력들은 뒤에서 많이 숨어서 하는 것 같아요.
In Pacific, they rely so heavily on their mechanics that most of the tendencies are really fight-based. So as long as you study how they fight, you pretty much have an idea as to what they're going to do.
That was kind of a big thing that a lot of people focused on Gen G's story this time.
What a performance from them! And this ragtag bunch of individuals has come together to build one of the best teams we've seen.
Obviously, very talented players, etc. Do you agree that maybe in Pacific, just in general, it does rely much more on if we can get through the mechanics to just fight our way out, then we can win.
좀 약간 반반인 것 같은데, 약간 저희가 솔직히 경기를 너무 많이 했잖아요. 솔직히 준비하는 시간이 너무 짧을 수밖에 없어요. 근데 제가 좀 애들한테 얘기했던 거는 특히 뭐 DRX도 그렇고 페이퍼렉스도 있고 그렇지만 특히 페이퍼렉스 같은 경우는 너무 공격적인 팀이라서 저는 그냥 무조건 트레이드만 얘기했어요. 그냥 무조건 쫄아서 게임하지 말고 그냥 맞받아쳐서 싸워라.
Just smash, man.
How
It's that
does
simple.
Gabi.
One line.
Gabi.
Just focus on trading. Go.
Oh, they figured us out. How does it feel though, Alex? Like again, PRX, obviously everyone likes to meme about W Gaming, but how does it feel to be that team to be looked at as like, well, they just have a different style, like that's the brand and story. Do you believe that you guys are also very unique in that? Or do you think the viewers and most of the community is kind of, we're looking at this too simplistically?
I don't think they're wrong. Okay, sure. I try not to base our play style off any other team. You know, I just want to do our own thing. The 5 players, I mean, we believe what we're doing is right. Seems to be working, but I'm also very aware that like it gets figured out. You know, but I feel that we need to evolve. Actually, honestly, I think we benefited from the format immensely. We played 2 games and qualified like immensely. You know, because I was thinking, we're not gonna beat you, and then we managed to fluke out the split, and because of that, you know, the mental explosion, and then we managed to win after that. But yeah, this year is a year of change, I think, for us. I always thought this year, in whatever league you're in, this is going to be the hardest year. Everyone is trying to do new things. Everyone is trying to get their best players, best like lineups up. This is going to be the hardest year. There's going to be less talent to take from T2 now. So if you can safely navigate this year, get top 3, I think you're in a very good spot for the next couple of years. But I think people are more or less right. You know, we are quite simple. We just choose a strat, and it's probably going to work because I have very, very good players. But I think we're going to try and step our game this year.
다른 팀보다 당연히 푸나틱이랑 페이퍼렉스가 제일 어렵죠. 제일 어렵고 오히려 사람들이 페이퍼렉스에 대해서 좀 잘못 생각하고 있는 게 있는 것 같은 게 저는 반대로 페이퍼렉스가 적어도 공격 진영에서는 태틱의 완성도가 굉장히 높다고 생각하거든요. 그런 거 보면은 전 알렉스가 되게 작전을 잘 짠다고 생각을 하는데 그 전략이 먹히면 진짜 막을 때까지 쓰더라고요.
Let's talk a little bit further about like actually how the matches are played, etc. Then, and one thing I think a lot of people are curious about are map drafts. Do you think the match can be decided from the map draft? Ooh, okay.
I think there's just been times where we've got exactly the maps we wanted and then not done well. So I think that's what puts it against like this. You can't just win from the map draft. Like for example, last chance qualifier last year, we had our best 2 maps. We were playing really well on both maps in practice, and then going into the actual match, just didn't perform nearly at the level. So I think there's a lot of factors that go into a win that it's not just about the bans and the pick.
The logical way to think about it is this: if you can predict the map draft, you can prepare in time. Let's say for some reason they did something against PRX I liked and it worked. I'll just steal it. If I can predict the bans, you can walk through that and go, hey, listen, here's what they do. Here's what Bleed did to stop this, blah, 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 blah. We should, you know, if you can't predict it's gonna be really hard to be able to do stuff like that. And I think oftentimes those things, for me at least, has been a major difference. It happened between me and Termi. So the Sova pick was a complete counter pick to what we assumed that they would pick it.
But the Sova as well for Lenny. I mean, the general consensus, I think it's safe to say that people think Sova sucks on Split.
We picked Sova because they have 2 new players. Imagine you try to give somebody an op line, gamble off, but now you have to deal with a Sova drone. Oppers need someone with them to deal with the Sova drone. But if an opper doesn't have someone with them, he's gonna have to use the op to break the Sova drone. Well now, what do? So we figured that it would give us the best chance for success if you have a pick like that on a map that you think they're gonna play, on a map that they think you suck at. I personally believe if you can predict picks and bans, you put yourself in a really good spot.
I mean, let's say if I'm Gen G and I played like so many maps in this tournament, it's very important like when you have like day after day after day consecutive games to know the map Vito, because as a coach it's pretty much impossible to prepare 7 new maps, and if opponents have like that many informations on you, you have to like also watch your own games and see, okay, what are my tells in the game, what can they see from our matches. So I think it helps a lot. It helps a lot when you can't predict the Vito and go down into like to 4 maps.
I have a question I want to ask. So when do you exercise the freedom to the players Or when do you say, nah, bro, that's cap? Like me personally, I love the way that Lenny and Governor planned for that, because even Governor was like, hey, you know what we should do? Even though we want to play secret on split, let's just ban it. He goes, I want to do this. Me and Lenny have agreed. You get final say. And I'm like, I'm with it, let's do it. And then then I just helped craft the game plan and stuff. But like, when do you guys exercise the like, yes or no?
I mean, it also depends a little bit on the teammates or the players that you have. How good are they at adapting if they never really played this comp and they just want to change it just for this matchup because they think, okay, it's good. I'll listen to the idea, but if I don't think or if I'm not confident enough in us executing the plan, then obviously I will say no. But I'm always open and willing to listen to the ideas they have.
저희도 요원 픽에 있어서는 요새는 조금 되게 자유롭거든요. 자유롭고 좀 새로운 시도들을 많이 해보고 있는데 선수들이 좋은 의견이 있으면 그거를 그대로 적용을 많이 시키고요. 저희가 굉장히 그런 것도 잘 안 바꾸는 팀이라고 생각하는데 일례로 22년 챔스 FX전 때는 스크림을 한 번도 하지 않은 요원 조합으로 대회를 했었거든요. 당일날 바꿔서 한 적이 있어요.
You're very brave. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't have the stomach for it.
Okay, your team comes up with this composition. The theory is sound. The match is tomorrow, and it's an elimination match. You haven't scrimmed it. Do you use it or not?
Of course.
You use it. Okay, you don't.
I mean, for me, it's as I said, depending on the level of players that I have.
Okay.
Like if I had experienced players like him who played like on a very big stage, and I know that they are very flexible with the agents that they play, I don't think it would make a big difference. Like if I know I have a stacks on KO, go ahead, he will know what he will do. Like if I have Forsaken in my team and he tells me I want to play today KO instead of Gecko.
If we haven't scrimmed it, if I haven't seen it, heck no. Man, if Sova wasn't working, you think we would use it? Heck no. No.
원래 저는 그런 걸 좋아하긴 해요. 진짜로 바로 바꾸는 거를. 근데 위험 부담이 크잖아요. 저희가 한 번도 안 했던 조합으로 해서 그냥 전날 그냥 선수들 믿고 너네가 잘하는 요원으로 해서 한번 하자. 근데 제가 그렇게 했을 때마다 다 졌어요.
Sort of. I've done it a couple of times in events where it's usually a small modification, right? So maybe you switch us over to a fade because, or the other way around. Because
you need the dog. You need two dogs instead of one
or
for whatever.
Yeah, or you know that they like. Let's take Ascent that we played it once and we struggled. I think it has to be something where the player is comfortable on it for sure. Like you can't just do something crazy. I feel like that's something with PRX as well. Like the guys have played together for a long time. It's not just about having great strats to get advantages at the beginning of the round, but when PRX like break a round down to like a 3v3 or a 2v2, they're also really good at those situations. And I think that's where you can win with like a wacky comp.
So I have a list of questions where we'd like to do a little rapid fire session. This is on your team. Most likely to come for life advice.
Oh, Cruz. Most disciplined person I've ever experienced in esports.
Oh, wow.
Hands down, like player-wise, sorry. Player-wise.
I think Davai or Mind Freak, one of the two. They're older, you know.
텍스처.
Ross, for sure.
Scary.
And is this because of generally like they're older, etc., or are they just simply just the most talkative?
I think maybe it's also partly how they got raised by their parents. I think that makes a big impact, and I can see that he's very polite and very open and smart thinking person. But I mean, obviously, life experience goes into that as well.
For solo, you said texture is most likely.
텍스처 선수 같은 경우는 약간 게임에 좀 진심이 많이 진짜 뭐 다른 선수도 다 똑같겠지만 제가 감독 부임하면서 같이 했던 선수이기도 하고 좀 인연이 좀 많이 깊고 저 개인적으로 저한테는 약간 좀 의지를 좀 하는 것 같긴 해요. 저도 얘기도 좀 많이 하는 편이고. 네.
All right, next question. Either you can't talk pregame, so no huddles once you go on the stage. You can't talk in between maps. You can't call timeouts, or you can't talk during timeouts. You can call, but you can't talk. Or you aren't allowed to pick the map bans anymore. So which would you sacrifice?
포기는 1번 하겠습니다. 허들전.
네.
저도.
Yeah, the huddle is, I think, the most useless thing in esports.
Wait, okay, so
It's useless.
I always think about what I have to say through the night before the match.
I think it's very easy to actually do damage during the huddle. Like to bring the energy up or down when it's like at the right level. Like obviously each person can be at a different level. So if you try and bring some people up, you might get people a bit agitated. I think it's, yeah.
Yeah, I think the energy thing is important because like everyone's always told me, oh, the players have no energy. Like, you know, they're not like rowdy. I'm like, I like that because in my opinion, it's hard to make.
Emotions.
Exactly. It is very difficult to make good decisions when you're emotional.
So usually we talk about what we're going to chant. That's literally what we say, like, okay, what do you want to say today?
Just how are we going to end the huddle?
I know against Genji, we were looking at him and we were saying like, hey, actually these guys are super happy and hyped right now. It's actually going to be a problem. And we're like, we're going to try and make this place a library. Okay, boom, didn't happen.
제가 이제 허들하러 가면 제일 늦게 가잖아요. 그럼 선수들끼리 이미 장난을 좀 치고 있고, 뭐 스택스 같은 경우는 가끔 끝나고 뭐 먹을래 뭐 이러고 있고, 조금 저는 이제 좀 포커싱 하자라는 말을 많이 하고 선수는 장난치고 있고.
약간 뭐 그런 얘기도 하죠. 뭐 뱀픽이 잘 됐다. 뭐.
Because everyone's always curious, right? Like, because some teams huddle for a really long time and things like that. And everyone's like, what goes on in those huddles? But clearly, that is the number one thing you guys are willing to sacrifice. All right, I think that's it for the rapid fire. And I think now what we're going to do is we prepared this little mini game, and we're going to show you guys a couple rounds of matches. And the question is going to be, do you call a timeout or not? All right, so the first clip, we're looking at it from the POV of the attacking team.
To make this retake just that much more doable, finally unleashed. Flash round the side, taking the fight straight to them, and they're going to be favored. Positioning, it's not good. Cryo constantly having to adjust. He's finding his ones. One more down, still finds the fourth, unbelievable.
Do you call a timeout or not? 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay.
Because 1v4, right? And
Right.
usually my boys just, you're gonna get like, you know, they're gonna get upset. So I just need to, okay, you guys need to chill.
If somebody wins a clutch, right, and there's a lot of emotion involved, right, call a timeout, I don't care. Most players don't have the foresight to do that, right? Because especially when you're inexperienced, that emotion, like your hands start shaking. Next round, you probably forget the call. Your IGL calls a call. You're somewhere else because you're just like, yeah, I just like dominated the world, right? So I don't necessarily think that would be a bad timeout if that was why you called it.
크로스 감독이 말한 것처럼 손을 떨고 있다거나 뭐 너무 긴장을 했다거나 왜냐면 그럴 수 있기 때문에 그런 말을 들었을 때는 타임아웃을 좀 말을 해줄 것 같고 그런 말을 안 들었으면 그냥 그대로 진행인데 뭐 만약에 타임아웃을 걸었으면 그 1대4 남기 전 상황을 한 번은 짚어줄 것 같긴 해요. 한 번은 짚어주면서 뭐 조금 릴렉스하는 시간도 주고 그러면서 진행할 것 같은데요.
All right, let's go to the next clip. We are the defending team.
Guess who's not able to follow up? Look at this from Dubstep.
That's a big kill.
The timing just not quite there.
Yeah, Dubstep falls on the other side of the map now. Zippin has shown up. Xiao here, Angel's here. Excuse me, Xiao just rotating over. Jesse Dash trying to play this close angle. He was only able to get one.
Borkum swing! Where's the swing? He can trade that.
And the thing is, now all of the rotations have arrived. There's still the op in the hands of CNED. And Envy has a turret. He has a sheriff. And he's got a 1v1!
Are you calling a timeout or not? 1, 2, 3. 4 of you are calling timeouts. Let's hear from the minority first. You're not calling a timeout.
No, because macro-wise, we dominated that round. Micro-wise, we didn't. Like, for instance, Silva has his bow out first. Obviously, you expect professional players to know not to do that, right? Small gaff. Then they're in a 1v3. Sure, they didn't trade well, they didn't ping pong correctly, you know, all that stuff. But like, if I'm calling a timeout for that, bro, we got bigger problems, right? Like, my IGL should be able to understand what happened there. It's like, okay, guys, we need to trade a little better. These guys are really good. Relax.
Let's hear a little bit from why are you calling the timeout?
I mean, there was way too many mistakes in 30 seconds happening. The communication was very off, corners were not cleared, utility was not properly used, and then again, like against the last guy, the spacing was very off. If that happens, that means my team is right now off.
Oh, okay.
Mental reset. I don't go too deep into it. I just say, guys, hey, we need better communication for the retakes, make sure that we use our utility properly, and that's it.
Again, it depends on the score, because you can have a huge momentum shift with a round like that.
Sure.
And I think that would be the main thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It really depends on the score. I mean, in round 11, they do this. One more round, you get halftime anyway. I probably won't do anything unless it's like, you know, like, okay, we need the last round. It will be like between 8-4 and 9-3.
Sure,
I would definitely time out.
Okay.
So, okay.
Is this a round where you say you idiots or?
No, maybe not.
Okay.
You idiots only comes at the start of the round.
Okay.
The start of the match. If I have to time out around 3, I'm like.
Okay.
How are you doing?
Termi, are you kind of in the same boat that you're talking about, kind of just like the small mistakes, or is this something else?
상황 자체는 B에 스파이크가 설치가 됐는데도 불구하고 A 지역 근처에 2명이 있더라고요. 그만큼 팀에 이 소통에 문제가 있었던 것 같고 저 라운드 전체에 대한 문제가 있었던 것 같고 그리고 마지막에 엘보가 한 명이 있었는데 저 선수는 사실상 어떻게 보면 운으로 죽은 거거든요. 왜냐면 스패밍이 좋았기 때문에 그런 부분들도 정리 안 된 상태에서 라운드를 진행했던 것 같고 그리고 1대3도 사실 트레이드가 안 나올 수밖에 없게 싸웠기 때문에 진 것 같아서 엄청나게 쓴소리를 하지 않았을까 경기 중에서는. 네.
Okay, all right, but a little bit of insight. Obviously, again, like you guys said, it all depends on the overall score and flow and whatnot. But I think it's just kind of a nice little tidbit, a little hint at what goes on in a coach's mind. I know we talked about a lot of things, but before I let you go, I just want to hear quick goodbyes from everyone.
I look forward to our season and playing all of you in game and server. I want to thank the Thai fans and Talon. I think you guys should have a lot to expect from us this year, and I hope we do our best.
I mean, likewise. I think it's great to meet everyone. Usually our interactions with even coaches is just a fist bump. And like, good luck, man. And we leave. And for the fans, I think, I think I speak for all of us. Like, our league wouldn't exist if you guys don't come and watch our games and come to the crowd. So, very, very happy to continue to give.
각 팀의 감독들이 이렇게 나와서 얘기할 수 있는 시간이 많지는 않잖아요. 그래서 굉장히 좀 재밌었던 시간이고 또 기뻤던 시간이었던 것 같고요. 그리고 팬분들한테 조금 드리고 싶은 말씀은 승패는 사실 어쩔 수가 없는 거잖아요. 뭐 이길 때도 있고 질 때도 있는 건데 그냥 시즌 전체로 좀 지켜봐 주셨으면 좋겠고 조금 더 나무라지 않고 좀 즐길 수 있는 문화가 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 이런 자리를 만들어줘서 너무 감사하고 그리고 다 훌륭한 감독들이랑 같이 해서 너무 재밌었고 저도 뭐 팬분들한테 좀 말하자면 좀 더 응원해주고 좀 더 기대해주는 게 좋을 것 같아요. 그러니까 뭐 저희나 뭐 한국 팀들이나 아니면 해외 팀들도 다 그랬으면 좋겠고 감사합니다. 네.
To the really supportive fans, like we do see your support. The players do, coaches do, the management does, and that's what gets us through. And we want to perform for you guys, so we'll do our best.
Yeah, I mean, everything has been really said. Obviously, a pleasure being with you guys here. Thanks for having me. I hope that the community gives a little bit more support towards the players.
But once again, thank you so much to the 6 coaches that we had today here for Time Out. For all of our fans watching from home, we'll see you all on stage for Stage 1 of VCT Pacific.
Hey, get in. Now we're all here. From today, we stop losing.
อย่างนี้สินะที่เรียกผมมา
You think this is funny? You think this is a joke? Hey, look at this guy. He's not even listening, guys.
What about Team Secret?
What about Team Secret? No. No losing to Team Secret. No losing to T1. No losing to Bleed. No losing to PRX. No losing to DRX. You understand? Huh? No losing! Come on!
Faster. gentlemen, and welcome to VCT Pacific Stage 1. It is here, day 2. We are getting ready to jump into the action, as already we had an action-packed day of matches just yesterday. So now we get to see some more teams, more players, different comps, different teams. Let's see what they have today. I'm Achilles, here alongside Jumpy Ninja as well as Asarai.
Thank you so much, Achilles. That's right. It's only the second day of VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific, and so much has already happened. A lot of unexpected events. And yesterday, guys, we ended with a DRX Team Secret game. That was a little surprising. DRX has always been on top, but a lot of us were unsure because they had some roster changes.
Yeah, I think they looked a lot cleaner than we could have anticipated. Bane just very much slotting in with the team. Foxy9 having a hell of a day, well-earned MVP for him at the end of it all because guy came out swinging. They showed Sunset for the first time as well, and they looked incredibly strong on it.
Yeah, on the flip side here for Team Secret, just a very shaky start for them. It feels like they didn't really had that punch that we kind of saw during the kickoff. Envy was doing very well, but then at the end of the day, it looks like he was the only one that was kind of doing anything for Secret at that point.
Yeah, a lot of surprising events. We also saw Zeta and Global Esports. Now, Stage 1 schedule, if you guys weren't sure yesterday, well, today we'll recap on this again. 4 weeks leading off to playoffs, and then the final is 1 month from now. This is a different format than kickoff, Achilles.
No, it is, and it's going to be, again, fairly condensed. Bit of a longer stage compared to kickoff. That was only 9 days, something like that. So a bit more time, a lot more matches to be played here across the board for every single team as we go through this cross-group round robin. But, I mean, every single match counts. As we were talking about yesterday, those championship points are now live. Every single match victory that you find, those are going to be giving you those championship points. So already got to see Gen G getting theirs in kickoff, but now Zeta locking down theirs with a win over GE, as well as DRX with a win over Team Secret.
Yeah, that's right. We saw our 2 first teams getting their championship points, really precious points that will lead you to champions. So for those of them who are competing for Shanghai, it's completely a different route, actually, to champions, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's right.
Absolutely. Again, this very big to be able to just get all of those points for yourself. As you can see here, if they're able to get into top 3 for stage 1, that's what leads them into Shanghai. If you're the winner of stage 1, you get that plus 3 points, and then everything else again leading into champions.
Now, yesterday, the 2 points went to the Omega group. You had 2 groups here. How did you describe it, Achilles?
Cross-group round robin.
Yeah, I like that. Very concise. Basically, Alpha Group competes against the Omega Group, and next stage they'll be competing within their own groups in a very unlikely case if if you must have a minimum of 2 wins to qualify.
Yeah, if nobody from the Alpha group, I mean, given that we have T1 and Gen G in there, this seems, like you said, very unlikely to occur. But if nobody in that group were to acquire 2 match victories across the duration of this round robin, then teams from the Omega group would basically just be pushed into the playoffs. So we're not going to be rewarding squads that effectively have done nothing and haven't been able to get wins by giving them a playoff spot just because they happen to be in the opposite group. But again, very unlikely to occur.
And what I really like about this point system is that it's not guaranteed who's going to be going to champions. Whereas last year, I mean, we kind of knew who was going to be going to champions since from the get-go. But with this kind of format, everyone kind of has a chance to get those points to head towards, well, here. They get to stay here because champions is here in Seoul, South Korea, which is awesome.
Yes. Very near to home, so I can fly out again, if ever.
It is. We like it. We like it here. And we already saw 2 of the Pacific teams making to the top of Masters recently in Madrid. So I think, a lot of the teams might be here again.
Home advantage. Maybe it matters. Not too sure quite just yet.
Yeah.
You'll have to just wait and see. Obviously, that with Loud winning Istanbul, I don't think that really matters too much because the European teams couldn't quite make it into that final.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see how things look. But I, for one, am going to be excited to be at a Champions event and sleep in my own bed every night. That's going to be sick.
Finally, it's our time. Our time is now, as they say in Pacific. Now we got to talk about our schedule for this week. Every single team is playing. You'll see a little glimpse of them, and a lot of these matches are highly anticipated 3 matches. We're on Sunday now, for those of you who need a time tracker. Bleed versus Talon and T1 and PRX. Tomorrow, I think, will be also very highly anticipated with RQ coming in. I think we had a lot of question marks about them because we didn't get to see them play too much during kickoff, but they still looked pretty good.
No, they did, but also RQ ended up having a really tough draw. They played against Gen.G and PRX, the 2 teams that were in the top 3 over at Madrid, and they put up some solid fights. I'm curious to see how they're going to be looking versus Team Secret tomorrow with a little bit more time to just kind of workshop the team play and everything. We saw some moments from Jemkin, but he never fully got activated. We didn't see that big takeover that we wanted to see from that star player. So curious to see if he's going to be able to find that footing going into tomorrow's match, and also if Team Secret are going to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, this is me as well. I'm a big fan of Team Secret, and hopefully they get that chance. But
are you?
Yeah, no, I'm from the Philippines, so it has to be. Oh, come on, you're gonna call me out on that again?
He's completely bound by his
the capsule buy on PRX. I know. I only have budget for one.
And what capsule did you buy?
PRX.
PRX. Oh, okay. From the Philippines, you said?
About to lose your passport, son.
Maybe we'll get a Filipino player one day on PRX. You never know.
You never know.
Well, today's matchup, Bleed versus Talon. I know we're all very curious about this. But you know what? Let's go over to Bleed and see what they have to say.
How are you feeling coming into stage 1, especially with the 2 new guys on the team?
I'd say we're feeling pretty good. I think the team vibe has been really nice. The atmosphere has been really really good. So I'm hoping for a good result here, but we'll do our best, and hopefully for everyone who comes to the venue, you'll get a good show.
Okay. Thank you for the answer, and good luck. I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, we want a good show, yay. Okay, more changes for Bleed Esports with the addition of DRX, Zest, and Retla is back on the roster. Fun fact about Retla, he was on Bleed previously, but actually was also part of the original PRX team when they first started many years ago.
Yeah, that was his first squad, first, kind of foray into Valorant, and then has kind of shifted around a couple different times. Like you said, he was on Bleed back in 2022. Now finds himself on the squad again after kind of bouncing around challengers onto, various unsponsored teams and whatnot. So I'm curious to see how Retla's going to be performing coming into this one, because I think that's going to be the big question mark about the changes for Bleed Esports. Zest, I don't think a lot of people are going to question that. Huge star, huge player that was just kind of, left on the sidelines playing in challengers in his own right, but it was only a matter of time before he got picked up. So I think Retla, we're going to have to put him under the microscope a little bit here today.
Yeah, still the question is, how well have they integrated with each other, right? Because this isn't, a change that came in with a lot of time to prepare with.
All right, let's see a word from Talon.
You good? You done? How many did you get? 24. Okay, now I got some questions to ask you. Talon or Bleed?
Talon.
Yay or Governor?
Governor.
He got the answers right, I think.
It's like just the inverse of a loaded question. It's the easiest thing in the world for him to choose from. I mean, I think it would actually be very funny if Governor just went, yay,
yeah.
I still got to give it to yay. It's El Diablo. But, of course, Governor, this guy had such an explosive debut over here in Pacific with the opening series from Talon back in kickoff. And then things pretty quickly fizzled out. I'm still thinking about him playing that Neon, playing on that Breeze, and just absolutely crushing, dropping like 32 kills or whatever it was. That's the Governor that I want to see coming into today. But obviously, there's a bit of a change here because we do have Surf in the starting lineup.
That's right. Lenny was the IGL in kickoff, and it looks like Cruz is going to be the IGL this time around, and the addition of Surf.
Yeah. Because again, what I kind of like about this is Cruz has been that big brain behind them when they were still in Extend, Sersha, so on and so forth, up until this iteration here on Talon. So definitely no qualms with that one. Surf also pretty known in the Thai scene as one of those very strong players. He was, I think, known for his jet way back when.
Yeah.
So things to just kind of watch out for here is they're very decorated as players coming out of their own region.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what this is going to do for the roles. Maybe Talon is going to be going for something like a double duelist setup with Surf. I'm guessing that he's probably going to be playing Jet and then Governor going around and kind of filling on like some other supplementary duelist play. Yeah. So I'd be curious to see if that is going to be the case, or if Surf has been practicing something else in the background, because it's been a while since we've seen him.
Now, on paper, after multiple iterations in half a year alone, do we finally have a championship lineup for Bleed?
Maybe?
These are, look, they're all like, they have little accolades per person here. It is a pretty, individually, really strong players.
Oh, I mean, it's top to bottom, like a stacked team. And I don't think that anybody is really going to question that. Again, I think Retla is going to be the one that is the biggest question mark, just surrounding how is he going to perform today, considering that he hasn't really been in the Tier 1 scene for quite some time. But this is a stacked squad. The main issue is you can always take some of the best players out there, put them together on a team, but it's not necessarily always going to, come up with results. You need things to work. You need to find that magic, that flow between all the players where they have synergy, where they have cohesion to play with and off one another. And if that's going to be still lacking here for the set of Bleed, it doesn't matter how many star players you pick up, it just still won't work.
Yeah, and I guess one of the other things is just the role assignment for these specific players. We saw how difficult it was, I think, for Bleed to integrate Ye here when he was playing on that Viper. He didn't really have that impact that I think we were kind of hoping for. Durian was put in that position where he has to be that that duelist, but so far, at least during kickoff, not really the thing that we were kind of expecting from Bleed.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that results were almost a little disappointing with Bleed during kickoff. I mean, they obviously felt the same way, and this is why they made some changes. But now we're going to look at our key players. Darion has been with this roster throughout, and Governor, the newest addition, oh man, he's a killer, the Outlaw.
Yeah, he has been. I mean, he was one of those players that we saw. We had our little Outlaw video that we filmed ahead of kickoff and everything, and he was putting up some serious figures in that, just kind of going the 1v1s against people, and then brought it out. I mean, you play those long sightline maps such as Breeze, he picks it up. He's going to be deadly, but again, the start from Governor was so damn hot in that opening series. I need to see more of that explosive firepower from him here today.
Oh, I was just going to add that he had probably one of the biggest first blood percentages when they had that series against Team Secret.
Oh, yeah.
And then, again, it fizzled out very quickly. So if they can bring that back, definitely something to watch out for here for Talon.
Now, yesterday we saw a ton of Sunset. It was the first map for both matches, and I think maybe we're not going to see so much of that today, considering both of them banned it last time.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still a couple teams that are figuring out, what their identity is going to be, what they want to really do on Sunset. So I'll be curious if that does end up coming through. Talon as well, one of the ones that I'm going to be very much keeping my eye trained on is if Split comes back in at some point, because they were the team that tried to go for the Sova on Split, which is basically a big no-no. We just never see anybody do that. I think in theory, having talked to Frost, and Frost has talked about it as well. He was talking about it in some of the content that we had, that the coaches round table with William that was airing before the broadcast went live. They kind of talked about their logic behind it, and they had a very specific use for that Sova, but they weren't given any opportunity to really utilize it when they were playing against, I believe it was PRX. So I think that that's something that maybe they likely will have workshop, but if Split does come back up in the future for Talon, I'd be curious to see if they try it again.
Yeah. I'm just looking for an extra on Breeze. We're probably going to see Governor again on that Neon. I mean, one of their strongest maps, possibly on that debut, so hopefully.
Well, we will be going to the map ban picks very shortly, and I think you guys bring up excellent questions. Is it going to be, I mean, there's so many changes since then. They've had a couple more weeks to workshop everything, including roles maybe. So I'm not sure which maps we're going to be seeing today. And maybe like yesterday with Carlisle and Zeta, we'll be seeing some surprises today.
I mean, that very well could be the case. You think about Chamber, maybe this is going to happen again. Who knows?
Same. Just looking forward to it. That's
Are you guys
honestly
like
me.
Chamber fans?
Oh yeah, he's very,
Like
very
hard
fun.
Chamber fans? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm effectively a two-trick Chamber and Raze player, so I do quite like it.
All right, here we go into our map ban picks. Got Cruz here. Coming back as an IGL.
1 second. It's the numbers. So
going too far.
So, Bleed, you may now choose whether to do Team A or Team B. Team B, which makes Talon Team A. So we'll begin with Talon banning the first map. Would you like to?
Let's see what they decide to do here.
Ban Breeze. And Breeze.
Really?
Bleed will ban the map.
Huh.
Okay.
All right, no Neon map. Yeah, I'm sad.
That
Talon, you may now
is
pick the first map.
very surprising. I mean, we did get to see Bleed playing there, and I didn't think it was anywhere near as impressive as what we saw from Talon on Breeze. So maybe some things have changed in the downtime where they don't want to go there anymore, or maybe Bleed has just very much improved their performance. But either way, Lotus picked, and then Bleed swiftly coming out with Bind on the back end.
For Talon, you may now ban another map. You have Icebox, Split, and Sunset left.
Something I'm curious is probably because they got Surf back in. Probably the reason why we're not going to be seeing that Breeze anymore. It's probably because of a change of agent comp. Again, we're still unsure as to what the agent selection or what the role would be for Surf here. So has to be something because of that.
Okay, well, Icebox is going to be left open. So, I mean, we get our first bind so far of stage 1. I haven't seen that across the matches yesterday, but Icebox as the decider. And honestly, I'm not really sure what to read into this one here. I'm not sure what talent are going to have prepped. I'd be curious to see Governor, his play history, if he himself has maybe some Chamber in the mix, because I could see Surf potentially coming out, playing something like Raze on Lotus, and maybe they lean on to Chamber, which is something that T1 have been doing with Xcure.
Yeah, there's a lot of options. Again, still available here for Talon for sure.
Yeah, so Lotus is going to be the first map with Talon on defense. And I think, again, this is one of the highly anticipated matchups coming into this very first split one.
I agree, but it's for reasons that are a bit different compared to some of the other matchups. Like our second matchup, T1 versus PRX, that one's highly anticipated because both those teams have been incredible. This is highly anticipated because we have so many questions about how both of these teams are going to be playing. Bleed especially. They're the ones that, you know, there were so many eyes on them across this, you know, downtime, this little, I was going to say off-season, but not off-season, you know, during Madrid, about the changes that they were doing. So I am very excited to see how they're going to be performing because I want them to do well. It was a disappointing start in kickoff, but it's not too late to be able to, you know, kind of rectify and course correct the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of incredible considering that Bleed is the Ascension team, the champion from Ascension's last year, and they're just being thrown to Pacific and trying to figure things out along the way. So we're looking at the map data here from kickoff, and Bleed only showing it once, and Talon, not at all.
Yeah, so what is kind of interesting here that I just, you know, wanted to talk about for Talon as well is, again, during kickoff, they weren't able to really bring out most of the maps, a lot more of these maps aside from just that Breeze, but anything else with like the players themselves, that it feels like there's that disconnect where we couldn't really see how far I think the communication between Cruz and the rest are here. So maybe him being back on the IGL could bring Governor into full swing where it just wasn't there during kickoff.
I did just get to take a quick little glance at it. I mean, Governor has played a bit of Chamber, only about 20 games in his career. So, you know, Jet, Raze, those are certainly the things that he's got the most play time on. So, but I'd be damn curious to see if that is going to be in the gameplay or the strategy here for Talon. And if it ends up being that, and then potentially Jay going back over into Chamber, him versus Governor in a Chamber head-to-head, I think that could be absolutely incredible. Maybe I should stop talking about it because I don't want to get too excited, because then if it doesn't happen, I'm going to be really disappointed and very angry. So
I know, he's getting me a little excited too. I'm like, ooh, that'll be fantastic.
The prospect of that is very nice.
Yeah.
Now we have to talk about predictions. I hate doing predictions, but we have to do them. It's always so hard when it's early on in stage one or any part of the events. And it's all red.
It's all red.
We all win today.
But there's one little difference there in the middle.
Yeah.
As
paper thin.
The B there stands for bald. Yeah, paper thin is going to be going for Bleed, I guess. I hear him laughing over there.
Bald and beautiful. Bald and beautiful. Now, the rest of us have decided to go to Soar with Talon. Why have you guys decided to go with Talon today?
I just think that, you know, there hasn't been that many changes. I mean, obviously, I wasn't necessarily expecting to see Surf in the starting lineup here today, so that is something that catches me a little bit off guard. But I think overall, Talon just showed that they had a bit of a better foundation. Bleed has undergone a lot of changes, and I think that those changes absolutely could make Bleed the better team here today. this is very much like the Zeta GE series yesterday. This is not a clear-cut decision for me. I think that this is close to a 50-50 between these squads. It really just comes down to how much work Bleed have been able to put in to get this new squad up to snuff.
Yeah, for me, it's just because I feel like Talon still has these really nice pieces. Cruz has been such a great IGL overall. Governor still has proven himself to be such a competent duelist. So these kind of things working together in tandem, I feel like still brings Talon up to a slightly better position here over Bleed.
Yeah, I agree with you. Today's prediction for me is a little bit different than yesterday's. This one I'm going purely based on what we've already seen. I think Bleed right now, the current roster, this is probably the strongest. We're talking about this individually. The pieces are all there, so I could expect a huge upset based on our predictions here. But that said, Talon did look really good on kickoff. I really like their roster too. I like their ideas. They're playing very differently. They're playing a lot more aggressively, a lot more, there's a lot more sense to what they're doing. We saw some crazy things from Talon last year with like triple duelists on split, and it almost looked like it was by accident. It didn't really work.
I think Frost has trained that out of them a little bit.
Yeah, Frost is done with that. All right. Now this is gonna be a little bit awkward based on our predictions because we have a special guest with us. We got Bleed's coach, Legia, with us. Welcome.
Welcome.
Hello. Like to hold Tacti Bear, or do you want to put him aside? All right. Okay. How have the last few weeks been for you? I know you guys have been reworking a lot of things. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very confident. I think kickoff was a very needed experience for us. I think it was good for us that it also went how it went, just because we had many issues in our team that are kind of hard to solve if you win something. That's why I think it was the best for us, and started with a fresh team. The mood is great, the motivation is big.
Yeah, I mean, you could see problems early on and fix it immediately, which is great. Now, we've got Zest and Retla on your roster now. Can I ask you, were there any specific traits or characteristics you were looking for when you were looking for these new additions for now?
Not necessary. I think with Retla we had already played with him before in like 2 years ago, I think. And I value him as a very good player individually, and also as a very fun human who always boosts the mood in the team, I would say. And for Zest, he was a no-brainer. He's very experienced. He's played on the higher stages. He knows how to win tournaments. So I don't know. I think it was the perfect pickups for us.
So these are the missing pieces.
Yes, I think so.
And Achilles, you had a question about the IGL.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him standing alongside you during the map ban and pick, so we're pretty much under the assumption that Scary is going to be the IGL for the squad. How was it for him stepping into that role? Because obviously there's been a lot of talk online about his English and whatnot, and how the team communication is going to be. So how has that been so far? And what was your approach to try kind of get him ready for the IGLing position?
I mean, once we knew that we will make the changes, he was the first guy directly to say, I want to be the IGL. It was not like, who is going to IGL? Do we need to find an IGL? He wanted to do it. And I know that he had also experienced calling in Xerxia before joining us in Bleed. He was, I think, switching it up with Cruz mostly. And yeah, so he wanted to do it himself, and Zest is kind of helping a little bit mid-round calling. So yeah.
Okay.
And I don't think that his English is necessarily bad. Like at the beginning, it was a bit harder to understand him, also with his dialect when he speaks Thai. But he improved a lot. He's learning English himself, also individually. So I don't think there's any issue with the language.
Yeah, can you tell us more a bit about Zest and Ye's synergy? How is that coming along?
I think now, in general with the team, I cannot only look about two players synergy. I always object the overall, and I think it's better than it ever was. We enjoy really our company with each other. We hang out after the practice, before practice, and it's just really good. I think we have a good chance this tournament, I would say.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Aster, I had a whole bunch of questions from Firepower to other questions about Ye.
Okay, do I go for the first one or the second one already?
Both, go for it.
Yeah, just go for it. You guys have time.
Okay, we got some time. So, again, you were talking about...
answer one.
He's playing duelist.
Okay. Oh, really? Okay. So, you were talking about how there was some changes that happened during kickoff. There was my question about how the firepower felt like it wasn't at the right spots here for Bleed from that kickoff stage. Coming into the regular season, is that something that you addressed already coming into this first series with Talon?
I mean, I'll be really honest, and we were a dead team coming into kickoff, like dead. It just didn't work out anymore, and it was very necessary to make changes. And yeah, I think we have really the right pieces now for the team to cover like everything, like in-game intelligence, firepower, team play, communication. Everything is really good. I thought also it will be a little bit hard with Zest's English, but he also learns himself every night. He goes after practice, learns for 2-3 hours English, and he's improving a lot on it.
Wow, upgrades all around, and it's always reassuring to hear,
Can I go for my second question?
Yeah.
Oh, we still have time? Okay, so you're talking about how it's all looking good. We saw Laz bring out the chamber. Yay, very much known for that. Is there a chance that we might see it today?
You said he's playing duelist. In your definition, is chamber a duelist, is what we're asking.
I mean, you can consider Sant as a duelist, but no, for the match today, for sure he will not play chamber. We will not see chamber. But we will have Ye back on duelist. That's what.
Okay.
Okay. But that's good enough.
Ask for too much.
Yeah,
this is
that's
perfect.
pretty darn good. Well, I'm glad to hear that you guys are feeling good this time around, and all the best for your very first match, the split.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ligia. I'll see you around.
Sorry, you got to leave the bear,
Yeah.
unfortunately. We tried to give it to Carlisle yesterday, but...
He's still upset that he didn't get to keep it.
Well,
that's good. I'm glad to hear it. This is what we want to hear. The coach definitely knows the weaknesses that were there during kickoff, and they've definitely adjusted, and they're feeling confident.
I gotta just give him props for being very upfront and just straight up with us, just saying like, look, like our team was screwed going into the tournament. Like he didn't say like during it, so clearly like the wheels were coming off before kickoff even began, and I really liked what he said was like, we needed that loss in order to fix things, because if we had just actually come out and had success, we would have continued doing the same things and maintaining the same roster that ultimately wasn't going to work for us.
Yeah.
So I mean, we'll see how things look today, but overall I think that the mentality is in a very good place.
And the fact that Ye is going back on the duelist, we had a lot of questions about how, the roles would be. I think with Retla on the Sentinel, if he remains on the Sentinel, we can see that Ye's hands are almost freed up to just go forth and kill.
Yeah, and again, it still, I think it still has to be proven again, because again, Ye hasn't had that big takeaway of a game, even though, again, we're all excited that he's going to be coming back on that duelist. It still yet has to be truly proven in a series.
Now, here's the big thing that I'm interested in, because we have Surf, we have Cruz, this is Talon. Ye used to be on NV Optic. And I'm thinking of X10 Xerxia shenaniganery that happened at internationals in the past against that NV Optic squad. Does it happen again today? Are they just the kryptonite, and no matter what Ye does, they just manage to beat him anyway because of that?
It's just insane.
The dregs of that curse just come back out.
I mean, maybe.
That would be tragic. But then he could just blame the curse.
That's true. I'm giving him an easy out. So if you watch this one back, if you end up losing the game, yeah, there you go. Just tweet that one. It's like, oh, it's just that X10 Xerxia stuff.
Honestly, the easiest out is blaming the casters for their predictions. That's usually the best. Okay, we had a survey for the audience. So for those of you at home watching, and also those of you in the audience, you can answer this question and it will appear here on broadcast. Question is, which playstyle do you prefer in competitive play? And here are the results. Oh, okay. Do you want a hard carry, or do you want to be the hard carry, or do you want to be carried? I assume
you're cozy. You're like Yoda in whichever one that
Grogu.
was. Empire Strikes Back.
Oh,
yeah,
Yoda,
thank
okay.
you, Clinton.
Oh,
is
Yoda, yes, he also
shouting
did
from
it.
the other side. I know. That movie came out when you were like 27. But yeah, you're just like chilling on the back, getting carried around by Luke Skywalker and that whole kind of thing. So it's nice and cozy. I kind of also lean into the hard carry. Like, I'd prefer to feel like I'm actually doing something rather than sitting back.
Yeah.
But every now and then, if you're just having a bad day and having a bad game, it is nice to just be able to be like, okay, well, at least we're still winning.
I mean, I think both. You want either one. I prefer to be the carry because, I don't know, it feels kind of crap if the worst. Anyway, we're going to go to the stage where the casters are going to take away Paper Thin and Quack.
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Asarai, and Achilleos. Oh, I hope they never stop doing that. The spike going off just to kick things off is so exciting. Amquack, of course, this is Paper Thin here, the guy who watched Star Wars when it came out when he was 27.
This is untrue. This is slander. This is libel. Not true.
Yeah, Achilleos.
I was in 8th grade when the Phantom Menace came out. That'll date me. I'll give you that. That's what I'll give you.
All right.
But I was not alive for The Empire Strikes Back when it originally came out. Now, they did re-release them in like the 90s, and I did go see them in movie theaters, which is super sick, but anyway, it's neither here nor there.
But yeah, the main thing here today is we've got Bleed versus Talon, and you went with a prediction of Bleed.
Correct.
You're bald and beautiful.
Yes, absolutely.
What's up
true.
with that?
Well, I mean, it's a tough prediction. I really do think this is a very close match. All these predictions, frankly, aren't like me just like throwing a pick out there. I really have a tough time with a lot of these, deciding who I'm going to go for. I'm a big fan of Zest and Scary in particular. I mean, obviously Scary, there's no doubt about his capabilities. He's good for 2 or 3 rounds by himself, it feels like. But Zest in particular, I think with his util ability, his lineups, his insane timing and those kind of things, really, I think is going to give Bleed that extra advantage. And I'm really now especially hearing that they are going to be running Ye on the Duelist. Now I'm starting to get really confident about my pick.
Oh yeah, that's gonna excite us for sure. I mean, for me, it's just like a big thing about team chemistry, and I think, basing our predictions off of kickoffs, Bleed definitely looked a little bit weird. They're gonna be walking out on stage pretty soon. But yeah, if we're thinking about all of that and hearing what Lakia has said, that they fixed all of it, surely it's gonna be better.
No doubt. All right, first up, we'll beat Bleed. A little bit of a different look from what we saw in Kickoff Quack. You've got Zest, you've got Retla as well. A player who's played with Bleed in the past, in fact. So this is a really kind of interesting pickup that they did. And then Talon, we talked about it on the desk a lot, that there's a swap, with Lenny and Surf. So some changes for both squads.
And they definitely have to adjust to these changes as well. I mean, I'm kind of thinking, maybe something that not a lot of people are aware of. If you follow the MYSG scene back in the past, Lenny used to play alongside Bleed, and he's like really good friends, with Darian and all of them. So that could be a bit of a factor as to why Surf has been brought in for this match as well. But the main thing is that there are these flavors, these ideas of like, yeah, it could be, like Xerxia, old Xerxia X10 versus like Envy Optic. You got Ye back in, Scary now. Everyone is like into this new team, new roster. And if the vibes are really that good, that's immaculate, as they say, it would be a pretty exciting match.
Yeah, and I think, you've got to feel like, for a player like Zest, there's a little bit of that revenge factor for, leaving DRX and now coming back in to like kind of showcase that, hey, I belong in VCT Pacific. And at the international stages in particular, Zest was always a steady hand for DRX in the past. So I have no doubts that he's just going to kind of march right along with being a tremendous either Initiator or Viper player is typically what he had played. I don't know exactly what Bleed is doing with him, but my guess is he's going to be playing a lot of Sova Viper or something like that, or maybe a Fade here or there. Yeah. My guess is on Lotus is probably Viper. I could be wrong, but I think there's a lot to prove for him. But again, the thing about Zest in particular is his impeccable util timings and lineups and things like that.
He's always been really good with those. Definitely, kind of filling some of these other roles in the roster. And yeah, I think that's a really great point. The fact that he's here as a bit of a revenge arc. We did see him in that lift or elevator with you up against Stacks.
Yeah.
Not this time.
To be fair, I didn't let him out either. So
sure.
It was equal opportunity for I'm unbiased versus which one I think is, going to win or who's better.
But for whichever match comes up, I mean, when Bleed versus DRX happens, that's going to be an exciting one for sure. But at the same time, just for Talon, we want to see this team grow. They showed us pretty interesting stuff during kickoffs. You've got that Governor Neon coming through on maps such as Breeze. They banned it out this time, so it does kind of let you think that perhaps they've shifted things around, maybe, a bit more discipline throughout the board.
Yeah, and I'm pretty curious to see how they're going to fit Surf in. I mean, my guess is he's maybe going to be a Sentinel of some kind or something like that, but he can play a lot of different stuff. I mean, typically he was a duelist. That's what his most played agents are for Surf. But that being said, we know that Governor is probably still going to be the duelist, I assume. So yeah, but the big thing for me is going to be Cruz on that ideal role. We'll talk about that in a second. And it's going to be Retla on the Viper here. So they're going to switch Zest over to Fade. Makes sense, right? Zest is either playing Initiators or a Viper.
Retla's always been a bit more of that Sentinel / flex player, and he kind of comes in as this Viper, which is, a little bit of both, a bit of a Sentinel controller as well. And on a map like Lotus, where you can defend so much and control so much of the map, it definitely works out great. My concern would just be Scary and how he kind of plays along with all of this, because we've seen a lot of things from before, and he tends to want to go for those clutch moments. He loves to be the hero that just steps up in all these,
because he's good at it.
Yeah, he really is.
All right, well, man, I'm really ready for this. It is a mirror matchup, but there's a lot more going on underneath the surface here. So this should be a really good Lotus to kick things off.
That's going to be huge as we head over onto the map. Bleed starting things out on the attack. Lotus is Talon's map pick. Whoever picks up the first, of course, gets an easier for momentum moving forward. But for now, Asian composition-wise, it just looks kind of, default, nothing too surprising. It's more of the roles and who's playing them.
Exactly. And so that's kind of the interesting thing that, we were trying to allude to during the Agent Pick and Ban, was we weren't exactly sure how it's all going to shape up. Bear with us, guys. We're trying to get into the map. It's taking a little bit longer than we expected, but this is a good opportunity. This is a good opportunity. I want to talk about Cruz as an IGL, because he's generally done a lot of it in the past, and then last year it was kind of bounced around between some of the different players on Talon. Talon tried to go with Lenny to start this year, didn't seem to really fit the way they wanted it to. I like Cruz. Frost has talked about it in some of his interviews that Cruz is a great leader. Totally agree. Cruz has so much natural personality and charisma and things like that. And also, sometimes, I don't know how it's good. It doesn't really fit his style when he's on an initiator here, but he's kind of one of those players who's happy to lurk. He's happy to kind of call for the rest of the team and then kind of do his own thing. So I'm curious to see if we'll see any of that kind of style from Cruz. But back in the day when he used to play on Jersha, he'd play KO sometimes. Yes. Exactly, or controller, right? So he can flex around a little bit and still have a ton of impact.
That's definitely what I remember the most from Cruz. A little bit of shout-outs to some Thai streamers, Boomer Alpha as well. Cruz has definitely been one of the highest IQ players that we have in Pacific. Not always given the moments to shine, though. I think that's one of the things that kind of surprised us at times. But back on Sersha, he was that guy to clutch things out, especially, or make some interesting calls as well.
Yeah, and already kind of looking at how the teams are setting themselves up. Darion now, as I kind of suspected, moving over to that Sentinel role. This is kind of one of the easier shifts that you see with duelists who are being asked to try a different agent type, and it is going to be him on the Killjoy on C, and he's all alone versus potentially a 3-stack, so already some pressure going to be put down onto him. Let's see if Bleed can do anything.
Starting things off, just trying to get the early mound control, maybe a little bit more space pushing in. Yeah. We can see the movements coming through, calling in for reinforcements from Ban.
Yeah, now Bleed going to be on the raise, as we saw in the pre-match interview with Legia. He will be playing Duelist all day, and on Lotus. I can see some teams thinking about a Jet on this map, but certainly Raze the more preferred Duelist for a whole bunch of reasons, especially with so many corners to clear, and you got those extra paint shells.
Yeah.
Paint shells are, I think, one of the biggest factors too, especially if you're on the defensive side, coming into Rumble. But another big question that's on all of our minds right now is El Diablo back?
I hope
this
so.
Duelist role
I truly hope so. That would be just so much fun to see him back in his element. Look at how close Governor is here. Maybe backed off,
A little bit of early information, a little utility trade.
Yeah, Bleed being really diligent to start.
Takes a lot of time, though,
Yeah. They're not, kind of going hyper-aggressive. They're clearing utility. They're trying to work the map a bit, make sure the talent is spread out for this hit. I do, too. I really like it.
Playing for the long game. Now we head into the site. A bit of a self-explosion. Not too bad. He did get secure the kill on Surf. The rest of the team, though, is trying to still look for the entry, opening up the doors. They're running out of time. 10 seconds left. We've got to make a move, fellas.
I think Talon needs to try to contest this as much as they can.
All right, 5 seconds to Spike finally going down, but at what cost? Zest is the last one alive and has to clutch this one out. Only got a ghost in his hands. His teammates have completely fallen. Heads has been spotted. They're all trying to toss in some right clicks. If he can get a headshot onto Cruz, that would be it. Oh, and he does! Flicks upwards 90 degrees. Cruz tried to go for the hop despite Zest being 12 HP, not landing a single pellet.
What a start for Zest here in his return back to VCT Pacific. A 3K clutch. He's good. I think a lot of people are, you know, they understand that. A lot of the talk I see on social media and the like is that, you know, Zest is a really good player. They're right. Like, he is one of my all-time favorite players to watch. Look at that, the fist bump, big smile from him. You don't usually see that much emotion out of Zest. He is generally pretty even-keeled.
So impact already felt since round 1. And it just fits really well into the entire Bleed playstyle. If Scary is shot calling as well, this is really interesting. They're playing for that long game, getting a feel, getting an idea for how Talon have their defenses set up across the entire map.
Yeah, and they're really making sure they take their time here against this eco. It is all classics for the side of Talon, and a pretty hefty investment for Bleed. 3 Bulldogs and a Vandal for Zest. I guess Zest gets the hero rifle since he was the hero of the round. And yeah, it's really, and this is no pun intended, scary to think about going up against this Bleed team in clutches. I mean, Zest has always been good again at international events. He's been really powerful in those situations. Scary is scary. That's just, he is a clutch god. And Ye, you have to think that he's got something in the tank still, no doubt. And Darion has been very, very good on Duelist, so certainly on Killjoy, you expect him to be strong. I mean, Retla's the only real kind of question mark for me, but you know, you're probably a little bit more familiar with his game than I am, having seen him in the MGS SY.
Yeah. He's still able to pull off some of these moments as well. The entire team is definitely capable. And as a team, as a whole, Bleed, you know, having the influence from Legia as a coach, I think that's one of the biggest things that they do as well. That's why they take so much time, because they're very careful, very decisive as to how they want to approach the map. You know, they don't go in blindly. They don't go in for these just full-on set plays and executes without doing their due diligence. So, of course, Pistol Round going their way. A lot of space being taken, a lot of space being granted by Talon right now as well. But as we move over into the 3rd round, the full buy coming up, only 1 rifle lost. Both sides are going to have a pretty good game, I think.
Yeah, no doubt. And, you know, you get to keep all those Bulldogs in the Vandal here. Retla having some pretty big impact in this anti-eco with 3 kills of his own. But, yeah, I mean, they're taking their time, feeling things out, and then they're able to get pretty deep, cut off those angles from the rotates towards spawn. Don't really give those classics much opportunity to do much. Now, Governor trying to contest the front of 8. We've seen this a lot yesterday on this map, where teams want to make sure that they take control of Rubble. Ooh, ban though.
Fantastic. Great way to start things off. I think that's something that Talon's been looking for a while now, especially with Governor trying to push out. They want that opening pick to disrupt Bleed's plans. Wow.
Yep.
Overpeaks a little bit too much. Darren punishes him.
Cruz is going to regress. Wow. Wow.
Does it alone too. Darian just comes back and gives him the old 1-2.
That's amazing. And now you give yourself a man advantage as Bleed off of that double kill. I don't mind the idea there from Cruz. It's just Darion, you know, we know he's very cracked. Like, we've seen it. So not missing a beat here on this Killjoy. Now the toxic screen goes up. Util comes out. And an open A site awaits Bleed if they kind of just keep making their way forward.
Very uncomfortable to be in Talon's shoes right now. I mean, you're just playing on defense. You're sitting down. Bleed not making a single peep, not a single sound across the map. Only down to the last minute, last 40 seconds is when they start to go up. And if you're Talon at that point, I mean, you just have to catch up and go in for the retakes. I think that's why Ban starts to peek out a little bit as well.
Placing sentry.
No doubt, this is going to be pretty challenging already with your decision making as Talon. I mean, I think you just save here because of the money, because you have to go all the way across the map. They have, you know, the complete freedom to set up however they want in their post plants. I wouldn't mess with this. I'd call for the save too. I think this is 100% the right decision. It's unfortunate, but you kind of had to gamble after losing that early man, and like you said, not much being given by Bleed in terms of information. So well handled here by the side of Bleed, and you know, again, Talon, rough situation, but you can't fault them.
It's a little bit of an adjustment period, I think. Mathematically, yeah, it makes a lot of sense for Talon to save up, play the long game. I will say Governor is 1 point away from his showstopper, so that could be something that they will use in the next round to try to sneak around away from Bleed. but at the same time, Bleed being a very versatile team, although they are playing slow right now, I would not be surprised if they suddenly decide to go in fast and heavy.
Looks like it with the way they're set up. This one looks like they might be expecting that contest towards the front of A. You know, Governor's been diving in ahead of the rocks there, and so they might be trying to set up for some kind of counterplay. But this time, we don't see Governor on that side of the map. There's a 3-stack over towards Mound, actually. So yeah, they're just jumping right in, trying to clear that space, and kind of be probably a little bit happy that they're not getting much contact early. Just how well can Van and Surf hold this down?
It's just a game of strats. I mean, you're absolutely right, Paperthin, with the fact that they're trying to contest Rubble. Now they've gotten a little bit more space, and 8-hit is certainly underway. And look at how patient they are with this as well. Talon feeling unsettled, they push out, they peek out, they get a player taken down. Off of that, the paint shells have been committed. Cruz coming back in for a bit of a trade though. Serve now holding his ground. Some shots going through though, and it's gonna be Ye who steps up forward. Jit Boys takes him down. Strata steps away into safety. Retla will be able to catch him though. And as the skirmish starts to settle, you've got a player coming up from behind Governor. Might just be in for a big opportunity. Not unless Retla snuffs it out though. Spike should be planted pretty soon.
It feels like Retla might have a read on this. They know the Showstopper is going to be online as well, so they're trying to spread out, see if they can play for a trade.
Spike planted.
And I think Retla's got this red.
Angles. Tries to watch for the pop. Spots Retla. That's the first. Paint shells to clear out back. Goes in for the Showstopper. The animations. He's got stuck in it, and Scary will be able to burst him down mid-flight. 4-0 to start for Bleed.
That's a nice attempt by Governor to sneak underneath the noses there, to follow that left-hand side wall. Retla, it took a little bit longer, so Retla kind of thought, okay, maybe he's actually coming from spawn. But yeah, the animations there took a little bit longer than you would like if you're a Raze player. Let's put it that way.
Unfortunate.
That's kind of the thing about Raze is the timings, like the internal timings with her utility is a little bit tricky to learn. Even for the best of the best, sometimes it doesn't quite come out, you know, in the way that you want, right? Like you want to be as fast and furious as possible.
Yeah. I mean, the idea is there. That's why he went in for the satchel peak, but Showstopper is what it is. Bleed off of that round. You know, previously they were a little bit more decisive into A, now taking things slow again, anticipating pushes out from Talon. Talon's gonna have to learn their lesson pretty soon that you can't go in for some of these one-on-one duels against Bleed and walk away for free.
Certainly, you're absolutely right. It has been mostly going Bleed's way in some of those trades. So far, Talon on a weaker buy. Shorty for Cruz. Shorty for Jit Boys, trying to hold this angle. Darion ready for it, just barely gets away with it.
Decent punch coming up from Jit Boys, but that's the site lost. The rest of them are gonna have to retake. They've got some Shorties, some Sheriffs, but yeah, it's definitely not a fight that gives you an advantage. Paint shells just to try to deter the plant for the time being.
30 seconds left.
Shorty off-angle positions, but easily dealt with by Scary. Incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed looks clean in their individual mechanics, that's for sure. Elbow poking out, trying to find some damage, but use some utility to keep that at bay is Zest, and gonna hold their angles. Ooh, the wallbang though from Serve.
Good angle. Burst, unfortunately, not favoring Ye in that moment, but still, so far so good for Bleed. Talon just trying to take whatever they can get, but you know, pretty soon just gonna have to die to the spike right now.
Yeah, I think that's your best play here as Talon. Don't give them any more ults. You know that Zest is close. Retla's not far away either, and you'd like to delay that as long as you can here. Plus, Ban is going to get his pit off of this, so this is absolutely the right decision for Talon once again in making the best of a bad situation, right? But we've seen them already in a couple rounds have to do that, right, Quack? And that's going to force the timeout. 100% Frost is going to have to, get in here.
5-0, something needs to change up. I mean, still, incredibly talented team, incredibly talented players all across the board, but with the way that Bleed are approaching this map, it's very unsettling. I almost want to just not cast at all for the first few seconds of the round, and you just listen. You don't hear all too much. Maybe they, activate some of the rotating doors. And if you're like Talon player just defending on the site alone, and that's all you hear,
you don't know what that means.
It's a horror movie, yeah.
Yeah. That's like, are they in here or not? Like, are they in the house with me or not? I don't know. Is the phone call coming from in the house? I'm not sure.
And then you're the first guy that like, I'm gonna go and investigate.
Yeah, and then you die. Yeah, it's really, like that's what happens. I mean, I think it's just impressive, the diligence from Bleed. This is something that I really like to see from teams, and I think it's part of that kind of EMEA style that Lugia
like
probably brings, right? Like where he's making sure that they're feeling the map out, trying to find their best opportunities. They've been good at clearing some of the early Killjoy utility and things like that, like the turrets and stuff. So, I haven't really seen much impact from Talon in terms of their agents' abilities. There's been some good moments with the guns, but outside of that, there hasn't been a ton.
Yes. Hopefully this timeout will right that ship. We've seen those trades coming out from, Cruz, some anchoring from Surf, Van getting some of these first picks, but then he gets traded out really quickly. On the other hand, I mean, that means that Bleed are doing such a good job because you've got Scary with the shot calling. You also have Zest with the information gathering, but right now, look at the adjustments. Setups have changed up, and Jitboys with a bit of an off angle catches off Yay.
Yeah, that was smart stuff there from Talon, knowing that showstopper was coming, so they show a little bit of aggression, get it baited out, get it sent in towards Jitboys, but he was tucked up close enough to that box that Ye couldn't really find a good angle.
Back to patience being a virtue. Talon now trying to adjust to Bleed's pace. If you're gonna try to play counter against us, if you're gonna wait us out, we're gonna do the same thing. We are on defense. You're the ones who have to plant the spike.
Yeah, I mean, Scary does have his ult, so he could go for a look-see. Maybe check spawn for positioning of Talon right now to try to get a better idea of where their forces are aligned. But for now, Bleed is still playing very, very slow, trying to work their way in towards the B site now. It's going to be delayed by Van with these snake bites.
Wow, well timed. 20 seconds remaining. Bleed has to push forward. There should be a paint shells available for, no, not quite, not for Governor. So Plant will go down practically for free. Darian has his Nanostorm set up as well. This is going to be a tough retake for Talon.
Face your fear!
And the Nightfall as well makes things so difficult. Look at all those tethers. Getting them back. Cruz gets one.
Great.
Last
Just making use of their angles. Watching out for Bleed, trying to thread the needle. They've managed to take down 3 players, 1 left, and that's going to be Darren. He does have the Nanostorms, but they can shoot them away. Pops off the first one. Van just peeks out, goes in for the attack. Talon with the first round on the board.
Yeah, so timeout works a treat here for Frost, and got them really well set up for that round mentally. Again, caught that showstopper and made it useless essentially. Yay there, thinking the showstopper, okay, it probably cleared that angle, it actually hadn't. And then they're able to find some really good crossfires trying to get back onto B. So really smart, disciplined play there from Talon. If you're not going to be able to kind of win those early on duels like we talked about, then you can play back and start playing as a team a little bit more, play for retakes, see if you can get that going, and they do, and now they've got a bunch of ults to boot.
Really just catching and shooting. And that's why the timeout from Coach Frost really helps them so much, knowing that they have to adjust to Bleed's pace. Now it's on to Bleed to try to dictate the pace again once more. They've had the strong opening. Talon trying to catch up. Good bit of damage, good pokes. Now you've got the Viper's Pit up around C. How will Bleed adjust?
Yeah, you got the Boombot here. Try to sniff out where Ban is, so Ban's gonna have to be cagey with it. He's good.
Wow.
He's got a ton of damage. Yay, how?
He saw the Tracer rounds go through, but as Ye sidestepped, the adjustment wasn't quite there for Ban. So Viper's Pit dealt with. Now Bleed has the pathing into the C side. Angles favoring Scary as well. Bit of a Nightfall sent through, but it doesn't quite connect. Jitboys has to fight back. Good punch on towards Scary, but then the adjustments coming out from Bleed. They rotate over onto B. Cruz has to play catch up.
Nice play there by Jitboys.
Spike play.
Knew that Scary was going to be able to dodge that Nightfall and was ready for it. Got ahead of the paranoia. Now Darian out in the open loses to Cruz.
Bring them down.
All right. Back to a 2-on-2. Kind of have an idea of where these players might be positioned. But the duels, they have to favor them as well. Ye being down to low HP, Jitboys deals with him, makes quick work of him. On to the next though, Zest tucked away in the corner. Good little jump peek, crouches, and Cruz back in to peek off of contact. Talon picks up their second round.
Yeah, the fact that Cruz wins that battle out in the open and then is able to have the wherewithal to do that jump peek. Yeah, you're right. Fantastic. Fantastic from Cruz in that round.
Another thing also, I mean, with the fact that Jitboys had that move on towards Scary. I mean, something that, you know, maybe not so much Jitboys, but for the Thai Valorant scene in particular.
Let's go!
This is ex-teammates as well.
True.
Scary, Cruz, Surf even.
Yep.
On that roster, now playing up against this team, you know, you definitely want to show Scary, like, hey, you made the wrong decision to leave us.
Absolutely. You know, there's a lot of interesting storylines for players wanting to kind of get revenge and to jump out and shut down, but Ban's right there to pick up a couple. They're just swarming into spawn.
One heck of a skirmish. They're pushing both out of C and B, and Ben is the one who collects all of those heads. A quad kill under his belt. 3 rounds for Talon.
That's a great change of pace right there. They've been showing a lot of patience, a lot of kind of, you know, backpedaling. Trying to play a little bit more of a control style. This time around, they're just like, nope, we're going to flip the switch. We are just going to use your kind of early game sort of calmness and quietness against you.
Great call from Cruz. I mean, the combo, first of all, for, I have to assume it's going to be Cruz as well as Governor. The way that they pushed out that way, he knows his plan worked out.
That's like the best feeling in the world as an IGL.
Actually,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, when,
So
when your plan
satisfying.
just works that well.
It's like chess, and you're like, aha. Eureka.
Toxin screen down.
Back towards slow plays, though. Bit of a delay coming out from Ban. He senses a bit
Poison
of
orb
pressure
emitting.
just around the mouth of B.
And now some ults have come into cycle for Bleed. Lockdown in a Viper's Pit, so some big tools to work with. Although Serve only one away from a counter lockdown potentially if he can find a kill. So for now, we're back to kind of the old Bleed style. No aggression early from Talon, but doing a good job mirroring now. They've kind of, it feels like Cruz has now kind of got a pretty good read on how Bleed is using their utility to check for things to move around the map, and he's reacting to some of those prowlers and things, trying to make sure that they're checking to see if they're going to make any pushes off that utility. If they don't, it's immediate change. That's been a really good adjustment that I'm already seeing from Talon.
Very careful. This really is like a 2,000 elo high-level chess match
You should run.
between both IGLs, both teams right now.
Go get him.
Lockdown being committed as they try to capture the C side. 20 seconds remaining, and they have to commit. Look at what's happening on the map, though. Ban as well as Cruz trying to pull off a bit of a flank. Governor might not be able to anchor, but movements being made across the board.
Not sure what Governor was thinking there. That was a little bit ambitious. And I like the way they stagger these ults, get that lockdown early, get the Viper's Pit down. Don't give Surf that opportunity. Quickly traded by Darion.
Ooh. Angle being held by Scary as well, takes down Surf. No trades to be found right now for Talon. Bleed says, if you're gonna play the retakes game, then we're just gonna play our post-plant game and deny you any entry back into sight. Ban though, still individually dry peeking into some of these angles and positions. He finds them. Barrel peeked out into the Viper's Pit though, and Zest just takes him down. Cruz now trying to take his place, but time is running out. Easy work for Retla as Bleed comes back in with the 6th win.
And as good as the last couple of rounds have been for Cruz as an IGL and for Talon, this is a good round here for Scary as the new IGL for Bleed. The way that he recognizes the situation with the ult, knowing that if they can get into that spot with the lockdown before you give, again, the opponent, Killjoy, any opportunity to get their lockdown online to play the counter, just get it down, just get that space, give yourself the opportunity to then leapfrog into that Viper's Pit. That was really well done.
Because they're faced with choices, you know, either you back off, give them the site, or you go in for that lockdown fight, and it's not really something that you want to do. It just gives you that moment of hesitation for Talon. Bleed really playing things to a T. Back into it, and yeah, slowly.
Showstopper, yeah, Showstopper though gathered, and the lockdown. So it's going to be a tough one for Bleed. They're one away from a Nightfall, but certainly a couple more powerful ults in the pocket for Talon. Just again, slow, methodical pace.
But with them already pushed up so far into A, Bleed is able to shift their forces and kind of just feeling like when they've gotten this deep onto A, they haven't really either pulled off or they do slide over to B, but they want to contest it.
It's a good idea. Yeah. You always want to watch out for that slip into B. Lockdown actually really early on. 50 seconds left, and Bleed are going to feel like they want to go into A. Oh, Jit Boys! As he holds down Tree, finds 2 heads, and then traded by Darren. Not too bad. That's a great pickup for Talon. Crew's now coming back in to support too. Ban unfortunately getting taken down. Governor still just watching the back in case Bleed rotates on over. B is still a viable option, but as Cruz peeks out at off timings, Bleed gets caught unsuspecting.
Just great stuff here from Talon. Again, the counter moves have been brilliant, and now it's Talon's turn to use their ult. You know, they got themselves shifted enough that they had A under control, and in their minds, they're like, oh wait, we can just put a lockdown here. There's no way they're getting to it in time to clear it. They're gonna have to fight for A. We're in a perfect position to hold those angles. Let's do it. And that's just so smart. I love what I'm seeing here from Talon.
Yeah, Cruz IGL, that has to be it for me.
That's all we ever wanted.
Yeah,
sort of. I mean, like I'm a big Cruz fan, so.
Same here. I mean, like, happy Easter present. You know, we found everything. A little bit of a timeout.
Easter like last week, 2 weeks ago?
It was. I'm slow catching up to it. It's like nice cherry blossom season now.
That's true.
That's
true.
what it is.
It is spring. It feels like spring for sure.
Very lovely welcome for Talon onto the stage. It is still 4-6, so Bleed very much wanting to keep their lead.
Yeah, and a necessary timeout. Gotta make sure that you're maybe showing them some different looks. That Talon's got you on download for how you've been approaching this map. Like your tendencies so far on this attacker side. Maybe now's that time for that thing you talked about earlier, that fast hit. Just dial something explosive up here. Might be one of those opportunities to really try to do what Talon did do a couple rounds ago. Change the pace, kind of get into Talon's heads a little bit. You do have the Nightfall for that. You know, maybe you could set up for a fast C or B hit here on the back of that Nightfall. You're one away from the showstopper as well. But Talon kind of is aware of it. They're stacking with this op.
And that's the biggest thing too. It's the biggest tool if Governor can land his shot. You can see that Coach Frost was definitely discussing these. Getting caught a little bit. Oh, but the paint shells are the thing that catches Governor. I think it was the C's being tossed out as well. So great usage of utility from Bleed.
Yeah, that's the thing that Zest is always good at, is his utility. He is absolutely brilliant, no matter what agent he's playing. He's so good.
That's the most insane thing about this match too, is that you don't really see the duelists popping off that like you would expect in most games. Jitboy's now picking up the operator, comes back in. Oh no! Yay! With the showstopper into the right spot at the right time.
And look at that. That's just scary and Yay. W keying into the site. They know that they've got it broken open and the back of that. Great patience there from Bleed.
Just read like a book. Knew that he would try to teleport away onto site.
And it was that paint shells that gave
30
Yay
seconds left.
the ult to break that open. I like the idea, though, from Talon to contest.
Enemy remaining.
Yay, on for the ace.
Last one left. Spots the head. Picks up the ace. El Diablo is back.
Last round
It's off of
in the
utility.
half.
It wasn't all like aim or anything.
I love it.
But the way he fits into this team now, like, that's just beautiful. It's a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, the gates of hell have opened once again, and I'm all about it. This is just brilliant stuff from Bleed. Again, I don't mind what Talon does here at all. It's just handled better by Bleed in their positioning, and you get a smile out of El Diablo there. Insane stuff, and you're still able to hang on to that Nightfall, but one away from a Nightfall and a Viper's Pit for Talon. So they're going to try to contest that rubble, push back the forces of Bleed. Bleed, though, maybe expecting another mound push out from Talon. Seemed to be something that they're keen on doing. Not going to be the case, and for now, just going to tap the orb. Not really much hope of another showstopper for Yay unless they work their way all around the map and get all the orbs, but certainly I think you can use this Nightfall for another quick hit once this Poison Cloud goes down.
Setting up for it. Prowler just to allow Ye to stretch his legs. Nanostorm's being popped, so they just burn out that utility, bait some rotations over. Still considering to move over onto B. That's the best thing about this map on Lotus. You always have these options. It does create a little bit of pressure and presence for the other team, though. Talon is just considering so much right now. I think Cruz definitely wants to try to play a bit of retakes as well with his Nightfall.
I think he's trying to cut him off on this.
Face your fear!
He's trying to counter Nightfall. There it is. Yep, he was expecting it. God only knows with all those smokes and tethers what's going on.
Wow.
Oh, the TP in the back!
They can't hear anything! Oh, the triple! The hat trick and the quad! Jinboy's online for the ace and he wants it! Scary shuts him down for the time being. Can Scary clutch this out again? I mean, it's gonna be tough. He has the spike. But the combo utility, 10 seconds left. Everything working against him. Tries to make a move, but Governor with the quicker feet hops up on top. A bit of a Goomba stop, and it's a 5-7 at the end of the first half.
Whoa, what a combo there. You nailed it. The sound removal from that Nightfall allowed that TP to come in the back for Jitboys. That was so smart. That's a great set play from Talon.
I don't even care who wins anymore. This is beautiful.
No, yes, I fully agree. This has been a really good map. I really like what I'm seeing from both teams. The real question is this truly an attacker-sided map for these two teams? You know, and how good is Bleed's defense now is the thing that I'm immediately thinking coming over. Because yeah, usually Lotus attacker-sided, but again, we're in Pacific, folks. Sometimes we're a little bit backwards on how we play maps compared to the rest of the world. But I would suspect that, you know, this should be a pretty good opportunity here for Talon.
They have a chance, especially if they pick up that pistol.
Yeah.
I want to throw everything out of the water because this is no longer a game about, you know, Ye versus Governor or Governor versus Darren. It's about Scary versus Cruz.
I agree. I fully agree with you.
Coach Frost versus Lakia. That's the whole thing today.
It's so, yes, exactly. And that's awesome. I mean, that's so exciting to see that, you know, we know that there's a ton of talent on both of these teams.
Oh, yeah.
But to get to see them so well practiced, so well rehearsed, being really diligent was Bleed and clearing space and clearing utility and trying to bait out utility, and then Talon with some great counter punches. It's phenomenal. This time around, looks like there might be a contest for Mound. Seeing maybe might try to kind of try to create a crossfire around Mound potentially. Saw a ping come out from Bleed on the other side, so maybe Scary's
expecting a TP.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have it though.
He doesn't have it, right? So I think they just meant more like, let's make sure we can get into these positions.
Just walks on over. Teammates here to stack. Can peek off of contact. They want to make sure that that Talon doesn't have an easy mount.
Yeah, I think it's just Scary calling for the crossfires, and they know that there's a player, Governor, on the other side of that wall. That's pinged out. Governor's going to be able to get out with the help of those smokes. And Ban is gone for a heck of a lurk.
Yeah, Ban, Surf, making their way in, but he knows not to overextend either. As Bleed players are on the other side, just as I say that. Peeks out into an open angle. Two players catching him down.
Yeah, trying to isolate that fight with that poison cloud, but it turns out there were two in tree, not one. So Ban kind of gambling and not coming up. Victory, B hit, yay. Finds one, he's being chased down.
Wow. Sends off the boombot and back pedals as well. Very much in control, although Talon might be able to secure the spike plant. Bleed has the numbers.
I'll find you.
Fade being tossed out, timing a little bit off. Governor has to push up and just continues to hop away. Although he punches down Zest, Scary comes back in for those trades, and Retla picking up the last one. It's going to be the defuse for Bleed and the pistol pickup. Momentum on their side.
Certainly. And obviously winning both pistols is very, very important. The pistol round and the follow-up were basically the difference in the scoreline for Bleed in the first half. Setting yourself up for some success. Good shooting there from Ye, able to use that boombot as well to escape. Really nice play.
Nice.
And then they're just able to flood onto the site and handle the last player. So far so good. Ye going to be grabbing that Outlaw, seeming to want to outduel the Outlaw specialist Governor. And I mean, there's no hope with just classics, you know. but still going to be very powerful piece of utility in his hand.
Oh, smoked off
my God.
completely.
Yeah.
But he's okay. Look at him, just not really befuddled by that whatsoever. I think you nailed it on the head, though, Paper Thin, with the way that Scary's calling this and how he wants to contest for C. Talon knows that they are under a lot of pressure. They're working against a lot as well. It's one heck of a rough round.
I think Scary is very cognizant of trying to take advantage of their early lead and not give any free orbs over. A lot of contact here, though, for Scary. He's going to have to be very careful.
Right. Got the paranoia. Goes in for the duels. Simple feast. Got a couple of bodies being picked up. Yay now onto the other side.
Spike down,
There's
C.
no escape for Talon. They have to go back through pillars. Otherwise, completely pitched down right now. Dan can't even make his way out.
Boy's the lone survivor for Talon at this point, looking for the flawless Bleed. Retla gonna swing the corner. Job done with the Spectre. Nicely done there by Bleed. Yeah, I really like what they're thinking here. Not giving up those orbs on the mound. You know, pressing your advantage when you have it. Now here on this round with the weaker buy, probably not going to see that. Who knows? I say that, but you wouldn't expect them to be as aggressive with the contention.
Enemy spotted.
But you never know.
Never know. It is just classic stuff. I mean, very cerebral as to how Bleed are controlling the map. That's what you have with the double controllers. Talon, though, having to pick up this round, having to go in for that big comeback. Looking for 4 rounds just to equalize. They've spotted out Ye. It's practically a similar setup as to what we've seen from before. Scary trying to respond in kind. Rotating over onto B in case there are any rotates.
Yeah, they've got the full armors, no tags accomplished by Ye. Ye gonna be so close, he has to back up the Prowler.
All right, underhand toss. Tries to satchel away. The Governor will be able to find him first as they peek on through this poison cloud. Scary tries to burst them down. Only a couple gained. But other than that, site captured by Talon. Great push. Well timed against Ye.
Yeah, they held long enough that Ye got a little antsy, decided to go for it. 2 pushing from spawn now. Bulldog and a Guardian in hand. Zest and Darion, can they do any more damage?
Trying to go in for it. At the very least, maybe find the first hit and then make things a little bit easier. You gotta soften up the site. Nano Swarms giving them a little bit of position, but still bad from the angles. Darion snaps onto its Governor's head. Now anticipating a player outside of Mount. He spotted him. Goes in for the wide swing. A little bit too far out for Jit Boys to adjust onto. He gets the kill, but unfortunately no spike defuse for Bleed. Talon able to hold things off for as long as possible, but Darren walks away with the rifle.
It's a round win, but it's almost as bad as it gets in a round win for Talon there. It took everything to keep Darion from having enough time to get the defuse through. Just came up so short. And if he had gotten that kill a second earlier, he might have had enough time. But that spike was already planted for quite some time. Already hopping up is Ye. Be trying to take an aggressive positioning here, but not one that you see all the time from Razes. Usually they're trying to take space ahead, and they're going to let a little bit of a fake TP there. Try to see if they can bait anyone out. That was purely a bait play for Ye. Just looking to see if they could get anyone to overextend to try to catch Scary on that TP. But nobody biting for the side of Talon so far. Crew's just checking. A lot of Guardians, as the money is already pretty weak for Talon, even after a win, because it was so costly.
That's exactly why they have to... They can't afford a lot of risks. They have to be careful. But in all of that time, Bleed gets to control that much more of the map. I mean, you can actually draw a line as to how much Bleed are seeing and controlling right now. Look at how they've got these positions up around Rock and Rubble. Nade tossed. Talon has to step back for a second. 40 seconds left now.
Think about what Buzz and Bane were able to do from this position
Exactly.
yesterday. It's got to be in your mind there as Talon. Like, that's scary. We've already given up so much space on Rubble. Let's maybe think about another site. B's open-ish. Zest watching it. The showstopper. They gotta run, they gotta get out. Okay, a great Prowler there to make sure that he cannot chase. And Retla also found one over towards C.
There was a bit of a fake with the showstopper into B. They haven't really found all too much because Retla shut down that initial push from Cruz. Now 10 seconds remaining. Governor has the space, but the off angle being held by Zest. He takes down the first hit. Jitboys fires back, but Scary still very much around the corner. Spike has to be stuck through, and Scary capitalizes. 2 kills back to back. EA coming in for the trade. Bleed hitting double digits.
Fantastic work here from Bleed. Their game sense right now is sky high, and Scary as the IGL is 18-8. He's been putting up some huge multi-kill rounds. 2-3 kills, feels like every time he's good for a couple. Retla solid. Zest gets one before he's traded by that Guardian. And then Scary knowing well that the clock is in his favor and the numbers as well. And Ominous and Legia there pumped up as they're looking to take Talon's map pick away from them. Still some work to be done. The Odin, let's go.
Impressive fire. Discourages any sneaky lurks if Ban wants to push up A again. Not much afforded as well.
But you're able to get the orb this time on the eco round for Talon, so it's little things. You're doing better than the last eco already.
Take what you can get.
Yeah. I'm a the glass is half full kind of guy.
Nice.
Looking for the optimistic, the little things.
Where are you?
I'm gonna be a little bit more of a realist for this one.
How
and
dare
say
you?
That it's your prediction, Paper Thin.
I know. Look, I'm not saying anything yet. I'm not. Yeah. I don't really care that much either. I agree with Vic. That
It's just
the predictions are kind of whatever.
It's fun to talk about, but also who cares who wins? Because right now this game is just incredibly fun to watch.
Exactly.
To break down all of it too. Again, with the way that Bleed are controlling this, you have this Odin, this sort of mobile turret positioned up around Tree. He's able to cut down so much. Whatever Talon tries to do, it's almost as if you're trying to take a poke, you're going up against this impeccable defense that Bleed has set up.
Yep. And again, losing, well not losing, but the round that they won for Talon, it was almost a loss. So the money was just in shambles. Now they had to go on a full eco with the Odin. Fantastic tool to use in Tree, especially against an eco. Easy work for Bleed in that round, and this certainly feels like it kind of has to be the round for Talon because the money is going to be gone after this round if they lose. And then Bleed will be at 12, so it'll be some very weak buys if they can't find the win here. A good opener for Governor. Catches Scary out towards the orb.
That's right. Bleed trying to clip Talon's wings, but Talon now trying to find their freedom.
Dropping spike.
A good way to start things off.
Bring them down.
And then they adjust back towards the transition across the map. Bleed have kind of responded in kind to just rotate all the way over onto A, but they haven't really spotted or heard all too much. Maybe trying to make use of the Odin still. Meanwhile, Talon gets a free red carpet into the C site.
And Governor one away from his showstopper. If he can find another kill, he can really make this retake impossible for Bleed. Bleed right now, all of their members starting to head towards spawn. Now, Ban is aware of it at least, but is he going to be aware enough? Well, that helps when he gets the opener that easy. 2 for him. Oof.
As they go back into it, still just trying to cut them off as they try to rotate over. Talon trying to secure as much as possible because they need as much as possible for the next upcoming rounds. Having these ultimates will definitely be a boon for them.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind a push from Darion. There's plenty of money for Bleed, so I wouldn't mind seeing him try to fork one over, get the orb, potentially. He's going to have plenty to buy. But instead, they're going to go for the save. Don't feel like giving any more orbs over. But I mean, the thing is if you get killed by Governor or Jitboys, they've already got their ult.
Exactly.
So.
It's not Bleed style to, if we have the advantage, we don't want to give our opponents anything at all.
But what a big round for Talon.
Certainly. If they lost that round, then yeah.
What are you going to do? You're in a world of trouble if you lose that round. So that's huge. And now it's game on. We're back in it.
Once again, 4 rounds to equalize. They are working against quite a bit, though, considering Ye and Zest have their ultimates as well. A lot to watch out for. The retake potential coming in from Bleed is something that Talon has to consider.
The Song of the Odin. Singing on the other side of the map. Look at how they're expecting some kind of aggression. They're really worried that with the Showstopper and the Nightfall that maybe there was a combo play and the ult as well. Like, you got to think that Scary has his ult, so they might just try to, you know, take a page out of Talon's book and use that Nightfall to combo into the From the Shadows. But in this case, Bleed doesn't really seem to be interested. Scary on his own. Very dangerous.
Combo of those ultimates definitely is a scary thought. Seen the Shrouded steps away. Oh my goodness, Zest still dropping brass across the other side. Governor down to 18 HP. Push this up now, but look at these scary smokes all across the map. The Nightfall, the Showstopper. Ye has come to burn everything, raise it all to the ground. Talon has to pump the brakes, but they are running out of time if they want to cross. Okay, that's what that Poison Cloud is for.
Left. They need to get Ban up front so we can get that Viper's Pit down.
To even consider.
It's being contested. Yep, he's able to get it.
Viper's Pit here. Trying to look for the spike plant, but look at what Retla is doing. It's
just a fake. It's all a fake.
10 seconds. All right, we're able to sneak on over.
10 seconds left.
Everyone from Bleed has arrived up on top of A Heaven. Slowly catching on to the game plan now. Scary, wow. Just throws in a bit of a haymaker. Forces Talon to block on other sides.
He just needs to be super patient. Wait for contact on the B side if he can. Jit Boys might force the issue. No, he backs off.
You don't want to walk into one-on-one. Scary's just waiting for his team as well.
Tremendous patience.
Dark cover still going out. Bleed has to make a move since the spike is about to go off. Has spotted out Jit Boys. The 180 turn.
Perfect.
Not quite enough. Zest with the Odin as well. Bleed. Everyone is here and able to protect the defuse as it comes underway. Reaching map point. Perfect retake.
Match point.
It's a pretty good idea from Talon. It's just, again, the counter move from Scary is better. And he's so patient with it. There's a lot of players who might get in that position and get antsy and try to take more space and think, okay, the closer I get, you know, the faster we're going to be able to crunch them. But no, Scary makes the right play here. He's waiting for contact on the site because that's going to force the attention of most of the rest of Talon. At worst, in that situation, if, you know, Zest and the others in Ye are making contact on B, most likely at worst, he's going to have to deal with one person watching his.
Wow, that's an
But
incredible art.
Yes, it was. I mean, we have great artists here. That's just facts. But if he pushes too soon, as we saw, we could see from what we were seeing, 2 players were looking for him. You know, and then he's maybe in a very disadvantaged and advantageous position. Instead, he works it to perfection, as you would expect out of Scary.
He really, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about the duel of the IGLs right now, Scary versus Cruz, again, ex-teammates coming in from previously Xersha or X10. Now on to these new teams on this big stage in South Korea of VCT Pacific. Scary is a guy that definitely has, you know, this game IQ to really consider these layers upon layers of moves. If Cruz, you know, pushes forward, Scary already has this plan B, plan C.
Yeah. And even though I've been pretty impressed with Talon, Bleed is actually really, really dialed in. I mean, Legia wasn't, you know, every coach is going to tell you that their team is playing well, the vibes are good, but he wasn't messing around. It was, in fact, the truth, at least from what we've seen so far.
Everyone's in it to win it. They're here to do their job, and they're definitely doing a damn good job of it. Talon with a timeout now, just trying to do what they can. Maybe even considering the next map, which would be Bleed's map pick. Don't want to let this end in a quick 2-0. But they still have to watch out for so much. Odin still
great Nightfall
sounding away. Nightfall does connect onto 2 of them, but look at how Retla adjusts, still able to anchor. Sound robbed away, but the mechanics still very much in his hands. Jit Boys coming back in to do the Lord's work, takes down 2. Makes a bit more noise as Surf all the way across the map. Stretches his legs over onto B.
I'm very curious to see where Ye got that kill. I was so focused on all that action going on in tree. Ye picked one up off screen. Jip Boys, Surf. Gonna be able to get B planted, but with only 2 players, a lot of angles to have to account for. Already knowing that there's likely one still on A. It's just, are they gonna be able to identify Scary? Oh, Ye.
Great one-on-one. Turns things into Bleed's favor. It's all up to Surf. We've seen this kid before. You know, he's got great mechanics. Sometimes decision-making a little bit off. He's stuck in the duel of his life right now and has to come up huge as they swing into him. A simple micro flick, and that's how Talon stays in the game.
Yeah, that's phenomenal stuff. Bleed plays that pretty well. You know, Ye waits for Scary to get in a position where they can give him the 1-2.
Pure mechanics.
Pure mechanics, yeah. Huge sigh of relief for Talon. Because that was looking over. What a quick little transfer there. Beautiful, beautiful. They're still in it. No doubt about it. But
keep alive long enough.
Yeah, a lot to do. You do have a lockdown.
All right.
Retla one away from a Viper's Pit, though.
Darien from the lockdown as well.
We're going to be grabbed by Ye, though, so he's getting pretty close to another showstopper.
Oh, man. Okay, Paper Thin. I mean, Talon right now just trying to get a couple of jabs in to get a feel for how Bleed have adjusted. They're spending the lockdown here.
Yeah, I think they should. Kind of like what we saw before with Bleed, where it's better to get the lockdown out early before you get these ults online. Oh, man, almost got too Scary. Just barely able to take him down. But I like this because it gives you at least the opportunity to get this plant down. Try to do something on the map. Cruz, I love these lurks.
Oh!
Love
able to catch. I might not be able to call all the, like, out-call you perhaps in some rounds, but I will definitely be able to outshoot. Jip Boy's now coming back in as well, just to anchor the site. She's got the dark cover out again, making sure that Bleed does not get to cross out of defender spawn safely. Retla just trying to have to play around the edge. No time, opts for the save. Not wanting to give any more ult points. I mean, again, this game, it's going into its final moments.
No, yeah, I mean, again, Talon is digging deep, and on the back of a tremendous Surf clutch, we're able to string together another win. Just a simple lockdown play to take control. Again, that's really smart stuff. Just get that lockdown down when you can before it comes into cycle for your opponents, and at least get that round win. At least give yourself that chance to get closer. Talked about the Cruz lurks at the beginning of this match. There you go, right there. The guy is very good at it, very smart, a high IQ player. And now the real concern for Talon is going to be these Bleed ults. One away from a lockdown, one away from a Viper's Pit, 2 away from a showstopper.
Like,
This could get scary. I hate that.
I know, it's his name though.
It's such a good name, but
yeah, it really is. I would not be surprised if Lakia calls in a timeout. That's the other thing that I'm scared of. But right now, just a big old skirmish up around Rock and Rubble. Ye commits the showstopper. Gets shot down midair by Cruz though. Down to it again, Surf in a 1-on-2. Scary low HP, but he doesn't really know where he is. He knows he has to pick up the spike, but without the game sense, without the considerations, fortunately gonna lose his life. Scary picks up the win, the IGL and the victor.
Huge stuff here for Bleed, taking their opponent's map pick away from them. Saw a lot of good things from a lot of players on both sides. Both teams played very well, but Bleed, that little extra oomph here, a little more comfort. Ye on the duelist looking pretty sharp. Zest there, trading his life to make sure that Bleed can get a couple of those kills, get that showstopper online, basically secure that round. So overall, gotta like what you're seeing.
Yeah, I don't know if Talon are gonna like what they have next though, because Sen gets Corf and Ruffin gets everywhere. So we're gonna toss it over to our analyst to tell us how Bind will possibly look.
As they say in Singapore, Bleed is not here to play. It was 13-9 on map 1 in Bleed's favor, and Legia was not. You know what? He's a very honest coach. I have to say, in interviews, when he says things are bad, they're bad, and when things are good, you probably need to listen to Legia.
This was good. I mean, this was better than I could have expected for the side of Bleed, but also a lot rougher than I could have anticipated for Talon. I mean, it took a while for the gears to start turning for the squad. Jitboy's kind of the one that was present throughout the entirety of this map. This was very much akin to like Envy yesterday, where it felt like there was one guy leading the charge the entire time, and then everybody else was trying to play catch up.
Yeah, I think it's just because of the fact that I wanted to talk about this with Talon, that Cruz is such a laid-back player that I think his style doesn't really match the aggression that we see from players like Governor and Ban that just wants to be all up in the face of Bleed here. And maybe there's that disconnect that we saw, but in any case, yeah, it really did fell short there for Talon.
Yeah, Talon is really struggling. I mean, I think the stats for this particular map really says it all.
Yeah, I mean, just a really big early streak able to be achieved there by Bleed. I mean, that opening clutch from Zest, it basically should have never been possible. But, I mean, good on him. Welcome back to the Pacific stage, because it was a hell of a performance from him. But, yeah, just giving up those initial several rounds and not being able to get anything on the board, Talon, this was about as rough of a start as you could possibly see. I mean, you know, being able to win some of those rounds, but losing all of their weapons as well. Some of those bonuses just were really hurting them across the board. I mean, again, Jitboy's a hell of a performance. He ends up coming out on top, you know, of the lobby as far as the ACS is concerned. It felt like this was, for the most part, a big battle of these Thai Omen players between him and Scary to see who was going to be able to assert their dominance. But there's just a bit more surrounding Scary. And I mean, Ye, he had an ace coming back into this one, playing Raze, mind you, for the first time in his career. Yeah. It's another first for him. But this is a first that I think all of us can get behind at long last. It's not Sky, it's not Viper, it's a duelist. And overall, it looked decent. It was a bit of a rocky start with the self-death to the paint shells, but aside from that, you know, some movement to work on with blast packs, but the rifling was clearly theirs.
Yeah, this is the slotting that you really want to see, and it still works out because, you know, everybody was like, is he gonna probably get his duelist? He has, but then what does that mean for everyone else here for Bleed? It's still pretty good. You see Durion very comfortable with how he plays on the KJ. He still is able to create those impact plays, so it's absolutely perfect for them. There's the ace that you were talking about. Absolutely beautiful right now for Bleed.
I'm curious, moving forward, what kind of roles Retlet's going to continue to play here. He was traditionally a Sentinel player, and I can see he might end up being that flex player.
I mean, we've been seeing how important having a flex player is, and if Redlet's going to be able to come in and just say, you know what, okay, whatever we need to do, I can do that. I think that's great, because that was Ye during kickoff. It was that was saying like, okay, well, we need somebody to play Sky. Let's make Ye do it. So getting Ye off of the flex role and putting that in Redlet's, I think, is going to be a good recipe for success overall for Bleed. This is a great start for them in the series, and you know, I was coming into this kind of favoring Talon. Now this very much swings back in the opposite direction. Like I said, this felt like a bit of a 50-50, but now, I mean, it's feeling more like maybe an 80-20 in Bleed's favor.
Yeah, it just, sorry, I just wanted to die. It's just so scary because in this kind of sense, there were so many rounds, you know, when we were talking about how Talon was losing them, it just feels like they really didn't know how to approach the defense here of Bleed. There was the wall from the Viper, they start pushing on it, and they didn't even know how to look into that. And you compare that to Bleed, that just with having Zest on that fade, absolutely beautiful. It looks like he's just perfect for this Bleed roster.
Yeah, I'm really liking it. Bind is going to be the next map. Both of these teams did not show any bind during kickoff, so this is still a bit of more. It's a toss-up, but I agree with you, Achilleos. It's still maybe more in Bleed's favor at the moment. They're looking incredible right now.
I mean, straight up, I just don't think that we're going to see that many overarching changes to the compositions. I think that we could go straight into Bind and basically see the same exact duelist setups for both of these teams. And, I mean, Governor is a player who has, I mean, just, you know, effectively infinitely more playtime on Raze, given that this is just the first game ever for Ye on that pick. And he had a really slow start. I was looking for that explosive beginning like we had from him. Again, going back to that Neon, where he was just omnipresent on Breeze. Here, I mean, for the longest time, I think he only had like 2 kills for the first 8 rounds or something. That impact from the Raze, it wasn't felt until much later, and by then, it felt like it was far too late.
Yeah.
Whew, well, that's actually a good segue into our game. It's game time, guys. Rank up or rank down time. Hooray! And the question for today's Guess in Game, where the analyst test will either up rank or D-rank based on this question. This is from Map 2 Bind. Who will be the team with the highest ACS player?
So this is a little bit tricky
Yep.
because it's not necessarily the team that wins. As we just saw, Jit Boys actually had the highest ACS in the lobby despite the loss on Lotus. So we have to think about this a little bit more, because if Jit Boys is going to keep having impact like that, then, you know, this could end up being a talent vote for me, even though Bleed might just be able to take the series. So all this over.
I have a very similar thought process.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Me, I mean, I'm a simple man. I already picked Talon for my team win. I think they can reverse sweep this. I feel like they still have the chance to ACS, or get the highest ACS, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
I
I
already
saw how
showed
this
my
played
answer.
out yesterday. Do you want to show?
I already showed my answer to her.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that as well.
3, 2, 1.
I didn't think about it.
Ooh, last
Okay.
time we did this.
The thing is, I'm actually going with a similar narrative as you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, like, okay, this is gonna be similar to, like, a bit similar like Global versus Zeta, where they got rocked in the first map, but they were able to come back and win the second one.
Yeah.
But Bleed is still going to have a higher impact player, despite the fact that I think that they may lose Bind. I'm completely talking out of my rear right now.
That's okay. It's, you know what? I don't think this game is meant to, you know,
We take it
prime
too
us up
seriously.
for like winning. So, honestly, they both have such incredible players, and like you said in the last one, Jit Boys with his ACS way up there. I think this time, I'm pretty sure Bleed has warmed up a bit. I'm expecting like Scary or Ye to start revving it up. So
I mean, I'm gonna go the other direction. I feel like if we talk about Governor, I think this is gonna be his game. You know what? Hard copium right there.
Okay.
He's gonna have that. I think one of the fans was like 100, 0, and 100. So
Could be. I don't know. I think Talon comes out, they smash Bind. It's like a 13-2, but Scary has 7 multi-kills and then saves every other round, so only dies 3 times. And his ACS is through the roof. That's what I'm banking on to be able to get.
I just don't want to do rank.
feel
I
like
just
you
don't
should
want to do rank.
you should get extra credit, bonus points if your like predictions.
That's where I
on
get a
who
tier
and
skip,
how
and
much.
I jump immediately up to
Yeah.
Diamond.
Is production gonna allow us to do that? Like
Yeah.
if I predict that it's Governor that has the highest ACS, I get 2 rank ups.
Yeah.
Could maybe.
I don't know. I don't make the rules. I just
think-
have to host the game.
I think wildly we are a bit more in control of this than we may think of.
Yeah.
Because there's
Who's
nobody,
gonna stop
there's
us
nobody here
while
from
we're
production
alive?
that's going to stop me from moving my name up that rank list. So I think we can basically do just about whatever we wanted with that. But
Okay,
we'll have
if
to
you
see.
think it's gonna be, who did you think was gonna be the highest ACS?
I said Scary. for
Scary?
Bleed, but I think it's just going to be a Bleed player.
Okay, what agent do you think Scary will be playing on Bind? We're gonna go for extra credit points.
Assume Brimstone, unless they have something a little bit crazier
Okay,
cooked up. But I'm anticipating it's gonna be the Brim.
Okay.
So
And you think it's gonna be Governor
Yeah.
on?
Yeah.
it makes it easier for Scary
on
to
an
save
agent? Yeah.
when he's playing Brim, because he's going to be playing disconnected from this. He's going to be waiting for his Molly lineups anyway. So he'll already be away from the action. So he'll be getting set up to send out the Molotov, and then the rest of his team's going to die, and he's just like, well, I guess I just stay
Takes up
here.
the rest. Yeah.
I'll just chill outside of showers and TP and just tuck away and hold on to this Vandal.
That is very much his style. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's very much his style.
I'm just expecting Governor multi-kills, maybe on Arena. So yeah, because
Yeah.
Band's probably gonna play like a double duelist with the Jet. Just putting it out there.
Curious about that, but the other thing that I want to see is if both teams are going to be maybe even working the Gecko into the lineup. And if they decide to go for the Gecko, who is going to be playing that? I assume for Bleed, maybe that would... Oh, no. I actually don't know who it would be.
Maybe. Well,
Okay,
both
Zest.
2 Gecko, double Geckos, Zest.
Okay, I was thinking
Gecko.
Darion, but these are hard contrasting compositions between these teams at the moment. This is... I mean, pseudo double smokes, given that you have Viper and the Harbor for Talon Esports. Bleed, though, the Breach coming out on Bind.
So it means that they just want to stop the push here of Talon, because the thing is, it's going to be the double satchel for a Governor coming in, but everyone else has to walk into the site. A well-timed fault line is going to be able to punish that. So the Harbor pick right now for Talon is going to be super impactful in keeping them alive. The High Tide for blocking out that vision, and of course the Cove to keep them safe from the peppered shots here from Lead.
I mean, worth mentioning, this is Zest. I mean, this is another debut. He has never played Gecko. I believe DRX has yet to play Gecko, so he certainly didn't play it with them. This is the first time we get to see him on that pick.
All right, this is the first time we're going to see Bind from either one of these teams this year. Let's go over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Kilios, and Asterai. They're absolutely right. I mean, we've got these new looks on some of these teams, as well as, you know, old compositions, but just some new improvements. So how will they look, the new sort of Bleed 2.0 or Talent 2.0 on Bind?
Hold me. There's like so like
hold me.
There's so much going on here. I mean,
it really is.
Ye in his first game on Raze ever. Now he's playing his second game. Darion, his second game ever on Breach. First game for Zest on Gecko, I think. I mean, this is very, very intriguing. You could convince me of a lot of things. Now, Retla is a pretty experienced Cypher player, shifting between that and the Viper as his main agents. So he's probably going to be pretty comfortable, kind of setting up across the map. And Scary taking a chunk of damage. Able to just barely get out of there, but Governor gets traded.
Always going fast. He will be able to trade though. Zest just steps through the teleporter, although yeah, it doesn't really quite work out. I think he did throw out a bit of utility, but with the shots going through, Talon just easily dismisses him.
Yeah, it was a contest by both teams for showers, and Zest tried to, I think he threw the Dizzy through the teleporter, try to get ahead of it, but Bleed was, or excuse me, Talon was already falling back, so Retla's gonna have to go pretty huge with his classic.
Bertham, unfortunately, whiffs the first few shots. Cruz with the frenzy will be able to make quick work of him. Back onto Ye. Able to find the first one. Paint shells refreshed. Not quite in the prime spot to pull out utility though, so falls over to Jit Boys. Now down to the 1-on-2. Darian climbing up the hill off of Belong. Has to think about where they could be positioned. You always want to check these corners. They could be inside tube. Of course, anticipating hookah or elbow as well.
Such a nasty crossfire that Talon has set up. So difficult to deal with here.
And they're not going to show anything either.
Yep. They have to wait for the tap, right?
Goes in for the fault line just for a bit of security. Running out of time. Talon playing everything to their advantage. Good spray from Cruz at the end with the frenzy, and they will be able to pick up their first pistol today.
That's great stuff from Talon. Managing some kind of tricky situations that Bleed is throwing at them at showers, you know, trying to use the teleporters to get behind them, but everything's well accounted for. Ye in a tough spot there, not expecting someone to get up over tube that quickly. And then that brilliant post-plant defense they set up to really hold that down. Just making sure the aim is good here for Bleed. It's all classics for them. As it's a bunch of Bulldogs and a Ghost for Talon here in their anti-eco. Yeah, they're just playing up close. They're trying to hope that they come through this short A angle and that they can just launch their utility and get these classics, get these right clicks to pop. But right now, Talon is nervous, and rightly so after that first round. Pretty aggressive stuff we saw from Bleed, and so they're being very wise to make sure that there is not going to be anything like that again.
Not seeing too much though. All right, sir. Able to get the information. I think he spotted enough players for the call for Talon to head on over onto B. They have to be very careful about Redla inside of Hookah though, especially with the camera as well. So Sky will be sent out along with the guiding light. Doesn't quite catch all too much. Surf spots out the whole lot of them, able to take down the first hit. Easy trade for Ye. Now it's just a bit of that retake.
And all you give up there is the Ghost. So
exactly.
That's really not a big deal here for Talon at all.
It might just be like one of these rounds where we die to the spike. Talon rightfully pushing all the way down halls. You've got that high tide just to block off Hookah. Governor able to spot out so many of them. If he has to, he can always go to the teleporter. A little bit too greedy for my taste. Darren will be able to take him down. Bulldog afforded over onto Bleed. Ban will be able to cut them down at their torso. Retla. Yeah, why not? Let's just make use of the gun that they gave us.
I mean, you can consider.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but
yeah, just go down. Might as well go for the upgrade on the rifle anyway. But 3 Bulldogs carried over perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. 4 Talon, and yeah, well handled there. Just sort of saying, okay, well, Surf, we're gonna leave you on your own. You've got the weaker gun. The rest of us are gonna go explore B.
One enemy remaining.
Wide open.
Good job.
As of course, when
Let's go.
you're on all classics, you're kind of expecting your opponent to overstack one side over another. Now Ye gonna be going for the early operator. No armor though. He's gonna have to glass cannon it, but it is Ye, so you know, if anybody in the world you're gonna feel comfortable with this, it's certainly him.
it is Ye.
Trying to get him a little bit of help with that Cypher utility to set him up if there's any showers pushed. A hard hit through short A. It's gonna, Dizzy's gonna catch. Now Talon just gonna be able to brute force their way through, try to get the plant down. Cove up.
Wow.
Spike planted.
Tried to push right into it. Retla will be able to shut down the initial push. Spike has been planted, but Surf. How did, on the other side of the map, as they tried to rotate, the Lurk's actually working out great for him as a bit of a solo player. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad just watching the important parts of the site, able to block off lamps. Retla trying to do what he can with some of these rifles that he has. Yeah. What? I think he didn't pick it up.
Oh no.
So he's only got the classic now, and
oh no.
Had the idea for it, but unfortunately comes up empty-handed. It's gonna be Talon with the bonus win now. What a way to start out on your opponent's map pick.
That's brutal. Yeah, no, I mean, just doing what Bleed did to them on Lotus, you know, he's coming through and, oh, insane. He got that dink on that last bullet before he had to readjust for that second spray.
Bulldog, too.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I love it.
Fired up.
And the fact that you're not able to carry the op there is horrific for Bleed. Little mistakes like that tend to snowball because of the way the economy works, because of how expensive that operator is. Now it's just Sheriffs trying to see if they can get the job done.
Finished.
All right. Manny will start things off. Couple coming in. Scary with the trade. Now the rest of Talon, you know, they haven't spotted out too many players around Fountain, so it has to be an 8-hit. Retla is prepared. Governor with a bit of flight path over onto a cubby of boxes. Spike planted. Just playing it safe for now. I mean, I really kind of like Surf being on this sort of Viper Lurk stuff.
Yeah, he's doing great with it. I mean, Surf is a phenomenal player. No doubt in my mind that he's always been one of my favorites to watch from the APAC region back in the day. So exciting to see him on the stage. Retla trying to catch the jiggle out of the cove, not able to do so. Bleed was never able to pick up that Vandal on the other side of the map either, so they're just looking to probably die to the spike is what it looks like. I mean, this has been such a chess match here. Retla's got to be so careful. Oh, he gets Governor. He's dropping down.
All right. Still a good little pickup nonetheless. Goes towards his alt counter. The rest of them, though, will have to die to the spike. Talon now onward with the 4th. Let's see what Bleed has in store for us on the next. 1 point away from some of these ultimates for Ye and Retla.
Yeah, not enough money available for Ye to go for an operator, so gonna have to go into that Vandal full armor buy, and then one away from the showstopper for him. There is the Thrash available already for Cruz, one away from a Seekers for Ban, so a lot of ults coming into cycle for Talon pretty quickly. It's just can Bleed get a win here and make it less painful when that does occur. Cypher setup mostly going to be on to B, but a trip always placed at the front of A. They're going to use the Thrash, clear some space on the B, use that Cove, really cover it up, the Dog as well, to really make sure that front end of B is open.
All right, Governor. There is that alt or picked up, so Bleed definitely aware of this. You've got players kind of transitioning over, but take a look at what's happening on the other side of the map again. I talked about this. It's going to be Surf. If he can lurk, if he can catch at least one, that would be a huge thing for Talon. But wow, Scary takes off his head instead. Now Zest initiating a fight of his own. Darren here in to support. Wingman just to push them back as well. The spike carrier dropped and Talon has to step on the brakes. They've lost way too much in this little skirmish.
Yeah, nice hold there. Zest gets caught by the Dizzy and still able to find one and get out. That's impressive. That is no easy feat. And as Governor and Ban like to try to take as much away from Bleed as you can here. You don't want to give them that flawless because their economy very, very weak. So if you could do some extra damage, get those ult orbs online, even if you die, it's totally fine.
Yeah, keep that economy weak, keep that river dry. Make them go into the next round with Spectres, Bulldogs, or anything worse. Still, though, making a bit of noise running in. Darren's just completely prepared for it. Ye as well inside his showers. They've got the positions under lock and key. Bleed up on with the first.
What a nice round. What a much-needed round there for Bleed to get themselves back in this one. A flawless was just what the doctor ordered. They're able to keep all those guns, keep that economy safe. And, you know, as great as this start was for Talon this time around, you know, that early aggression that Talon showed with just their utility, just trying to fish out for a pick at the front of B, whether it be in the Octagon or in Hookah, doesn't come through. And Bleed just kind of sits back and lets all that utility be used, and then Talon's in a spot where they have to wait for some of those cooldowns to come back up, maybe get that high tide back going, and none of that's available in time before Zest decides to take matters into his own hands there at the front of B, and then kills all over the map. Scary able to outduel Surf. Finally, somebody's able to shut these lurks down. Ye is so deep. He's got a showstopper. He's crazy. Oh my God.
Heads up duel just snapped onto his hip perfectly. Showstopper for Governor. Might be able to deal with Ye for the time being, but Scary still available for the trade. Not to mention, Darian is here as well to receive. He's caught towards the front and the back, but he flips over at the right time. Ben able to take him down. We're back to a 2-on-2. Spike still down. The rest of the Bleed players in and available, but we've got some lineups coming in from Talon. I don't know how long that can hold things off for, though. Retla taps the spike. Mosh Pit has been sent over. Flushed out of position, but Retla still takes on the duel against Ban. Low HP, couldn't stay alive. Cruz has to go in for the fights now. Scary making use of the Sky Smoke to keep himself shrouded in mystery. And Retla just protects his teammate with his gun. It's gonna be Bleed back in 4-on-2.
That's an excellent round for Retla. And now it's every ult, literally every ult for Bleed, because Ye died with the showstopper. So I don't know how in the world Ye just flicks over to that angle like that. That's just years of playing Valorant. Great game sense coming through for Ye. But Retla, the way he handled that box was perfect. The way he jumped up, got the spot, jiggled that angle. The smoke was down for Scary to start the defuse, and then he's able to just kind of keep backing away, make it so that Cruz can't just spray the spike carrier down comfortably. Really nicely handled by him.
I love that you point out some of these micro movements. It really shows how Bleed, some of these players individually are able to create so much impact. Talon now with a quick and fast and furious hit onto the site, though. It's something that perhaps Scary was not able to expect, not able to anticipate. With the stinger of all things, they gunned down the first one. Now, along with the high tide, they've got a lot more cover. Spike trying to go down. Darren sends out the Rolling Thunder just to toss in a bit of a wrench to their plan. Still, the rest of them, though, able to turn around and protect all these angles. Talon players able to turn the site into a firing range.
That just felt like Bleed never could get their comms in a place where they could really use those ults the way they wanted. It was too fast for Scary to hold on his own. He did get the orbital strike off, but by that point he was dead right after it came out. So what does it matter? It didn't do anything really other than buy a few extra seconds. Ye's kind of stuck in the garden with an op and trying to do something. Never felt, again, comfortable enough. I thought when the Rolling Thunder come out, that might be the time for Ye to satchel and go for that showstopper. But instead, it was just nobody on Bleed really able to coordinate, really to play together. And Talon's able to isolate a lot of those fights really nicely.
Very well done. Similar plan on a different site this time around. It's going to be Governor with a judge, but guess what? It's a bit of a fake as well. The rest of the squad headed towards Hookah. Retla still onto the B site with his spy camera though, so he might be able to get a snuff of this. But with a Viper's Pit now, everything has just been bought over. The attention coming in from Surf. And then the teleport. It was all a ruse, Bleed. What you going to do now?
Talent's just working this map so nicely right now. Just selling that fake. And not much that Bleed can really do about this. I mean, it's going to take some just absolutely masterful play, but with the economy the way it is, it really should be a save that you're considering. I mean, okay, Retla gets one, he goes down. It's scary, starts to push.
Still doable. Timer working against them though, just for a little bit. But they're still trying to go in for that fight.
I don't know about this.
Corner, elbow, shoulder exposed. Easy shot for Governor. Scary down to 9 HP. That ult was wasted.
This, as much as we were crediting Bleed for their well thought out play on Lotus, their map pick a bind, it is looking like a different story. I think that should have been a save.
In my mind, that was like, you know, GTA when you die and wasted that sound play. But you're absolutely right, Paperton. I mean, it just reminds me of you know, what Jesco used to say back on the VCT desk when she was an analyst, talking about how if you are going to be a great team, you have to beat your opponents on their map picks. And that's exactly what Talon is doing right now. If they can keep this up, they will be able to push over into a third map, and they really could challenge Bleed.
Yeah. No, I no doubt about it. They're light years ahead of Bleed on this map so far. I mean, they're reading every move pretty much 100%. You know, yeah, Bleed had a couple good rounds, but other than that, you know, the synergy isn't there for Bleed like we saw on Lotus. The ult combos were, I think, actually, Ye did pull off the showstopper in that round when the Rolling Thunder came through. I just never saw it. It didn't hit anything. So, you know, again, their ability to sort of play off of each other, and Frost is really
interesting.
Yeah, really getting into it, making
really
sure
animated.
that, yeah, that's the way he is. That's the way he coaches, and you love to see it. He brings a breath of fresh air for sure. A very different attitude, mindset than a lot of other coaches. Very different personality that comes through for him as well. So, you know, Talon definitely reaping the rewards of that coaching style, of the Cruz IGLing as well. So far here on Bind, and no doubt about it, they have put themselves in a great position to take this map away from Bleed.
Trying to stay on top of things, I think, is really what it is. It was a Bleed timeout. They're just trying to get an idea of how Bleed might want to turn things around. Actually going in for a game plan of their own. You've got the High Tides, you've got the Trailblazer. They're creating a lot of space towards this B site. Surf once more on the lurk, and just making sure that he doesn't overstay his welcome all too much. Ye still kind of watching the angle, though.
And look how Retla repositioned his trapwire there. Interesting, but Jitboy's not going to be fooled by this push out. Retla jiggles it. Yeah.
Retla knows not to try too much. He might just lose his head. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad, I mean, look at how Talon are working the map, like you mentioned, Paper Thin. One pick, space gained, Governor having the teleporter available, Surf still in position, but working off of the toxic screen. Ye able to burst him down.
I suggest you move.
There goes the reckoning here.
Wow.
And a ban.
All right.
I mean, Retla only had a Sheriff, tough spot for him to be in. Scary, speaking of tough spots, and a very different one. Ye tries a TP, he's gonna win that.
Wow. Good shot from Ye.
Oh no.
Still though, site has been captured, and then the teleporter play coming in from Talon. Scary as well as Ye, they have to catch up to this, and they also have to try to work together on it. Ye doesn't have that much left. I mean, Scary could just try to use him as a bit of a human shield, a bit of a bait. But now that Spike's down, okay, actually just working off of positions instead. He catches Cruz off timing.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Unreal.
Reading them. He knew that there would be a bit of a lurk.
Yeah.
Ye knew that, you know, they were trying to take position around showers as well, and just out-timed the Talon players. Jitboys has his work cut out for him. Able to catch down Scary on the first, and still incredible. The highest ACS player from the previous map brings his performance over onto the next. Talon stays alive because of Jit Boys.
As good as that was, in a way, for Bleed, they were in a weaker economic situation for sure. The end here, Scary has to come full stomping, and that just allows Jit Boys to isolate these fights. He just waits. He hears those foot stomping up that ramp, can hold the angle, and that's not really the spot where you want to get caught as Scary, of course. I mean, you don't want to get caught anywhere, but in that position, that means that Ye can't get there in time to help back you up, to make it a trade potentially, and it gives time for Jit Boys to reset. So some of those little things make big differences. You can kind of already tell at the beginning when they weren't able to recover that op. Governor diving in with that showstopper, and yeah, wisely, Bleed is just out.
Timer running out on that fuse. It's okay. Maximum effect. Even spots out the initial tripwire from Retla as well, so that gave him his flight path. Bleed now in for the big retake. And we've got every position covered. High Tide blocks off Market. Got the positions being helped. Oh, spotted Governor through with High Tide. Zest takes him down. Now Darren pushing along with him. The shorty will not be able to connect. It's only a good bit of damage. Back to a 2-on-3 as they try to hold down Shower. Surf doing what he can. Cruz able to take down Zest, but then traded off by Darren again. It's going to be down to the Viper's Pit, and he tries to spray down Wingman, but that just opens his position up for Scary to knock him out.
Yeah.
Bleed in for a third win.
Thank God that was at half. They were able to get that there. Good trades all around. Everybody kind of doing some really smart stuff. Scary hits an absolutely nasty shot over that box. Zest, like you mentioned, just barely able to get
good job, guys.
Pixel out of place next to that Cascade. And that's probably the real kill that kind of broke things open for Bleed, that allowed them to start flooding onto that retake. Crisscross for the tripwires. Camera, everything at A for the Cypher this time around is they're going to 3-stack over towards B. Zest going to try to control this B long. This has been a kind of a point of contention, I think, for Bleed with this comp. With no Sky, it's a lot harder to deal with this long position. You don't have the Trailblazer, you don't have these deep flashes. Kind of have to rely on using some up close and personal utility to try to get advantages, and we've seen that with Zest, a little bit of success, but mostly it's been a very difficult position for them to control.
He's got the Gecko with the Dizzy though in place of the Sky, trying to make use of it. But at the very least, I mean, Talon just getting a lot of information off of it. Now Governor getting peeked out. He's gonna have to try to back off. The rest of the team knows that they are trying to push up towards A though. So Bleed gonna have to readjust to this. The High Tide comes out, and Talon's pretty much looking for the spike plant. Surf watching the back corners as well. Governor still up around Hookah, being a bit of a menace.
Spike planted.
Cruz able to gun down Ye. Oh, there's that lurk. Now, going to push up from the back. The rest of the Bleed squad gonna have to go up the front as quick as they can. They do have quite a bit of utility to get a bit more space. Zest still with a wingman available. As long as they can get a little bit more, there it is. Spike defuse should be underway. The rest of Talon gonna have to fight for this now. A big encounter. Cruz trying to stay on top of things, but Scary's just sticking it through. Halfway now. Viper's Pit, no, excuse me, Toxic Screen. It goes through, but unfortunately, not on time. Scary has stuck the defuse.
Last round before the switch.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe that they were able to stick that defuse. There was all kinds of mollies flying there. They're able to just barely find that timing. Love what Governor's doing in this round. Having a much better map so far, 11-7. And that neural theft is really nice. Look at that. He's just, Scary just knows. He just knows. He's got the mental. He's got that calculator in his head going, yeah, I can stick this defuse. I can eat through this molly.
Truly.
As long as no bullets hit me, it's fine.
I mean, he's managed to kind of stick it close to halfway, and someone already had Surf's attention. So, a little bit tougher. Talon, you know, although they still have the lead, Bleed can definitely come back from this. 4-7 right now, and it's a very tricky game to be in. Like we mentioned, I mean, the way the Talon are working the map has been working out really well so far, but Bleed are definitely starting to adjust. I mean, in these retakes games, starting to find their way across, especially with Zeth saving that Dizzy, making use of the mosh pit to get more space.
Yeah, they're starting to get their coordination there, and they're waiting for each other a bit more. The patience is a little bit better. Still, though, from the very outset, that rough start might have been too much for them to overcome. We'll see, but you have a lot of ults to play with, and certainly that's what Talon wanted to talk about. Probably how to see if they can find ways to make sure that they're not going to be putting themselves in bad spots with that orbital strike. You know, how are you going to use your wingman as Cruz to try to bait out potentially an orbital strike or something like that? How are you going to be just a little bit more patient? Darion just waiting. Try to set up a combo play with Zest. Trailblazer comes through. That's a pretty good indicator. There could be some contact on the way, but those smokes in, yay.
Wow.
I think he knows Surf is there. Yeah, something gave it away. We're not sure what. We didn't get to see it on screen, but
a bit of a starter step, perhaps.
Yep.
You did good.
Oh wow, that's that's all Bleed needs. A single peep. There's the pickup. Zest now able to support, goes in for the thrash, big connect. Darion takes down Ben. Cruz has to tuck tail and turn away. Oh, even with the smokes though, although Jitboys is able to sneak on the site, does he have the angles? Catches the first onto Darion.
Enemy remaining.
Guess what? Scary's right around the corner. Spots the heads. Quick work for Bleed as they bring us to a 5-7 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, didn't even have to use the orbital strike there either. It was just very well handled, particularly at that long B angle. So something we mentioned as a point of interest for Bleed on their defender side there was eventually kind of solved. They were able to find that good combo. Yeah, it took a while, but we got there.
I mean, that's the big thing about Bind. You always want to work around the teleporters, and it was clear towards the end that that's Talon's game plan. You know, with the high tide, the Trailblazer, Zest started to adjust to it, knowing to save his utility, use it for the right times, and even keep it for the refresh if he needs it for the retake. So very good job for Bleed. But as we head over onto the next round, how does this composition work for the attack? You've got Gecko, you've got Breach, Ray, Yay on the Rays.
Yeah, so-so. It needs a little work. That early op drop really hurt them. That really set them back a couple rounds. There were a lot of just, again, the little things can snowball out of control in Valorant. Your economy can go sideways real fast when things like that start to happen, and then kind of gets in your head a little bit, and you start making some little mistakes with your utility and things like that, and all of a sudden, you know, it's off the rails. And fortunately for Bleed, they're able to recover a little bit, but Talon's still a very, very good attacker side on Bind.
Not bad, yeah. I think the attention kind of shifts towards Ye for now, for me at least, on Bleed's side. If he's able to find some of these entries, because we've seen in the past that Bleed often goes in for these post-plant setups, scary with the lineups for sure. The main thing is they have to make their way onto site. So Ye has to be the one to do that, alongside the initiators, Darion and Zest. Talon, of course, looking to shut that down.
Yeah, this is where I think this comp should really shine. I think with the Breach and Gecko combo, this is where you're hoping to really bully some of these tight angle entries to sites, whether it be long B. Oh my God, Talon. Oh, and look at their aware.
Wow.
They're so aware.
That's what Bleed does. Hanging back, playing it safe.
Great nade.
Big impact. Ye down to 13 HP. Governor sustaining a bit of damage as well. But at least for now, just playing out that time and getting a feel for things. Again, this is what Bleed does. You've got that lurk on Rentla towards A.
Love the protocol from Governor there to respond to that fault line with his paint shells perfectly placed. Ye's gonna have to go crazy.
Does pick up the first hit. Tosses out the paint shells. Here's a player rushing forward. Sometimes Surf just runs into his opponent's crosshairs. But at the same time, you've got the trades coming through. Cruz coming in to support the team. Retla surviving. But nonetheless, Bleed has beaten out Talon in that encounter. They have numbers advantage. And now sticking the spike plant along with Wingman. Jitboy's not quite able to center his crosshair. It's all down to Cruz. And that starts off, mind you, because of Ye playing it safe and patient.
And Ye with 13 HP when he got those 2 kills. Absolutely ridiculous. Just the little things.
Oh, man. Okay, you've got the Wingman, Cruz.
My buddy's defusing.
He
Try.
he thinks that someone is inside a lamp, but they're not there
Shot
at
my
all.
wingman.
It's shot down now. He's running out of time. Has to go in, but pretty soon it's going to be a big old peek against him. Way too many players to deal with. And just like that, it's going to be Bleed picking up the pistol now. Talon so far today only able to pick up one pistol win.
Yeah, it's been very good on the pistols for Bleed. Definitely can swing the momentum, and that's a great shot. And Surf just not expecting him to be tucked into that corner still. There was some cover fire as well.
Nice. Let's go.
Coming from Fountain for Bleed, and yeah, that's what they needed. A little bit of smiles coming in, and see if they can do some more damage, or if the ecos, those classics, thinking about another teleport here. Yeah, they're just gonna bully you their way through. And they're watching it.
Was that a tag onto Scary?
Look at that toxic screen.
Interesting. Yeah, exactly. It's that we've seen this toxic screen before, but the way that they're using it to go through the teleport all the way across the map, back
so
onto.
Funny.
Wow. Around the world in what, 30 seconds?
Yeah, it's just great. I like what they try. I mean, this is the round where you can kind of mess around with some goofy ideas like that. You know, just see if it works. Who cares?
Scary's just like getting hit by a toothpick. It's like, what?
Yeah. who flung that at me?
Doesn't matter. Bleed goes in for the execute. Jit Boys, though, with a double classic. Not too bad. Good bit of damage against Bleed. Just a bit of an execute, a raw one. And although they did manage to get the spike down, it is still Talon Jit Boys and able to do a bit more damage. They've picked up the Bulldog now, down to low HP, but if they can rob some more of these weapons away, that would be not too bad of an exchange. Oh, they're making use of that bench, though.
Last player
Angle
standing.
favors Bleed for now. Jit Boy still able to snap onto Ye. Tries to go back in. He knows that they're stacked up on top of each other. Over to blind fire, so it's easy for Retla just to cut him down. Ties up the score for Bleed 7-7.
Yeah, not bad though, really, for Talon. The kind of kooky ideas, you know, sort of pay off. Not in the way you would expect. You know, you're hoping to maybe catch him coming out of that TP or catching them trying to go for the A site. And instead they're able to just kind of set themselves up into you all. Bleed, contest it, makes a go of it. Jit Boys found those two big classic kills. That's where most of the damage is done. Now Bleed, one Vandal, couple other guns, a real mixed bag in terms of the arsenal that Bleed is going to be wielding this round. Flash, gonna get some information, but you don't really know. Now with all that utility, you know there's at least three.
That's the go signal. Just getting a bit more information, dives in, picks up the Alt Orb. He's now one away from his showstopper. One kill, and that could be the round for Bleed. Even though it is a mixed bag. Talon, on the other hand, though, just trying to adjust around this. I'm a little bit curious about the off angle that Surf is playing. He does have support from his teammates. The angles are pretty good for now. One teleporter.
A bit risky from Darion. I think they're trying to sell a fake.
An attempt. Governor takes out the one player. Now they're going in for it along with the wingman. Surf still alive, but it's going to be Cruz who comes up huge with a quick double. Zest able to trade him out, picks up the rifle. Surf still undetected. Fires off a bit of a blind shot and then goes back into tap. Teammates coming out of hookah. They've got each other's back, and Zest caught unaware.
Yeah, so Talon wise to the teleporter plays. Not fooling them in the least. Darion trying to see if he could make some noise, try to draw some attention over to the other side of the map, I suspect, but with Governor just holding that angle at that toxic screen in that same spot where it was on the eco round. Sigh of relief for sure. That could have gotten a little more dicey than it did. Some good plays, especially by Cruz there. That double kill, huge.
Great anchor.
Yep.
Good protocols coming in for the retake as well, and especially Surf. I mean, still, that was a corner left unchecked.
Now you got both showstoppers. You got the Thrash for Zest, but you have the Reckoning as well for Jit Boys. So a lot of good retake options for Talon, a lot of good entry options for Bleed. So sort of a tic-tac-toe game here, it feels like, where, you know, who's going to be able to catch who. If Bleed can catch some of the Talon players with their execute potentially, they could really break this round open. Talon, if they're able to dodge it, they could play for a really nice setup on their retake. You know, use that Reckoning into the showstopper to get that info, get a good placement on it. Oh, here we go.
Wow, Governor's going in for it. That's the first piece, the first tick. And then Ye comes back in for the attack. Thrash being sent out to get a little bit more space. Governor very aware, but he spotted out Scary, able to swing out wide. Knocks out Scary's head with the left hook, and it's gonna be now Ye spotting him, while Governor has his option to route back towards A short. The rest of Bleed stuck inside of the lamps and just trying to hold off some of these angles. Wingman goes back into showers. Oh, but the timing on the peak. Ye still able to hold down his angle. Now back in to support the rest of the team. Talon has to push up together. Timing has to work out in tandem. Oh, it's gonna be the Harbor Cove, along with a bit of a dizzy toss from Cruz. Bit of a blind, and it helps out the rest of Talon as they pick up all these kills. Defuse now coming in. Talon with a 9-7.
I think Jit Boys was flashed up, and that Cove came down just in time. But the thing that changed the dynamic of this round was this crunch play with the showstopper from Ye. It's a great start for Governor. Yeah, you lose Retla, not the end of the world. But what hurts is that you've got this crunch play with the showstopper from Ye. You got Scary on the other side, outside of showers. It's Scary in a rare moment of whiffing.
Yeah.
You do not see that very often. That cost them that round.
Not when they know that Governor's on the other side too, especially, yeah. But, I mean, credit to Governor for the mechanics and pacing at which he makes these plays happen, especially on the defensive side. I think Bleed starting to anticipate some of these now. They're playing that slow game. Darian holds the angle, catches the first player. Jit Boys comes back in to do the same thing.
There we go. That's right Pacific Valorant right there. Getting aggressive and playing off angles where your opponents might not expect it.
My goodness.
So good.
If anyone's watching for the first time, that's what we do.
That's what we do here. We are, although I will say, Lotus looked a little more normal. No. A little.
Just a bit.
Mine's been a little bit wild.
It is a smaller map, so teams definitely wanting to get ahead of things. Ye making use of whatever he has to pick up the alt orb, just whatever little wins that we can pick up. Zest able to retrieve a weapon now.
And a Thrash to deal with potentially, even if you're able to get this plant down. Yeah, you do have an orbital strike.
Oh, I'm worried about time.
Yeah. I mean, I think I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that Mosh is in a good spot to stop it. So now you got to get a player there, get it down. Zest. Gonna be Johnny on the spot to make the go of it.
Yeah. You got Mosh, you got Orbital Strike, you got Incendiary, the Molly from Scary, and you know he has his lineups. So Talon wanting to get ahead of it, they're pushing up front. Surf with a heads-up duel, able to take down the first, on to the next. Zest with that rifle is gone now, and Jitboy sticks defuse, actually able to make it all the way. Scary wasn't in position to pull any of these off, and just wanting to save the utility for a further round. Retla goes further in just to rob some guns away even more, but regardless, a pickup for Talon.
Yeah, it's pretty easy when you've got good mosh pit placements to make sure that the plant isn't comfortable and that you're able to get ahead of what you're talking about. Those post-plant setups that likely Bleed is thinking about in that scenario. No real hope to even find a good opportunity for an orbital strike. You don't want to commit it if the round's already not in your favor in terms of numbers advantage. Definitely would prefer to save it. Operator for Governor, though.
That's right. Wow, peeking down B long. Does not want to give Bleed any legs in this race.
No, absolutely not. And now you've really got to suspect that they're going to be somewhere pretty quickly. They're going to figure it out. They're over on A. Well, Ban ate a lot of that flash, but it's okay. No one was there to punish it.
Yes,
so you know
we
what?
didn't see that.
Yeah, no harm, no foul.
None of us saw it.
Get it? Because it's a bird, a foul?
Oh, wow. Good job, favorite.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Dang.
And I can hear Achilleos groaning from the other.
All right. High Tide was sent out. Jit Boys, unfortunately, off timing. Retla finds the opening pick. Surf comes back in for a bit of trade. Oh, they're trying to run over. There was that flashlight coming out from Darien, but just a little bit off timing. Now Zest with a bit of positioning, able to catch down on Surf. Re-peeks and catches Cruz.
As a Thrash.
One-on-one. Governor only has an op. Oh no, turns away. There's the Thrash out now. Oh, but it leaves him open. Governor's going in for the knife. Oh, swaps over the shorty. Zest realizes it a little bit too late.
Like you could stop me.
And just punched and punctured through by the sawed-off shotgun. It's gonna be Talon now, 11-7, 1 point away from that point.
Yeah, that's, I think, the inexperience on this agent showing for Zest, where he thinks he has the time to get away with the Thrash, and he actually does not. if you're...
He left.
Yeah, he should. I mean, again, as soon as that Thrash came out, like, because my first thought was, he has the Thrash, but then he pushed the angle, and then he saw the player, and I'm like, now you can't Thrash.
Yeah.
Unless you go to short. Unless you go towards the teleporter or something where you give yourself the space to really do that. But in that corner, because it's so fast to rotate through U-Haul.
Just run out with the knife.
Yeah. No, I mean, Governor.
You can't cancel your Thrash mid-ender. You have to commit to it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why.
Well, and you got to do it from a safer spot. Like, and again, that's kind of the newness to that agent, I believe, that costs us there. Where he just doesn't really understand the timings.
Exactly.
You know, you don't have that internal clock quite built yet.
But otherwise, I mean, again, you know, I want to say it's just Talon also doing a really good job at making Bleed work for their spike plants. Every time that, you know, Bleed tries to go in to capture a bit more space, Talon has these positions, Talon has these utilities where they're able to take down at least one player in that process.
Yeah, they're able to disrupt the wingman, they're able to get a player. It's all of these protocols that they have built into place that are making it very difficult for Bleed. And that round, I thought Bleed had a really good opportunity because even though the Talon was so far pushed out of long B, they should have a ton of info. They should be able to realize that it's A. They gave up a lot of space. They gave up showers control. They gave up the crossfires. There were a couple early kills for Bleed. It looked like they might be able to get it done, but it's the post plants and the, like you're talking about, the disrupting of the plants that are costing Bleed dearly in this half.
That's right. So again, both sides, I mean, feeling a little bit more evenly matched despite this being Bleed's map pick. Talon able to show us what they've got. You know, whether it's the compositions or players being experienced or not on certain agents, there is a bit of an adjustment period to both sides, and Talon just doing a little bit better on this one. Surf now. Individual mechanics. Finds the first pick. Ye getting the entry off of Hookah. Cruz has been taken down, and that would be a big pickup for Bleed.
No punish on that TP from Retla. He was pushing towards U-Haul here.
Whoa. Sneaking out. Barrel spotted. Calls out for Jit Boys. However, Retla does find his own as well. So in for this, it's going to be a 3-on-3. They have to rotate over just quick. Still kind of considering if there might be a double back into A, so Governor stays tucked away. But here comes the hit. Good high tide, though. It blocks off so much. They try to peek together as a squad, but look at how Ben and Jit Boys just have the angles covered. Perfect off, perfect one up front, and they just nail him all down in the head.
You can see that there's a little bit of confusion. It's kind of a timing push through that high tide for Bleed. They're calling it down, 1, 2, 3, go. But it's just a little bit off kilter, and Ye also comes out a little bit late himself. Yeah. So they're not really able to kind of mentally realize that somebody had tucked themselves into that cubby either. And it's things like that that just Bleed doesn't seem to really have.
Coordination, yeah.
Yeah, coordination and also like kind of mental awareness. You know what I mean? Like, those are things that take time. And you can see this is still a little bit of a work in progress for Bleed.
So because it is map point, Bleed with a bit of a half buy, that mixed back, they're just going in for it. Trying to find what they can, but at the same time, I mean, you've got these ultimates on the side of Talon. Jit Boys has been doing such a good job at timing at some of these.
Scary, wake up.
Scary. I think he's heard it, but, you know, not quite in a prime position to peek out, so he wants his teammate to go in for it first. Unfortunately, that doesn't quite work out against Talon, who are doing such a darn good job right now. Rolling Thunder was committed, but to no effect. The rest of them assaulting all the way from the back of A short, as well as Heaven on A. They've captured Truck, they've captured Lamps. Bleed still stuck inside. Not quite able to get any spike plans, not quite able to fight back. Ye with nothing but a judge. Shot through, sniped down by Governor. Cruz with a simple shot to the head. And that's going to be Talon Esports soaring and sending us into a third map.
Yeah, looking phenomenal here. A nice bounce back. Both teams taking their map picks away from each other. And, I think I can see the ideas of what Bleed wants to do with this comp, with this setup, but the coordination just isn't there yet. And the breach, I'm not so sure about. I didn't see a ton of value out of it with Darion. Again, only a second time on it. You have a lot of new agents for these players, right?
Yeah.
Yay, second time ever on stage with Arrays. First time Gecko for Zest. Second time ever on Breach for Darion. So it did kind of feel like that this time. A little bit off.
Just a little bit, but nonetheless, such a great game for both sides. I think it's safe to say the Thai Valorant community is enjoying this one. How about you, Desk? Are you enjoying this game?
Oh, we are. I didn't want. This happened earlier. This happened earlier.
It's all good.
It's been exciting times. I'm just reeling a little bit because we have our guessing game thing reveal, and I'm a little upset that Achilles and I are deranking yet again. But on the flip side, Talon has been showing up. Both of these teams now are just taking the other team's map pick.
It's just another one of those days where teams can't win on their own map picks. They just end up losing as soon as they have that advantage. But I mean, this is a very good bounce back for the side of Talon. This is what we were kind of expecting to see from them, more so on Lotus. Governor, way more proactive, way more involved in these rounds, in this map comparatively. That's the kind of impact that you want to be seeing from him.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I feel like Cruz has also kind of stepped into this one because it feels like there's a lot more cohesion with the executes that they've been doing. You see Jit Boys has a lot more intent on that harbor wall stuff and then the follow-up is just much cleaner from what we saw on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things here lacking for Bleed clearly is the post plans. I mean, this is not a good look. Only 6 post plans that they get themselves into, but only 2 wins is fairly abysmal for the squad. So very rough tidings for them coming out here onto Bind, and kind of have to question some of the compositional decisions that they decided to go with here. Another thing, it looks like maybe Zest coming down and playing that Gecko for the very first time. It feels a bit similar to Hiroron yesterday on the KO. It's going to be something that needs a lot more reps, I feel, to really get comfortable with on stage.
Yeah, there was that timing, that one play where he threw out the thrash and then Governor just went around him.
Yeah, just ring around the rose. I mean, that was cue the circus music and all, like some pretty wild scenes out there, but a huge play from Governor to really just be able to shut it down. But I mean, across the board, this was just big performances from everybody. Everybody's stepping up here for the side of Talon. The Jit Boys continues to be out in front.
Yeah, Jit Boys is definitely out in front with the highest ACS.
Okay, so I made a mistake there. I thought it was Governor.
We thought it was going to be Governor. He is definitely on track towards that.
We thought it was going to be Bleed.
Yeah, some of us thought it was going to be Bleed, which I guess we'll talk about shortly. Now, with these kind of results, we do have one more map, Icebox. And at this point, I still don't know whose game it's going to be. Are you still at a 20-80% towards Bleed?
It's swinging back around about 50-50, I think, between the two teams. The big thing that I have is, what are Talon going to be bringing to the table? We have been seeing a lot more experimentation. We've been seeing that the importance of the Gecko on Icebox as of late. Right now, Cruz looking like he's way more comfortable playing that agent compared to Zest. So if it is going to come down to both squads running Gecko, I think just straight up in that matchup alone between those two players, I would have to give it to Cruz and give the edge over to Talon. But we haven't seen Talon play Icebox in a damn long while. Not since like week 4 of last year specific, because then Icebox was taken out of the rotation, recently got added back in. They haven't played it since then. So that's when we had Sushi Boys on the team and everything. So that was the old iteration. That was Patty Pan playing every single agent under the sun. So I have no idea what Talon have been workshopping coming into that, but clearly they're willing to play around with some different compositions. I'm curious if they're going to have their own unique flavor for Icebox compared to the other teams here in Pacific.
Yeah, I'm just happy that you're also showing how versatile they are with the agent selection. So we might be able to see that Gecko also probably the Harbor from Jit Boys. He's been so good in this bind map. So that conversion on to Icebox, very much a possibility.
I do like Talon's choice of using Sky as that second initiator instead of a Breach, especially at the pace that they were going at. And Bind here, it's a lot more mobile. It just works a lot better on the rotation. Breach, I feel like you're kind of limited sometimes in these situations.
Yeah, I feel like you certainly are. I think that the Sky lends itself to Bind in particular a lot more. I mean, especially compared to Breach, but just generally, I think that this is kind of one of the key maps where Sky really is still strong and I think really should be run. Just getting the information alone already adds so much value to the Sky compared to the Breach. You could still set up decent trap plays similar to Sky with Breach, but you don't necessarily know if you're going to be rewarded for them because you're just sending a fault line, you're sending in, these aftershocks, these flashes that don't regenerate or anything like that. In the attempt, there's the great wraparound. In the attempt to get a catch on somebody, whereas with Sky, I think you have a little bit more flexibility and you don't get as hard punished if you slightly misread when you're trying to go for, a trap setup.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the Animal Kingdom comp. You throw out both the...
Zoo-comp, as Ben Kai called it.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Zoo-comp. There you go. I completely
I like
forgot that
Animal
part.
Kingdom, though.
Okay,
It's
thank
nice.
you. But yeah, as long as you are able to throw out those two particular abilities, you clear out more of the angles, keeping it easier for Governor to, do his own thing. So it really works out in favor here for Talon.
Yeah, both of these teams look quite evenly matched at this point. And honestly, that says a lot for Bleed. So while individually they do, historically, each of their players, a lot of star power there, but they did only put this roster together fairly recently with the two new guys on the team. And I know we have some watch parties going on, so shout out Sliggy and also Maggie Karp, who is definitely close to both of these teams, Talon and Bleed. So keep watching. I'm sure a lot of you guys are also really curious who's going to win this one out, because I have no idea at this point. I don't think any of us do. Now, we did have a game earlier, the Guess and Gain game, and we kind of knew at the moment we pulled out, if Asterai has his own vote, we were probably not going to win. Team with the highest ACS player on the map was not from the side of Bleed. It was from Talon.
I got half of my prediction correct, which was that Talon were going to smash this map. But unfortunately, nobody from Bleed was having the heavy impact that I was looking for. He was putting up a solid performance, but especially a couple of those rounds where he's going for he started off with the glass cannon operator, ends up losing that. Then I wasn't really finding that much value with that op in his hands. So I mean, it was otherwise a decent effort, but yeah, just demote us. Screw it.
Any remarks, gloating remarks, Asterai?
No, I actually thought that it was going to be Governor, but I was sorely mistaken there because he was just dying a lot more than I was kind of expecting. I thought it was going to be a lot more dominant, but it was Jit Boys that got the highest ACS.
That's right. All right, so back to silver for the two of us.
Yeah.
This is like
I
how my rank feels all the time. It's just never going the way I want it to go.
I don't.
Well, you're ascended now.
This is
hey,
fine.
it's just my own rank.
You could be Radiant. Like, this is
Two
your
more.
Radiant rank. So, yeah, congratulations. I hate this game. I hate this game. I have, like, so little control over this game.
Can I vote still if I'm not on the panel? Because this is like...
Or to try to get ranked up on other days. You mean like when you're not on the analyst desk? I think you have to be physically on the analyst desk in order to do this.
All right.
Otherwise,
So I'll be
we would
stuck
have-
in Ascendant
Otherwise,
for a
we'd
while.
have William and Paper Thin and Quack involved in this. Valdez.
Okay.
Like, we would have all of those guys on this board right now. So I think it's just when you're on the desk.
Okay.
But it's fine. As long as I get my prediction correct, if Talon closes out, then that'll make me satisfied.
Yeah.
I guess at this point my prediction rate is also terrible, so I don't know. Uninstall equivalent. Sorry, I'm sorry.
You can bounce back from this.
That's true. That's true. It's only been one day, and today we still don't know who's going to win. We are going to Icebox next, and I am curious. I know we're not going to see Chamber. I think Legia did reveal that much that we wouldn't be seeing Chamber. So
Icebox would be a fringe case for the Chamber. I could see some teams potentially getting away with it, but I think right now, given performance that we've seen across kickoff at these first 2 days, I think the only player that I'd realistically really trust to be able to pull it off well would maybe be Xcurate. Or Laz, sorry. Xcurate and Laz. Those are the two. But I mean, taking a look here, I mean, it was Jit Boys and Scary that we were talking about coming out of Lotus. We're going to continue talking about it, but this time, I mean, Jit Boys was just so far and away the leader here of the lobby. It was incredible performance from him.
Yeah, I'm just, again, just surprised how much impact he's able to do by, it feels like he's always just maneuvering the flow of where Bleed is going to come out, and he's just always prepared into countering that swing. It's just so good to see how responsive his ability in that regard is.
Absolutely. I thought I would have my eyes on the duelist, but at this rate, I think Jitboys and Scary definitely have our full attention.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably going to be either of these players at the end of it all getting MVP, depending on which team wins, because their impact on that first map was incredible. But Jitboys now having 2 excellent maps, even with one of them being a loss, I think that he is by far and away the front runner at the moment for getting that MVP. So just needs some talent to be able to, clinch the win here. But again, I'm curious to see what he's going to be piloting going over into Icebox, because he could just keep playing this Harbor. We've seen plenty of teams, execute with Harbor in the past. He could also change it up and go to something different. But I am loving Jitboys continuing to be in the spotlight here for Talon, because I mean the start to his kind of his career in Tier 1 was absolutely excellent, but it looks like okay, he's gonna move over to the Viper as they're going for just that solo controller Viper here for Icebox. And solo Harbor for Bleed as well.
KOs and Gecko on both sides. Got Killjoys on both sides. Yeah, I mean, even with these team comps, it's still hard to determine where this is gonna go. So I'm just gonna leave it in the caster's hands. Paper Thin and Quack, take it away.
Wow, gee. Thanks, Chubby Ninja, just giving it all to us like that. But in all seriousness, I mean, this is, okay, it's kind of interesting. We do have a pretty similar composition. You've got the Initiators, Zest still on the Gecko, but the solo Harbor, I mean, this is something that Talon did last year a little bit when Patty Pan was playing that agent. I'm not sure how well it worked out, though.
Well, I mean, Patty Pan is... It's hard to say because of the way he plays individually, how much the agent, in fact, is actually going to be.
Different player.
He's not your typical Harbor player by any stretch. So certainly Scary, more of a somewhat traditional controller type. But it is going to be, I think, pretty difficult. Typically the Viper, with those toxic screens, with those poison clouds, able to control space, I think a little bit more effectively because of the decay and things like that. But Talon's just going to walk about. Darion's got the high angle, but he's been spotted out. He has to get out of there. He on his own.
Under a lot of pressure. Can't dash away, but still able to cut them down at their feet with that Sheriff. Good punish over by Jitboys and Cruz, though, along with Frenzy. Darion down to 12 HP. Has to try and play it safe. Cruz still being a bit of a menace with that Frenzy. Hopping all over the place. Spike taken away. And now the core remaining Bleed players. Bleed players fold. Not quite able to do all too much. A quick round, a quick hit coming out from Talon.
Yep, and it catches Bleed very off guard. Darion, just too many players to really look at from that angle in that situation. Talon kind of has, with this push, so many angles covered. Like, everybody's looking where they need to be. Some people are looking high, some people are looking low. Yeah, Ye gets one, but there's no real ability to bail him out in that spot. So now Talon, after a rough start on Lotus, seems to really have found some fire. All classics again for Bleed. Gonna 4-stack A and leave Retla on his own over in Kitchen.
Surf with just a ghost, all right. Stack up on A was the right call for Bleed this time. But,
too much contact here for Talon's liking. You certainly don't want to run into this 4-stack with them prepared. You might be able to, you could, in theory, maybe wait it out or do a double pump, but this is certainly the move that most teams are going to want to make in this situation, is to say, okay, well, that felt a little bit like it was going to be more guns there than we'd like to deal with against an eco.
And a good call to leave Surf here, because he's got nothing but a ghost. It's the same thing that we saw in Bind. So similar ideas being explored, and he actually is going to, going for a bit of an adventure. Spots out Ye. I don't know if Ye saw him. I might have, yeah. And that is the call for Bleed to rotate over. They know one player here means, the rest of the team probably ain't around. Wingman goes in for the spike plant, and Bleed, Trying to look for some positioning. Talon has the firepower in this scenario.
Yeah, placed on the corner. He's going to be able to be covered from yellow. Governor gonna use the updraft to get up on top. See if he can do any more damage from there.
Angle. Tosses, dodges the flash. Manages to get out of dodge with a tailwind. It's not impossible for Bleed to win this round off of utility. They've got the Cove, they've got the Wingman. Well, not anymore now that Zest is dead. But Scary just picks up a quick double with the Ghost. They continue to push up front. Ye holding the angle. Scary continuing to land some nasty shots. And Jit Boy's down to half HP, not quite able to take down the Spike Diffuser. And with teamwork, with the squad pushing up together, Scary with some sharp shooting, Bleed actually turns this around on its head.
It's crazy stuff there. That Ghost that we mentioned was picked up on Bind didn't really amount to a ton previously on the other map, but here, Scary, whoa, my goodness. Absolutely nasty. And this Cove, really interesting here, as that's the only sort of blocking ability, right, that's out there on the map. So there's no Sage Wall or anything like that. It's just going to be that Cove to block bullets, and if you can kind of find the right timing for it on these retakes, you're going to give yourself much safer defuse, and they're able to make good use of it. Now, Ye, that Outlaw. Ooh, missed the first, finds the second.
Darren here to back him up as well. Talon knows that they can't quite challenge this. Have to back down, but look at the angles that the Bleed players are holding. I mean, what are you gonna do? Pistols.
Here.
Serve does have a Guardian.
Well, now you're really afraid because there was that kill through mid from Zest, and you got to be cognizant. You can either looking in this direction because they're really afraid that somebody's going to keep pushing this angle, trying to see if they can find a punish onto that, but there will be no such push just yet. Now finally Zest making his way over. I think he saw him. Yep.
Yeah. Dizzy out. Retla can peek off of it as well. Governor able to shoot down the Dizzy in time, but all right, we're just gonna set up camp. Look at this. Look at this. The skin.
I love this. Showing off the Talon skin. But you got the opportunity. He knows the observers. Oh, that was nasty.
That
Good
was
flick.
Woo. He's very talented player.
I love it. He just keeps showing the skin.
Do it again. Do it again.
He knows the observers are watching him.
You guys want to buy some skins?
That's so great.
That's it. Still,
look, that just won me over. That just won my heart over right there.
You're gonna buy a bundle now?
I might have to buy the Talon capsule now. That Governor just made me a big time fan.
Do it more. Do it more. I mean, why not, right? It's just you're down the last player. Yeah. But the fact that he managed to get that flick was still pretty darn impressive.
Yeah.
I'm not blind.
Poor Zest. A couple great kills in that round for Zest, but he loses to that classic, and at least he's got a good attitude about it. I mean, yeah, look, you're stuck in spawn. You know you're like 99% dead.
Ooh. Just do what you can mechanically. Back to it. Just tiny little exchanges. Trying to take space up over by green, but unfortunately feels that it's a little bit too hot for their liking.
Yeah,
if
you get close enough there, you might be able to get a thrash around the corner or something, but not quite able to find it. For Talon, Chipboy is able to take Ye down under the tube. Catching Ye, trying to cut him off, but Retla just has to get out. There's no hope for him.
Still has his utility around the site though, so now finally lets them go. Unfortunately, the spike goes down first. So it's going to be that retakes game. I mean, it's really cool that Talon has the option to leave either Jit Boys or Surf on that lurk. And they're able to provide so much value because of it. I mean, taking down Ye in that fashion. Now the rest of them just holding from these linear angles. The spike is planted out in the open for them. Darian, though, trying to spray what he can. Able to trade out against Ben. Surf now up in an elevated position up on pipes. Comes back in. Jit Boys with that lurk finally showing its effect. Just Talon again, once more, like we saw in Bind, working the map.
Yeah, really nicely done. And good post-plant protocols here. The Mosh is going to be used to make sure that the Wingman can't get the defuse. So even if the Cove was available, it really wouldn't matter. And there was also the Thrash that Cruz never had to invest, so he's going to be able to hang on to that. Zest is going to have his online as well. Scary has the Reckoning. So some big tools. Yay with the op. That's kind of something you always got to be thinking about. No doubt that is a very, very dangerous weapon in his hands historically. Since he's come over to Pacific, it hasn't been as kind of destructive as you would think. But he's gotten a lot of information here. I think he's got to worry about as a player coming from Belt because Darion just left. They're expecting this B hit, and it looks like Bleed has read this quite well.
Yeah, off of the timings, not seeing too much around A. Ye is still just able to post up. The rest of the team trying to find and extend their control of the map towards this B site, but Bleed are pretty much in position. I mean, it's good anticipation coming out from this team. High Tide at the right time as well. There's a bit of a flash, but Talon are at the ready. I mean, Thrash getting connected as well. Scary has to do it all on his own. He wants to do it all on his own. Able to push up front now, still has to go, but not quite able to take that duel up against Ben. It's gonna be Ye with the operator left. Might not be aware that Surf is right around the corner.
He has no idea. He has zero idea.
Oh, but they've kind of wrapped around each other.
That's, yeah, Ye getting a little bit lucky that there was kind of a misguess by Surf as to where he had gone. They were kind of expecting him to head towards Snowman, but instead it's actually just a full-on hold back towards the A site. But what a setup here from Ban. That flash for Governor was absolutely brilliant. Caught 2 players with it, got 2 assists, and then got another kill as well from Yellow. That is a phenomenal round here from Ban. Like, really, really, really made this round go. That kill right there on the Scary to secure it. Fantastic work from him.
I mean, it really shows, like, both teams, you know, with these new rosters, just trying to adjust things, they've managed to, you know, right a lot of wrongs. And coming into this series, this matchup, Talon has shown that they can always adjust and adapt, even when they are working against, you know, tougher rounds. Although they did lose Lotus, they managed to come back towards it a little bit at the end. And now on towards Icebox, not backing down from a fight. They're in for this.
Yeah, and look at this. Governor has an op with the Blade Storms in the back pocket. You got KO ult for Darion. Chip Boys with a Viper's Pit. Zest never able to use that Thrash in the previous round, so still could be quite a back and forth with some of these ultimates. Flash to get some players off an angle, give themselves a little bit potentially more information there. As they heard some of those footsteps, they were pinging out Darion's position there. They're going to readjust. Didn't like what they saw onto A, and they're going to be walking in to Ye's op. Let's see how they handle it.
Oh, Ye's backed off.
He's expecting that Dizzy. He knows he doesn't have much help.
Heard it, all right. Anticipating someone perhaps coming out on top.
This has to be a one and done. He's got no help.
No,
I mean, it is Ye, but
either. His angle's a little bit too open for my liking.
Boy.
Oh, flicks over. He just scoped out at the wrong time. A little bit unfortunate. But very lucky for Talon as they push out. Viper's Pit deployed.
I got the spike.
And domain expanded. I don't know how Bleed is going to try to retake this. Just some blind sprays, but look at how Talon are evading every single one of these bullets. You got the Thrash to try to push through and just capture a little bit more space on it. But Talon are very aware of this, and look at how Jip Boys just instantly peeks off at the off angle to cover his teammate. Bit of an off shot, but nothing all too much apart from that. Bleed has to, yes, exactly.
I'm a bit concerned now for Bleed because that Dizzy should have at least caught the attention of one more player from Bleed to slide over to try to help Ye. And then Ye gets caught by the 0 point, and he's in a world of trouble even if he had the dash. Just a really difficult position for Ye to be in on his own. And the flood take for Talon, you know, able to punish that situation. So I think if I'm Bleed, if I'm Scary, you know, you got to be a little bit more on the ball. The comms have got to be a little bit better. If you see that Gecko utility, that should be one of those key indicators that there's a good chance that there's an execute coming. That Gecko utility is often just like Sky, going to be kind of that leading utility that you have to be aware of to make your rotations off of.
It's a little bit odd sometimes. And just to recall, I mean, really quickly, Icebox was also one of the maps that Bleed played towards kickoffs. They had some good performances on it, but it was also on this map that they kind of dropped to global esports. So some questions in my mind right now. They were the ones that left this map open, though. Talon picked the attack. So it's up to Bleed to really adjust around this. They have to show us that they have a strong enough defense. Yay, back on the operator. But look at how Talon just surprises and bursts through. Governor with the blades now at the ready, hops on over through the cascade, punished by Scary. Good job as Scary tries to backpedal, but unfortunately kiting will not work out today. Surf able to pepper him down. The rest of the squad now trying to come back in, but working against the numbers, perhaps just looking for some exit frags, unless they can find an opener.
It's gonna have to be a really quick couple kills if Bleed is gonna be able to press this.
Good positions. Oh, look at Cruz.
There's nothing you can really do here as Bleed. You can already see Ye is basically in an angle where he's gonna be saving, so.
Gonna wanna back out.
These pushes are not being accounted for by Bleed. You know, there was an early 0 point to check at the tube angle, right as Retlo was placing his alarm bot. And then they're able to kind of push through there, get some big picks, and open up some space. And again, Bleed just isn't able to react in time. So I would like to see a timeout right now from Bleed. You need to start getting this team on the same page in terms of where they're going to be shifting their weight on the map, how they're going to be controlling some of this space. The fact that round timer is not ticking down leads me to believe Governor, a great opener.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Governor, still very impressive stuff. You're absolutely right, Paper Thin, timeout being called. Lost 3 rounds in a row, now trying to find that lead right back in their hands. Frost still as animated as ever. I do wonder what the mood is like on the Bleed comms right now, because at times it's the way that this team operates, everyone has their role, and you expect them to kind of deliver and perform. If someone's not able to, how do the rest of them feel? How do the rest of them kind of work their way around that? I mean, you cannot let your mentality just, you know, fall apart and crumble, especially when it's the third map.
Right. And I mean, some of those things that were going well for you on Lotus, look at Lagia, he is in pain. It's
what's going on?
It's falling apart pretty quickly. You can see the pain on his face. Probably isn't real thrilled with what's going on in the comms or in anything. You know, Ye still with that operator, still able to carry it over, but you got one Vandal otherwise on Zest still, and then it's a Guardian, a Bulldog, and a Stinger for Darion. But I want to give Ban a ton of credit. I think he's doing a great job on this KO so far, setting up some of these plays for Governor. So some good synergy with your KO and your Jet, something you really like to see. You're gonna, on the other end of a lead, is also attempting to create a little bit of KO Jet synergy of their own, potentially. But again, Ye gets pushed up here so far, so this belt control has to work out. Darion with only a Stinger. So dangerous, these positions that Ye wants to opt from.
Yeah, the range for the Stinger, not exactly the best thing. At the very least, Talon aren't exactly around A just yet.
Now the alarm bot's been placed quite a bit further forward for Bleed on B, so I think trying to give themselves opportunities to make those rotations a little bit quicker, but Talon's been pretty good about when they want to pull the trigger, there's not much hesitation.
Very interesting.
That's a voice line cover.
There it is. Good call on the null command as well, so teammates can pick him up. And there is that go signal. You've got the double lurks in the form of Chip Boys as well as Surf, and they're kind of watching each other's backs. This B squad, Team Bravo, doing what they need to do and shutting down some of these rotations. Ye's operator has been taken off of his hands. This was from Bleed's timeout, but Talon picked up the win.
No charges left.
Talon is just so on the ball in so many different ways. That combo there with the utility from Ban to really create the space that they need to get that execute going. Scary, I don't know, man. That's not scary, excuse me, Surf. Yeah, just an insane win by 2 here.
It's very impressive when he's like lurking like that. Yeah, and Chip Boys too.
Surf wins against Yay, that's the one I'm thinking of as well. It's just everywhere. They're winning these battles. I mean, they are completely fired up. They're completely on point.
Okay,
And
same
this is
plan.
Same plan.
Same setup. Scary still holding on to the Reckoning. What are we gonna do? Talon, on the other hand, is still pumping on these brakes, holding a bit of defaults, at least for the first 10 or so seconds. Bleed not making a move, and pretty soon, once more, it's that Alpha and Bravo squad. You got Serve holding onto the spike this time, though. Wonder what crews Ban and Governor are trying to pull off. Trying to sell a bit of fake, perhaps? Picked up the Alt Orb?
If they can get around Yay. But the funny thing is somehow this has never been revealed that he's been doing this, this aggressive position onto A. Chip Boy's just very cautious.
Might be his time to shine. Gets up the first one, reloads, pulls out, spots Surf out up by the top of belt. Now Governor creating a little bit of presence up around the B site. Reckoning has been sent
30
and spent.
seconds left.
The rest of them now going in for that quick mid to B, but the angle's being held by Bleed. Ooh, good little flash. Oh, wow.
Brilliant.
Not spotted at all, actually, just taking down Retla really quickly. Very safe.
Yeah, okay, well, Zest is going to catch him.
Good hold.
10 seconds left.
We're just now going to have to buy time for the rest of the team to rotate over. Meanwhile, Talon are in prime position to actually hold some of these spots. Look at Ban up by Kitchen. As soon as he spots the barrel, Ye tries to peek out, but unfortunately nothing doing. Ban with the double kill to put Talon on top of the board.
Ban is playing so well right now. I love what we're seeing. That flash, perfect on top of Retla. Tried to turn it, couldn't. Get a free kill onto him. Then he's able to hold that Kitchen angle. Governor been playing great. Seems much more comfortable on that jet. Awesome. And he's so ready. He's so ready for it. And yet, Bleed just, after that timeout, still not able to find anything. You know, Scary there panicking with that Reckoning, expecting some of these fast hits, but Talon's doing a great job baiting out these ultimates, baiting out this utility. Ye does have the Blade Storm. It is shocking after how good that Lotus was for Bleed to see them just kind of collapse this much.
I'm really wondering what do the comms sound like for Bleed right now. Talon, on the other hand, I mean, you're absolutely right. Dictating the pace with all of these little movements, little plays, tricking Bleed into biting the bait. So there has to be some adjustment now, because after this, you're starting to wonder, are they going to go into B again? I mean, that's what we've seen for the past 2 rounds. Scary goes into investigate with the Cascade. Ye with the blades up onto the A site. Able to take down his counterpart. They know the hit is coming towards the spot right now, but they don't quite have the firepower. Jit Boys very sharp with it. Darren coming in for a bit of trade. The Thrash able to connect and land as well. No mercy against Bleed.
You love it. I mean, you absolutely love to see it. Talon is a runaway freight train. 7 rounds in a row that they've strung together. All lockdown as well to play with. One away from a couple also their own as Bleed.
Oh boy.
But man, oh man, there is just no stopping them. Yeah, Blade got, Ye got one with the blades. That was it. We just haven't seen that same level of explosiveness.
Yeah, the reads for Bleed. Although we have some kills, no explosiveness, no adjustments. The reads against whatever Talon's trying to pull off, not quite there, Paper Tip.
I agree. And you're not seeing those incredible multi-kills, that display of technical prowess that you're used to with these Bleed players. It is really disjointed, and it's still sensing some uncomfortableness out of players like Zest on this Gecko. Although, okay, there you go.
You should run.
Now going in with the 8 defaults. Got the Tailwind and updraft up onto the top of Generator. Spike planted. High Tide blocking everything off.
Oh, look at Governor.
Lockdown just blocking it.
Are they going to expect this?
Surely they have to, but if not, at least a couple of players going down. Oh, there it is! Such a big burst. Two players just eating it. Now Ban chiming in as well. Talon. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown, but Cruz with the calling, reading and playing the map. The rest of his team executing his plans to perfection.
It's just wonderful what they're doing. I am so impressed with the way that they're using the map to their advantage, constantly taking different positions, constantly showing different looks on the attempted retake. And there was some awareness of Bleed that position could be where Governor was, but he's just better. He's just better right now. And now you're going to double op.
Shot, yeah.
You're going to double op as Talon. Why not?
Last round of first half, let's go.
Ban one away from another null command. So he just gets that one pick, and then you can potentially shut down any of those big ults that are sitting in Bleed's hands, because they've got 3.
The mental damage. He wants to pick it, but unfortunately he's the one who's getting picked instead. Governor gets the Blade Storm off of that. They have the option to swap back to the rifles. And Talon just absolutely read and anticipated that.
Perfect. Every time, every step since Lotus has been Talon ahead. They've been 2 steps forward after going 1 step back. Zest, you insane person. Oh my god.
Just an absolute mad lad. Walks forward by himself, finds a couple, evens out the numbers a little bit. That's not too bad for Bleed right now, if Scary can pull out the clutch. Talon feels the pressure, they feel the heat, so back on towards A. Surf has called it clear. I'm pretty sure that Scary is right around the corner, might have heard a little something, so coming back in to investigate with that Guardian, but playing it safe enough to rendezvous with Darian before he goes in for the hit.
These lurks pay off so well for Talon. In terms of information on the map, great Dizzy there.
Right.
Lets them know they need to give up a little bit more space, try to make this retake a little bit easier.
A little KO, pushes to clear the high tide.
Absolute.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Genius.
But here we go. Fragment and Bleed are trying to do what they can, able to deal with the front side. Now watching over onto the next. Scary sticks the defuse all the way, almost through, but Ben just gunning things down at the right time, cracking the shields, making him go prone, and that's gonna be just the end of the first half. Talon, very dominant start.
Felt like the end of the map. I mean, it's 10-2, a must-win pistol coming up, and the only rounds that Bleed is able to win in that first half were an eco and the follow-up after that. It's just, it's incredible. And the one thing that really impressed me these last couple maps is the way that Talon is able to use the information. The comms are good, right? Like, Surf is all over the place. He's going around the world, and he's still got the connection with Cruz. He's still got that signal.
And he's got help from like Jip Boys as well.
Yeah, exactly. They've got multiple players who are really, really able. Cruz himself from time to time will go on lurks. So
very versatile.
There's so much that's going on in their heads, and they're able to keep track of so much. They're able to make these rotations back away from B after Zets gets that double. You know, they explore it a little bit, and then Surf's like, nah, I'm already on A nest. Like, come on over. Site's clear. Water's fine. Even though it's icebox, it's not frozen over yet. So come on over, man. Brilliant stuff we're seeing from them. It's like as this match has gone on, Talon has gotten better and better and better.
That's right. Coordination, cohesion, it's all working out for them. The protocols are pristine. Even in that previous round, you saw Governor up on top of screens. Even if he does take a bit of contact, Cruz was right underneath him to support with that off angle.
Yeah.
There's so much going right for Talon right now that unless Bleed are able to pick up this pistol right now, it might just be game over.
Yeah, I agree. Has to be. And you can see that even investing in 2 Sheriffs and 3 Ghosts to try to get this done for Bleed. I mean, they're going big or going home, and you have to. Absolutely the right play, I think. Already across over to the pipes, but it's going to be backed off by the utility. 0 point going to connect. Jip Boys not going to feel comfortable. And a maneuver away for now for Talon, but look how much space they have on B. Look how much information they have.
They know. Scary is watching the back though, so don't want to overextend all too much. taking the bigger, wider angles. Oh, but just sniped down with the Sheriff from Governor. There's a new Sheriff in town, and his name is Talon Governor. The rest of them now, after getting that bit of contact, want to come back in for a bit of trade. Cruz just jump peeks it, gets all of the information. Talon are in control.
I mean, you would think it'd be a bit of a downgrade to go to a Sheriff from being a Governor, but in this case, I think they'll take it. I think it's totally fine. He's incredible.
I'm like remembering that VCT Pacific video where they're talking about the outlaw.
Yeah.
30 seconds
That was a
left.
great video, by the way. I loved the way they put that together.
Shout out to the team that makes it happen. But here we go. Yay, wanting to take the fight down. Goes up, able to shoot down Ban. Governor in for a bit of a trade. Now holding off the positions. Darian comes back in to fight as well.
10
All these
seconds
fists flying, and it's going to be Zest who sticks the plant. Cruz now in position, but shut down by Darian with the Ghost, a Whisper that pulls Bleed back into number 3.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it felt like Talon was going to win that. With how much control of the map they had, with that opening pick from Governor, and now you just have to going even deeper into the economy. You have to keep winning. You have to keep snowballing. If you're Bleed, Darian having a really nice round for himself, kind of matching a little bit, a very, very little bit of what Ban was doing on the other side. But Ban has had a wonderful map. He's 13 and
Still
4.
good.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah.
I think it shows that Bleed aren't just like asleep. And Ye's definitely not asleep, getting that walk-up duel like that. Darian here to back him up. So a bit of that tandem, that duo working together again, and Bleed needs so much more of it. Got a couple of upgraded pistols, just keeping it in the bank. Reading Talon's positions on the A site. They know that it's potentially not safe to push through given the toxic screen. So Talon has a bit of a pistol plan now. Interesting strat.
And it works.
Oh!
And it works.
And then they come back around screens.
It's like they knew what the protocol would be, that there'd be just the Killjoy, and they could overstack that angle.
Hey, and you got that separate squad again going in to retrieve the weapon that was fallen, and the rest of them now trying to do what they can all the way from rafters, from behind. They took down Scary.
Every piece of damage that Talon does here is just more painful for Bleed.
Dizzy tossed out, wingman to clear, under hell, under rafters, nobody's available. Surf do a bit more damage. Bleed slowly thinning down in numbers. Wow, jeez.
One enemy remaining.
All right, Ye swapped down over to the Ghost, just protecting the spike with his life.
Well, he's going to lose this Phantom potentially.
Nah, okay, I think he's, oh, yeah,
Just
able to make it
barely.
out.
Oh, so close.
So although it is a win for Bleed in this round, the damage sustained. Gotta repair the hull of that ship.
I thought Jib Boys was going to catch him on the exit.
Possibly, yeah.
I'm that confident in Talon right now. Like, with the way they're playing, I'm like everything they do.
Like 1 split second?
Yeah.
Oof.
That's why I thought he might lose it, but yay, that's very fortunate he's able to hang on to that Phantom. And I mean, he's still focused. He's still dialed in.
Stay in the moment.
But look at Governor's already 1 away from a Blade Storm. So even if they go on an eco, they lose this round. Could have a game-changing ult.
And what happened to that glass half full paper thin?
It's gone.
It's gone.
Well, now it's Talon's glass. It's not Bleed's glass anymore.
Talon glass from the Talon team capsule.
That's right. All it took was that moment. That was the game-changing play to show us the capsule.
I'm gonna play the opposite of paper thin right now. I'm gonna be devil's advocate. Bleed, you know, with that round from before, some of them are on pistols, so they get to buy back up. They've got the rifles. If they can convert this to the bonus, perhaps you might be able to see some more rounds coming from them, and then maybe you have a bit more of a shot. And not only that, that would instill a lot more hope and confidence in the rest of the teammates. And all it took was one player to make it happen. Sometimes that's what you need. Ye going in for some of these duels that way. Once the rest of the team sees that, all right, he's doing it, He's putting in the effort. He's putting in the work. I got to do the same thing.
Look, I have no doubt that these players are capable of turning it around. Bit of a dash in and out for Ye, trying to poke and prod, trying to figure out what's going on. A huge util dump on top of him, and Surf gonna find one, find two!
Puts up the wall. Now there's a green wall in front of Bleed. They can't break through it. 10 seconds left. Holding some of these angles. Good shot still. Scary up on the zip line. Jit Boy's just not quite having the help, but running out of time. 4 seconds left.
Yeah,
he can't get the plant. Governor knows it.
Oh no.
I love when
Not
paper
like
thing
this.
goes hi
Not like this. Yeah. It's, I can't believe Scary hit that shot from a rope.
That was, yeah. Over a circus play, but still, I mean, it just tells you that Talon are holding the positions, throwing a little bit of shade. What you got, Scary? He said he was back after he won Ascension.
I mean, he was good early.
He was.
He's been pretty good today, actually. I mean, he's been the best player for Bleed, hands down.
True that.
But it's him in the IGL role. Look good to start. Since then, it seems like he's not really able to kind of keep his grasp on the map. And that's a huge credit to Talon in putting Cruz back into the leadership role, knowing that he has a ton of that experience. He's been there, done that, and he's able to keep his mental in check through 3 maps.
I concur. That's really what's happening right now, and it just feels so great if you're on Talon right now. That's why Surf is popping off, because ex-teammates, once again, Mosh Pit lineup back in. They've got all the space. Bleed, ooh, bit of a blind spray, catches an unsuspecting Jit Boys. Now Bleed, although they lost the previous round, still very much in this race.
You just got the nanos on the spike, so you got to play up close and personal here as Bleed. Don't have any other post-plant utility, really. You do have a Reckoning, and it's going to just be a save for Talon. Yeah, this is right. This is the correct play, because
look at economy.
Look at the economy, and look how many rounds you have ahead of you.
True.
It's a long road before Bleed even comes close to making this look like it's a contentious map.
Swarm grenade out.
Now what I'm thinking about is next few rounds, Ye, Scary, holding on to their ultimates.
True.
A lot of potential that they can make happen with those tools.
Grab an orb for Zest. Get that Thrash. A lot of tools.
So it's possible for Bleed to climb back up. Meanwhile, for Talon right now, just needing 2 more rounds. They've done a good job so far. They've shown us really interesting strats, especially with some of the pistol ones where they wrap back around through screens, working together as a team, holding some of these defensive angles up on the A site. What are they going to do next?
Jit Boys and Surf maybe going to have a lot of pressure in their face. Jit Boys seemingly took that 0 point intentionally. Kind of curious. Trying to bait them around into this crossfire. Pretty quick rotation now from Cruz and Ban. So this is going to be a pretty tough take. These ultimates, if they're gonna come out, are gonna have to hit, and they're gonna have to hit hard. Oh no, not like that.
Off timing.
I suggest you move.
Just a little bit unlucky, but still the rest of the team have their protocols to push up onto the B site, off of the high tide, off of some of the dizzy tosses. Ye has collected up on so much space. Cruz holds his ground though. Surf comes back in, anticipating some of these angles. Now 2 players left, and Scary has his work cut out for him. Cove down, cuts off mid, tries to hold it off. Zest still alive, has the Thrash, needs to play for time. Tries to stay alive too. They might not know that Scary's still here. Oh, but then the sudden peek out from Surf. He crouches, not quite able to connect the shot. And a 1-on-3, not quite doable for Zest. He just peeks out, trying to do what he can, but that's going to be it for now. Talon reaching match point.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of confusion, a little bit of indecision for Bleed cost them. You know, Retla coming back in to play for this Bleed squad. Looks like he's not quite fully integrated and not quite aware of the open space that's being left open on the map. And Governor makes him pay, and then Governor swoops in to collect that last kill, and now you're one away from Talon taking this match after losing their map pick of Lotus in a position where they can have a great start to stage 1.
I mean, the trend of it right now, it's as these teams try to pull off some of these lurks, it doesn't quite work out for Bleed. Meanwhile, you've got players like Surf and Jitboys just working so well as a duo. Look at how they're positioned again on B, knowing that, all right, Bleed's going to try to go in for this. Both teams rotated over. Governor trying to set up a bit of a flank. Ye with the angle now hops up and finds Ban with his knife. Bit of a flying knife now. The rest of the team just trying to work against the spike plant. Scary able to catch a player as he tries to shoot out. Darian holding the angle, turning this firefight into an advantageous one for Bleed. Surf wanting to fight back. Governor no longer going in for the flank. Too many players ahead of them. So it's going to be back to a save. We have the advantage. No need to do all too much.
Yep. I love that they're very aware that they don't need to give any extra to Bleed. A great execute here. A lot of knowledge in where that high tide is going to be for Ye, knowing that he has just enough of an angle to catch players if they swing wide out towards Snowman. And then Scary getting a big pick onto Jitboys. That's basically the round done. Not able to stop the defuse were Talon. They tried to commit to it, they just came up short of being able to clear the wingman. Because Cove wasn't invested there, right? The Cove was saved for that res onto Darian. So, not really too big of a deal in terms of the long-term scope of things, but I would be more excited about that res on a Darian if it just didn't take one more round for Talon. Because that would have been a huge turn of economy, right? Like, you're able to keep your gun in that situation, things like that, but instead it's like, well, they need to win every round anyway. And they have plenty of money, so. Plenty of ults in the bag. Talon going to be working with some of their own Governor up and over. Huge.
Spike down, attacker
zest.
spawn.
Just a big investment. I mean, while Bleed are able to pull off some surprises like the previous round,
are they going to read this?
When it goes back into it,
Ye heard that rope.
Now making use of mid, exactly. They knew Governor did something, now trying to look for him. Spotted him out. There's the site captured. Gonna have to make use of some of these positions though. Retla now dipping back and forth.
It's a good read.
He didn't see anyone though.
No.
Talon putting themselves in position. Just setting up for it.
Kind of revealed his position here. Cove going to be used this time to make sure the plant goes down.
Planted.
But I like what Bleed does here. They recognize the open space in the kitchen quickly, take advantage of it, give themselves a chance here in this round.
All right. 0 point to ensure that the side is clear. They know they are all around yellow and green. They got the Thrash, sends it out. Timing a little bit off. Thrash doesn't quite connect, but Surf jump peeks off of it. Now it's going to be down to Ye. Jitboy sticking the defuse. He's got the poison cloud. Surf pressures on. 13-6. Such a big and triumphant win for Talon Esports and some of the players, Surf and Cruz, as they play against their ex-teammate Scary.
Awesome, 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 awesome. The way that they just kept getting better, they're able to shrug off that loss on Lotus. And from there, it just felt like they were in firm control of the pace of this game. They were in firm control over the information. Everything seemed to be going their way. They made great reads. They found great timings for their lurks, for their picks. And Bleed never quite found the answers. Some cool stuff. Lotus was great for Bleed. I love the way they played that map. After that, it seemed like they just weren't quite all there. It didn't seem like they had that same synergy. Didn't seem like they had that same ability to kind of control the map, to kind of read the way that their opponents were using their utility and things like that. I don't think you should be super discouraged as a Bleed fan, but yeah, it's still taking some time with these new players on their new agents. Zest didn't look super comfortable on the get-go, if I'm being completely honest. I feel like he's obviously been well known for his Sova play in particular.
Yeah.
You know, he is a good Fade player. We saw that on Lotus. But the get-go on Bind and Icebox was not quite what I expected.
I think that's one of the things. They've got the players, they've got the experience, but just takes a little bit more time. The rest of it will be broken down by our analyst desk. Here's Congratulations, Talon Esports.
Talon wins their first championship points in this full best of 3. Their groove just got stronger and stronger with every round that passed, especially on Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, this was pretty damn concise. I mean, it was a little bit of a rocky start, as you saw there at the beginning. They were able to start things off nicely, but then immediately drop the follow-up on the anti-eco. But they were able to right the ship and basically knock it out of the driver's seat the whole rest of this map. Talon just with a very strong read. Governor with, you know, continued pop-off performances. Saw that starting on that last map, and that very much carried over for him going back over onto this jet on Icebox, where he was just having a whale of a time. I mean, just mowing people down left, right, and center.
So something I forgot to, mention when we come back to Icebox, it feels like there was a curse on the KO, but that didn't seem the case here for Talon. We saw how well they kind of adapted to it, and the way that they approached it was so well done. You'd see that it wasn't really Ban that was starting up the initiations on that KO. He wasn't really throwing the flashes for the most part. He was actually waiting for Cruz to get things started with that Gecko first, then he supplemented things as the follow-up, and that made it, in your point, easier for Governor to start doing those entry frags into the site.
Now, Bleed did try their darndest in the second half. They climbed back a bit, but it just wasn't enough.
No, I think it was just a little bit too far gone. As soon as Talon got up to 12, it felt like, I mean, it always feels that way in those kind of moments where it just feels like this is impossible. Being able to claw back, 6 consecutive rounds, of course, out in overtime, and then be able to get the win, it just seems so unlikely. And that's the problem, is that, you yourself, when you're playing the game, when you're in that position, you will feel defeated already, even though the game is not necessarily over. Paper Thin was talking about it. We had mentioned it. I do think that this Gecko coming out here from Zest, this is something that very much needs to be workshopped a little bit more. It didn't really look comfortable at really any given point there. So I think that that's going to take some more time to workshop. But maybe just the comps in general maybe need a little bit of a reassessment here from the side of Bleed. Saw them doing something, very different on Bind, something that we haven't seen in a while with that Breach coming through. Then they also move over. They have Scary not playing on, that more lurk controller role like we're used to seeing him when it comes down to, playing Omen or even playing Viper. They try to change it up. They don't go for the Viper, which has kind of been the mainstay on Icebox. They go for this Harbor, and it just didn't really find as much value as they would have liked.
Yeah. Speaking of lurk, Surf was doing a good job at just kind of being on the other side of the map. Sure, he was going to get picked off sometimes by Ye, but when he's not, he's like, guys, I've already cleared the site. Come back here. You've already done what you could on the other part. I've already gotten this one. Come here. So we'll do that.
I think these are really good signs for Talon moving forward. It's going to be a bit rough, though. Their next matchup is supposed to be Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, no matter who is going to be going up against Gen G, that's going to be a rough match for you. There's just no other way to cut it. They just look absolutely incredible at the moment. But, I mean, this is a good first step here for Talon, of course. This is about, maybe I think even better than I had anticipated coming into today. I was expecting to see 3 maps. I thought it was going to be a lot closer across all of them. So for them to kind of break away and have a relatively clean run here on Icebox, I think is a good sign for Talon. Are they going to be ready to take down Gen G? Well, that one I think is a completely different story. Governor, if he can continue to trend upward and maybe have that opening performance that we had from him on the Neon versus the likes of Texture and Meteor, then maybe they're going to be in with a pinch. But I think there's still going to be some more work. But this is obviously a positive sign for Talon. For Bleed, as Paper Thin was also saying it right there at the end of the broadcast, I don't think that Bleed fans need to go full panic mode. Yeah. It seems like overall the org is going to be committed to having Ye staying on Duelist, getting him back in the groove there. We saw some good performances from him. I think, especially his raise on Bind, he was putting up some solid numbers and, trying to go toe-to-toe with Governor. So I think that this is just one of those things where it's like, yeah, you just had some really overarching changes. You've changed your IGL. You have a new initiator coming in. You're experimenting with some different compositions. This is one of those moments where you're going to have to, unfortunately, likely suffer some losses. But while you go through those loss cycles, it's going to be the team, hopefully getting better and better as time goes on.
And that's exactly what it looks like. This is a vast improvement, I would say, from the earlier kickoff performance that we saw. I think there's a lot of potential here, and I think Bleed will definitely be a force to be reckoned with, especially by the time we get to Split 2, Asarai.
Yeah. At least they still have that structure that they can follow up on, compared, as you mentioned, to that kickoff. What was kind of interesting with that statement, with the Governor one, I'm just kind of looking forward how well he's going to be facing Texture. So other than that, just happy with the performance throughout. Aside from that, Jit Boys still pretty good on the the Viper here, I think he was able to create a bit of that impact when Governor was being picked off a little bit in the starting of the round. But so far, again, so good for Talon here.
Yeah, Talon was just looking really tight, a lot more mind meldy. Like, this is the Talon. They looked more in sync, like they did earlier on in kickoff. So I like what we're seeing here from both of these teams. And, I mean, not too long ago, here at the desk, we were really unsure which way this was going to go because both teams looked equally good.
Yeah, I mean, just, there was some blow for blow happening in the first two maps, but this was just Talon just getting in control. And I mean, we have to call a spade a spade. I mean, Retla, that was not a good performance from him, unfortunately. We need to see way more impact. I mean, we're talking about Surf being like, okay, this guy comes out formally, big jet main, moving over, playing the Killjoy pretty much for the first time, and puts on a solid performance there. Yeah, Retla, I mean, going back over to the Sentinel, something that he was known for, and having a really rough go of it, they need to have that impact coming through from the Killjoy, whether it's anchoring sites or getting those lurk forwards into, A, when the rest of the team is adding pressure to mid, adding pressure over towards B and yellow, to say, like, okay, actually rotate back around, let's go, let's hit A, it's open, I've got enough space, I'm in deep, we could go for a setup on the execute. We weren't seeing that at all. It was just punishment time and time again, so need to see some more consistent impact from him when he's going to be playing that Killjoy.
The thing about this game is that it changes so fast. And the fact that he's experienced with Bleed, he's experienced in this circuit, but he hasn't played in a while. And I think we're going to see glimpses of that even going into our next match too, with Jing coming back in. Like, it only takes a couple of months for the game to completely change.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just going to continue that. Even though he's played so many times, actually, before he joined Bleed, he was, playing in off tournaments, which teams like Trying Our Best, form like off-season team for Bleed here. It still doesn't kind of work out for Bleed, at least for this, for this series.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that this is just, this is going to be the early stages that we're witnessing right now of a rebuild. You're changing things up. You have a different IGL. Scary is, he's done it in the past, but now he's doing it in English. So it's a very different look. So I think that overall, the pieces are there. It's really just about putting them all together and actually constructing the thing. We bought the box of Legos. We just haven't put the Death Star together yet.
Yeah.
So they're going to be in the process, and anybody who's done those kinds of builds knows that it's going to take a while.
Oh, yeah. It definitely takes a while, but they're on the right track. With that, we're going to go over to the stage. Jen has an interview on standby with our MVP.
Thank you, guys. And losing's not on the table for sure for Talon today as they take down Bleed 2-1. I'm standing here with Governor himself. Congratulations, Governor. Now, first thing I want to ask you was what were your main takeaways from kickoff? Because I know it was when the team really just kind of debuted the new roster, and it was your first Pacific stage game as well. So what were you able to learn?
We were able to learn like how to stay calm a lot more. I think there's a lot of times, maybe like the DRX match especially, where we just made a lot of mistakes under the pressure. But I think going into this match, we emphasized the importance of like staying calm and limiting mistakes because I think on Lotus we kind of failed to do that, but we bounced back for the next two maps. I'm really happy about that. But yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool, calm, collected is what you learned.
Yep.
Also, you guys incorporated so many changes, right? Cruz on that IGLing role, but also Surf on the non-duelist role as well. So talk to me about these changes, why they came through, and also how you guys came to figure out that these were the changes that the team needed.
So I think a lot of people expected that when we play Surf, we would put him on duelist, but I think a lot of duelists nowadays are transitioning to like a sentinel role, especially in like other regions. You have like Leaf, for example. I don't know anymore off the top of my head, but it's in my opinion a role that a duelist can play because it's a lot of like 1v1ing, and Surf's aim is just it's incredible. That guy I can't curse. I won't curse, but it was like a really good fit.
Definitely was a really good fit. Now, when it comes to Bleed Esports today, they were, kind of rolling in with their new iteration. Probably not enough time to get enough reps in with their new roster. So, what did it feel like going up against today? Did you see like many weaknesses that maybe you can exploit?
So going to the match, Bleed obviously made 2 roster changes. So a lot of the data that we had from kickoff, like a lot of it didn't really matter. We did expect Ye would go back to duelist. The most we could do to prepare was, just see how he plays, how to avoid him. He's obviously their star player. But for the most part, we were going into a blind, and it was just up to our IGL, Cruz, and everyone else to just make adjustments as we play.
And lastly, you guys are going up against Genji in your next match. Anything you want to say to Genji players?
We are playing with nothing to lose. I do not care, so good luck.
All right. And I realize, I noticed you're holding something right now, so I'm going to give you a chance to have a shout out.
Buy the Talon capsule, please.
Buy the Talon capsule. This man has been holding this forever. It's literally like it has your sweat on it. All right. Yay. All right, Governor, thank you so much and best of luck. And get some rest today. I'll see you again next week.
Thank you so much.
And that was Governor. Everybody, we are going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because T1 will be taking on DRX, and that's the one you don't want to mix.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Right, let's go.
Let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We got to see a new slick kind of Bleed and Talon winning their first championship point as they found their group. But now it's going to be a family affair for the next matchup, T1 and PRX.
The Susanto Showdown is back again. I don't know why people keep going for Derby. I think alliteration is always better, so I think Susanto Showdown is a bit better. But with T1 arriving, looks like we'll get to hear from Xcurate.
Even Jinx coming back, there's still only one person, and then maybe they can get a lot of big momentum because we know Jinx Res is really insane, right? So, but honestly, our preparation is good for the upcoming stage 1, so I don't have any worry about it.
Anything you want to say to Forsaken?
Yeah, let's just have fun and then do our best, and then my Dongxing is like kind of sick these days, so I hope he recovers well and then can give their best for the next match.
All right, thank you so much for the interview, and I'll see you soon.
Oh, what a nice older brother. He knows that Jason Forsaken is a little bit under the weather. There's no, smack talk in this family, which is definitely not like my family.
But I don't think that we'll be seeing any mercy in the game. So that's probably about the only reprieve that he'll get, and Xcurate's still just going to give him everything he's got.
Oh, absolutely. Now, T1 was definitely a force to be reckoned with during kickoff, and I think this is going to be a crazy matchup. Everyone is always looking forward to the Susanto Showdown, but I think there's a lot more going on here for T1.
I'm just going to say it. I actually am going to throw shooting with the Susantos in that one, just because I'm also looking forward to Xcurate maybe bringing out the chamber once again. It was pretty sick once we saw it. It felt like it was more hyperactive compared to like Laz's chamber. So definitely something to just kind of watch out for if they do bring that out.
Yeah, he plays it very aggressively. He very much has confidence in his ability to be able to get value with those tour de forces. So especially when he has that one available, or even if it's just a standard op in his hands, you can fully expect that Xcurate is going to be going on a bit of a mission to try to hunt somebody down. So, I mean, it widely has lent itself to being map dependent, so I'm curious to see what the pool ends up looking for once we go through the pick and ban, to see if they do land on some of those maps that are going to enable him to really play the chamber. But aside from Xcurate, I mean, everybody realistically, as we're talking about on this squad, I mean, Carpe has been, ever since the ABL, really been picking up the IGL role, ever since we had Zeta stepping back. But one of the big ones, I think, what we'll talk about later is Izu, but for now, it looks like we're ready to hear from PRX as well.
Okay.
Welcome back to Pacific. We missed you so much. How much did you miss playing on the stage?
Definitely missed it a lot. It's been like 5 months since I played, so very excited.
All right, we are all excited to see you play once again. Good luck and thank you.
5 months is a long time in Valorant time. The game's only been out for like, 3 years? But he's
like dog
back.
years.
Yeah, it's like dog years. Exactly. Oh man, because his name is Jing too.
I mean, this would have been
Not Jing, his dog in Bahasa, Indonesia. Anyway, we're excited to see Jing back.
We are. I was going to say, this would have been the cruelest April Fool's joke that they could have done, is if they were actually lying the entire time and to release that just a couple days later. But super crazy. I think that this is the thing that caught everybody by surprise around the world, was the news that Jing was going to be stepping back into this roster. Talked about it ad nauseum in other places. Really unfortunate for Moniette, but I mean, overall, when you just get the opportunity to bring Jing back into the fold, I don't think that you can fault PRX at all for making that decision. Just given the highs that they were able to hit last year, being in that second place position, being in that grand final versus EG, they get the opportunity, they absolutely lunge at it. Now Jing is back in, but as we're talking about, is that 5-month break going to hurt them, or does he have a bit of an explosive return to the stage?
I mean, he is known as one of, if not the best Rays in the world. I think this may still hold true, but I would say PRX is now officially the only team with 0 changes to the roster since last year.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones, but I'm pretty sure we have had changes pretty much across the board. A lot of teams, obviously, with overarching changes. But so, yeah, this does kind of leave them out there by themselves, make them a little bit more unique, I suppose. But, I mean, preferred agents, we already know. It's the Rays, it's the Phoenix, pretty much only on Pearl. Maybe they'll decide to run it elsewhere. I mean, we've been seeing it sometimes on Sunset. Yeah. So, I mean, they could try to do that. But That is also a big question is, if Sunset comes in, do they still stick to the same duelistless comp? Because I think with Jing in, you can't actually do that anymore. So I think that you would have to play a duelist there. So maybe Phoenix could come in, but...
I have to point out, he has played the stage in the past.
Yeah.
On Fracture. So maybe this could be, you know, he switches it up with I don't know. But we're looking at the Susanto Derby, Susanto Showdown.
You know,
We're gonna change this, but I like this, bro. Some things are just not meant to be. Even if Forsaken's a little under the weather right now, this is always a highly anticipated matchup. I mean, their whole family, these two plus their younger brother, I think he's 10 or 11, also a superstar in this game. But here are some highlights from kickoff between these two teams.
I mean, it was incredible to watch when they squared off before. I mean, just, you know, going into overtime and everything, that series was one that just absolutely delivered on all fronts. But it is now a heads up where Forsaken has the lead. He hasn't lost yet to Execute. Execute's going to say, okay, maybe third time is the charm. You know, especially with you being under the weather. I wish you the best, but, you know, I'm still going to be looking for that win.
Yeah, I just wanted to add as well with Forsaken that he's the player that has played the most agents, I believe, in Madrid, and he's been kind of showing how proficient he has been. 7 agents overall in the span of like 4 different roles on the controller, duelist, initiator, you just name it, he's done it.
And he's probably the player that's played the most in the world. Like, even outside of Madrid, I think just last season, he had to have been like the most flexible player up there along the likes of, you know, RB, Ethan is another one that really comes to mind as far as hyperflex players out there. But Forsaken, I think by far and away was the most valuable of all of them. And just the amount of just roles that he is able to fill. I mean, hell, even in Madrid, just saying like, okay, I'm just going to play Raze now on Split and I'm just going to crush people. Like, it's just nutty what this guy is able to do.
And on top of all of that, I know everyone talks about the no IGL thing at PRX, but honestly speaking, we are seeing more and more calling coming from him on top of playing pretty much every agent except ISO. Now we're looking at historically T1 and PRX's map data here, and Sunset's obviously really good for PRX, but it's good for T1 too. And Icebox, they both don't like Icebox. Look at that.
Yeah.
But things have changed for PRX. Jing's back. Actually, I don't think Jing likes Icebox either.
I don't think. Something tells me that Icebox is not going to be coming up in the series. I'd be very shocked to see if that one does come into play. But there is a lot of overlap here as far as where I think these teams would like to go. Lotus is one that very much juts out of my mind, even though that's a 50% for the side of PRX. But looks like we're about to find out as the F draft is ready.
And T1 is tails the number.
I want to see the coin. We never get to see the coin. What is it?
What if it rolls like way too far for them to, you know, see if it's head or tails?
They have to chase after it.
Okay.
Which brings T1 Team A.
Competitive
We'll
integrity.
begin with T1 banning the first map. Got an Icebox.
First ban for
Icebox.
T1.
Drum roll.
Okay, yep.
Okay.
Unsurprising.
Yeah.
T1, you may not pick the first map. Lotus.
And then, yeah, PRX.
Also unsurprising.
Yeah, not having any wins there, not getting any success. And with the 100% win rate over PRX's 50%, they are going to be going for Lotus. So that does lean towards Execute bringing out the chamber once more.
And T1 and PRX, even last year, Lotus has always been, you know, an interesting map between these two teams, and definitely one of the stronger ones for T1 when they're facing against PRX.
Yeah. Liking the PRX on bind though, that means that we could be looking at the double duelist once again. Jing's come back onto this, you know, the just aggressive satchels. I'm already looking for the Yoru as well from Forsaken.
I love it.
Something like that could definitely come into play. I'd be curious. I'm really curious to see what they do on bind because, I mean, even if they do go for the Yoru, that could just be something going over to, you know, the Gecko on that map, something that he's very proficient at playing. But Sunset as the decider, I mean, I absolutely love this draft because I think if T1 come out and they can maintain a win rate on Lotus, this seems like this could very much be slated to go all the way to 3.
Oh, absolutely. And this is actually the same map draft as the previous match, but I feel like we're going to see, or similar until Sunset, but I think we're going to see a very different style of gameplay. We have two incredible teams who have definitely, you know, proven their, and how strong they are. And, I mean, I don't know if it's too early for predictions, but how are you guys feeling about this with the addition of Jing? I know it's very exciting, and Achilles, you've spoken about, you know, on numerous platforms. Your opinion about this swap out?
Look, I mean, I for one, I'm excited to see Jing back. He's just so fun to watch. He is just Ray's incarnate. He has kind of taken that away. It used to be Bunny was like the guy who's got the best movement out there. Jing has overtaken. He is just so damn good. He's so much fun to watch when it comes down to playing this. And I think that even with Forsaken maybe feeling a little bit under the weather, even with Jing not playing on stage for about 5 months, I think that first run back, that first time back out on stage in front of the audience here, you know, brother v brother, I actually very much favor PRX. I think that this is going to be an explosive return for Jing, and then maybe they hit a couple roadblocks down the line, but I think that this is going to be a nice little return to form. It's just going to be really fun to see them back on stage, and then maybe they suffer a little bit down the line.
That would be classic PRX.
Oh, sorry.
How are you feeling, Asura, about Monyet or Jing?
I mean, I definitely agree. I'm definitely missing Monyet because I feel like he was such a awesome player that came out from PRX. He had so many highlights. He also had that play where he was just trying to stab someone on Lotus. But I feel like, again, Jing coming back into this, it's not like, he's a new player. He has been playing with PRX for such a long time, so the synergy's already there. So I feel like, again, like Akilio said, it's just him trying to reacclimate to this newer iteration of Valorant.
And we were just looking at the last time they faced off on Lotus during kickoff, and of course Monyet wasn't there. And it seems almost easy to slip Jing back in there. It's raised. Anyway, with that, I would like to invite the coach who has definitely changed the game for coach cams. We got Coach Alex from PRX here. Welcome. I know this guy.
Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Did you know the reason why Pacific doesn't have a desk at the desk anymore is because of you? We knew you were gonna be here. But how are you feeling since Madrid? And I'm gonna jump straight into it because we don't have that much time. Do you think the teams here in Pacific have an advantage because they had more time to prepare for stage 1?
I mean, yes and no. Yeah, you have more time to prepare, but I think what we get from Madrid is match practice, and you can't replace that. I think between the two, I honestly, I think I'd rather be here, because I think match practice is, sure, it's nice, but I want more time with my team to be able to flash things out. But yeah, so yes and no.
And I have to ask about Jing. We all want to know about Jing. I think the obvious thing is everyone thinks, you just reintegrate him, easy peasy, everything's all the same. Is it really that simple?
No.
Okay.
I mean, he missed 5 months of competitive play. He's gonna have to catch up. I think a few scrims, he's seen some stuff, new stuff. He goes like, "Oh, I've never seen that before." And everyone else is already used to this kind of thing.
And Asura, he's a big Monyet fan. He has a question.
All right, just again, with Jing coming in and Monyet not being able to play for PRX anymore, how is he doing?
I mean, he's gonna come back to Korea very soon. The thing is, he's staying a bit longer. He took the opportunity to finish his studies, so he would have had to miss a week regardless. I think he had some papers that he wanted to complete, but now he's just taking the chance to really study for it.
That's good. Best use of the time. Do you think that if you were to take that tack to bear backstage with you, it would prevent you from being at the desk? So you have something to cuddle instead of unleashing your fury?
Cuddle.
I mean, I think the production might allow you to take the bait. We haven't let Carlisle or any of the other coaches, but
I've seen that tweet.
If it saves the desk, then they might actually allow you to
maybe
take it.
I just won't slam it today. So I've already, I'm calm now.
Yeah.
Nice at home. You're finding your peace. That's good.
Okay, I have to ask you about T1 too. Obviously, Kevin Excurate quite well. What are your thoughts on going against T1 today?
I mean, I don't know what to expect. I don't know. I mean, they have a whole month to do whatever they want to do. So honestly, I think this feels like the first match of kickoff. Everyone's just retooling. I think it's nice that we had a bit of match practice in Madrid. The travel time sucked, but I hope that we can give them a good game because for us, we have a new roster again, right? So we have to feel it out. You know what I mean?
I think normally this would be a really stupid question for me to ask, but given that you've just slotted Jing back in, I think that there's actually an application for this. Do you have any? Should we expect anything new today? Because you guys have been delivering some crazy comps. So do you think that we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of the old comforts?
I mean, we've had 5 or 6 days of practice with me, so I don't know.
So 5 duelists.
We can try. I'll float the idea.
Okay, I wanted to ask the question because I've been asking all the coaches here.
Yes.
You know, with Laz bringing out the chamber, is someone here from PRX gonna bring out the chamber maybe Forsaken because he's done it in the past?
I mean,
Just as a,
we have a chamber comp, but it didn't look very good in practice. It depends, you know. It depends.
Sad.
We might. It's got some use cases.
Okay. Looking forward to it.
And to close it off, before you go into your match, any shout outs to your fan or to your family who's watching?
Hi.
Short and
Hi.
simple. I love that. Thinking 2 carrots, 3. Well, oh, sorry. All right, I think we're out of time.
I can't believe you.
Vegetables? All right, we'll talk about this backstage. Oh my goodness, Achilles. Anyway, thank you so much, Alex. Of course, all the best to you and the
Bye.
boys.
See you guys. Thank you.
Oh my God.
I can't believe you asked that.
I'm sorry. Best of luck.
I was really thinking vegetables. I was like, carrots? Like, yeah, he needs to eat more veggies.
Yeah,
but-
that's what I'm saying. They improve your eyesight, right?
Exactly.
Allow you to see targets
The
across
game better.
screen.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about.
Of course.
Oh, you guys are all weird over there.
Whew, need to catch my breath on that one. But I'm really excited for this matchup right now. God, Achilles, you got me like freaking blushing
I'm
right
sorry. I said that I wasn't going to do that, and then
Yeah.
I just sent it. So.
But anyway, let's cover predictions really quickly. We already know that PRX for you, PRX,
Yeah.
and this is just because they've been together for so long.
Yeah.
William here is being William.
I will say though, this is way more one-sided than I would have anticipated.
Yeah.
I thought that a lot more people were going to be leaning in towards T1 here comparatively. So I'm really curious to see if we're actually going to be rewarded for this confidence, or if William's going to get a little bit of an edge up on us.
Yeah. Well, with that, I think we are ready to watch the players walk onto stage, get ready into this matchup. We're going to go over to casters, Paper Thin and Quack.
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Achilles, and Aster, and of course, our awesome coach, Alex. That was a really fun interview.
I agree. I love his answers. They're really to the point. He doesn't waste any time. He's good at deflecting some of the bad Achilles questions. It's all good. No, I mean, I think Alex is generally kind of that guy that you can always expect those really honest answers but they aren't like long-winded or anything. He's just going to tell you how it is. You know what I mean? And certainly, obviously, as Mika so aptly put it, the return of the Jing is the kind of big story of the day. But still, T1, man. I mean, yeah, I didn't pick them in my Preds, but I fully agree with Achilles that I could totally see them winning this. Now, that being said, I got to stick with PRX because T1's never even taken a map off of them. So until they can prove to me that they can do that, how am I supposed to go against that unless I'm like gambling that,
Unless you're William, I guess.
Well, he's a gambler, so yeah. Certainly.
He's our
I
maverick.
mean, I gambled on the last game and lost, so it's his turn.
I mean, it's just a little bit odd, and sometimes there are factors to this. You do want to think about how Jing can fit back in the team. It has been a while, and at the same time, T1 has had all this time to practice. They have had a lot of game tape to study on. Maybe there are some counter or anti-strats that even Alex isn't aware, even Alex isn't going to be prepared for.
Well, yeah, and I think one thing to keep in mind here is it would not be off script for PRX to come out here slow, even when they have practiced together, even when they're kind of in a good state, in that kind of cohesion. They still sometimes have some really slow starts, and then they just kind of turn it on and take it over. And that's kind of what happened last time, right? That they squared off on Split. It was an OT. It was very close, and then they just dominated on Ascent.
Yeah,
so
afterwards.
yeah, and the thing with Jing is, I've talked to other coaches about going up against Jing, what's that like? And what's really difficult about it is that you don't, game to game, he plays differently. It may look like from an outsider perspective that Jing's just blast packing in, he's just doing crazy stuff, but there's timings and things that he does, whether or not he's going to get in a smoke and blast pack out of it, or he's going to just blast pack through the smoke, things like that actually make a big difference in how you prepare against a team like PRX and how you're going to be ready for the timings and things like that. So you kind of never know what you're going to get. That's what makes them tough to play against.
It's a little bit unpredictable, and I think that's one of the things that gives us that much more confidence in PRX, because T1 might not really know how to prepare against a team that just slotting in Jing back in from a bit of downtime. So it takes a little bit of time, it takes a little bit of practice, but I'm sure that T1 has their own plans. We're touting Xcurate and his chamber back on this Lotus. It's still going to be that good. is PRX prepared for it?
I don't think you can ever be prepared for PRX until you play them twice, like in a couple days. Like then maybe a little bit. So we're gonna welcome our teams to the stage, T1 and PRX. I just love T1's banner. It's so sick. Like that archer outside of their office in Gangnam.
Yeah.
So cool. PRX gonna get a big round of applause as well. Definitely, they have made fans everywhere across the globe.
Truly, I mean, our best-selling team capsule. Yep. Of course.
Pearl lets everybody know it too.
Wow, and the first one to walk out onto the stage, take center. Of course, the return of Jing. How will this all fit in? Will PRX be returning to top form? I mean, of course, you know, another team that we're thinking about is still Gen G with how well they have performed in the past few months. T1 right up next to them. There is a very slim chance. It is very possible. You never know what's going to happen in VALORANT.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, look, T1 is really, really good. This is a team that I had huge expectations for. They came up just short of making it to Madrid. And I love this roster. I love the way they play. Izu is a player that everybody is telling me behind the scenes when I talk to other players and coaches, like, this guy could be the next superstar. Like, he could be the guy that you really need to keep your eyes on as a player that could kind of take over this league and be the guy that we're talking about day in and day out. We'll see if that's the case. You still have to get over this PRX team, which with Jing in there last year was the best team in Pacific, was the second best team in the world. So you gotta dig deep for T1 today.
Definitely have to. PRX just looks a little bit more relaxed, like they've done this before. We know what we're about to do. We've got our game plan. We're just gonna play to it, stick to it, and let's see what T1 has. I mean, again, you talked about some of these players, Izu, but I think it's really interesting how they have this bit of chemistry. Rossi just being that whimsical fun guy for the team.
And permanently on Viper, which is also amazing. I love it.
So that's just interesting how everything's going to shape up. Can T1 improve that much? Again, another player that you want to look at also, apart from Execure, I think we haven't really mentioned all too much, is still Saya player and how well he can perform in that duelist role. So they've definitely given us some great performances against other teams like Zeta Division before T1. But up against PRX, you know, this is always that tale as old as time, the old rivalry. Can they finally do it today, the second day of VCT 2024 VCT Pacific?
Yeah, man. I think T1 can do it. I'm not going to be surprised at all if T1 wins, but I still have to go with PRX, and they're going with the more kind of tried and true composition for both sides.
Oh, wow.
No changes from their Lotuses. It's going to be Forsaken on that Cypher, Excurate on the Chamber. For your Sentinel players, an exciting matchup there, certainly. But PRX,
I feel like, yeah, it's just enough said.
Yeah, dude.
The crowd is already just cheering for Jing's return.
Yeah. I mean, he's unreal. I mean, he is the best Raze in the world, in my opinion, because of the way he plays it. So it's a matter of, again, Alex talked about this on the desk, that they had so little time and things have already evolved so much in the amount of time that Jing has been off of the team that, you know, Jing is seeing new things. He's having to learn a little bit of some of the protocols and some of the plays that are being set up and thought about by PRX. A little bit worried about Forsaken being a little bit under the weather. That can definitely interfere with some of your comms and some of your thought processes and something like that. So maybe today's a day where Devi might have to step up a little bit, get a little bit more vocal in kind of that pseudo IGL role. He's more of like a sub-caller type. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. Still, look, you're excited about Jing, but I'm excited about T1. I really like Excurate on this chamber. He can be a game changer. He can be a difference maker if he's not accounted for. And that can be a problem for PRX, where sometimes they don't really think through a problem quickly, and it kind of strings together a bunch of bad rounds for them, and then Alex has to come in and turn things around, which he's very good at doing.
Very, very good.
And, you know, unfortunately for desks, as we've seen many times, but but he can do that. But that can be the Achilles heel of PRX sometimes, is they don't really adapt to stuff, and they kind of get tunneled in on their own game.
It does a little bit. So, I mean, as a fan, I would think, or even just looking at pure statistics, a lot of confidence, full confidence in PRX as a team, as the players. But as a caster, you know, I gotta say, T1, you really want to see if they can make that improvement, if they can cause a bit of damage, if they can create a bit of that dent in PRX. Just take one map off of today. They are the ones who picked Lotus this time. They have played this map before against PRX and AVL. They lost 5-13. Yeah. Will today be a different story?
To be fair to them, that was Monette playing the Rays, so that's even scarier, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit.
But this has been T1's map, right? This has been their home. This is where you have, you know, really good plays. You know, Izu can be really tricky with that Omen. Rossi all over the place with the Viper, doing a good job holding down sights. Xcurate just absolutely disgusting with sniper rifles, given those long-range opportunities. Would like to see a little bit more from Sai. I felt like Sai was a little bit weak in the kickoff. Like, it wasn't his best performance overall. He's still quite good. I have no doubts about Saya, but I'd like to see him pick it up. And this is just like PRX starting on the attack, and A site completely left open here. T1 expecting a B hit. They have overstacked the mid of this map.
Almost feels intentional. I wonder if they'll break the door as well. But at the very least, I mean, if we've got the timer on pause. But if things go exactly right and PRX are just, you know, gearing up to head towards A, then, you know, this is going to be interesting.
I forgot T1 was playing today.
Ah, no! That's right.
That's right. They are the tech pause curse. We have actually identified the real curse, and it is T1. I'm sorry to T1 fans in the T1 org, because you're all wonderful people, but you are cursed.
Some kind of an issue, of course, we'll just iron out those bugs, but for now, I mean, still, it's back to that. We had a pretty good day yesterday. It was pretty smooth. One little tech pause with an audio issue, very quickly solved. Wow, flew from
NA. Nice.
Enjoy Korea, yes.
Heck yeah. Tons of awesome stuff to do, especially not just in Korea. In Korea, there's unlimited things to do, but in this entire complex, there's awesome stuff to do. So
yeah, I saw
gotta come down and catch some games.
K-Town, K-pop stuff. There was a sign that said JoJo is the best Susanto, the youngest Susanto brother.
They're probably not wrong from what people have been telling me.
It's adorable, but all right, into the game we go. T1 completely evading all of it there. Yeah, pushing down pillars.
Oh my goodness. Is anybody, I mean, Devi's watching, but he's got the spike.
Oh my god, and he's got a classic.
This is so bad.
The crowd. So many gasps and no's.
They have no idea, dude.
Tree being taken now as the toxic screen goes up. We do have a couple of players from PRX watching the back. Xcurate with his headhunter, 6 rounds. Pretty much a sheriff, walking all the way through. Setting up the positions. Saya starts things off with a headshot onto Davai. Of course, now everyone has to divert their attentions away. You never know who's lurking around the back. Something still sharp as ever, though, able to take down Saya. Xcurate has been spotted. First headhunter shot whiffed. And Something's just trying to play it safe, trying to play around the positions. Forsaken, unfortunately, getting taken out, though. And that's all down to Mind Freak. Still rounds left in the headhunter chamber. Goes back out. 2 players. A little bit too much. Body blocked and everything, and T1 picks up the pistol.
Yeah, some really good ideas from T1. That early push out almost caught Devi. He barely got out of there in time. But it forced PRX to have to just really focus tightly in their defensive setup on the site. Like, they can't really fan out. It's tougher to create some extra angles. Something did a pretty good job of trying to buy a little bit of an extra angle, but it's handled perfectly by Rossi and Xcurate. And then they find the right time to pull off. Really smart. They're expecting the reaggress because they know they have to stop the defuse timing. Knowing that Mind Freak's going to have to push that angle. Really well thought out there by Rossi.
Oh! Quick reactions! One little peek, and with a Marshall, he does it all.
Get out of here.
I was just going to say, I mean, T1 was doing a great job. Rossi exceptionally with that Sheriff. If he's that guy who's, you know, bringing the fun vibes to the whole team and he's having a good time, the whole team's going to have a good time, but you can never, ever kind of doubt PRX.
No. I mean, he's got the Outlaw, so
okay.
Makes it easy. Take down his brother. Forsaken goes down, but still, you get an upgrade in a Spectre.
Ooh. Oh, something. Swaps back over to the Classic, but with the mount, just kind of exposes himself a little bit more. Rossi back in with the Sheriff, and the rest of the PRX team trying to continue to pile up front towards A. Jing has a bit of an angle. He hears the footsteps. Oh, wow. Checked by Saya. Great job, T1. A couple of shots from Devi too, but that's the most that he can do. 2 players down. Still a pretty good win for T1.
I could have gone a lot worse for T1. That opening pick kind of can send teams reeling sometimes, can kind of get in your head that nothing's safe, but Xcurate very ready, and kind of a stuck peek there. Forsaken not jiggling at all. Went for the angle. Something couldn't get underneath the mound. Rossi made him pay. Jing not able to win on his lurk. Well accounted for. Yep. Mental discipline really good for T1.
Oh, good. Good job.
I mean, that's the preparation coming in. Not sure what it is. A bit of an, audio issue, I guess. fans crack me up. But yeah, you can definitely see that there are some of these plans that are intentionally cooked up for PRX. Because how often do you actually have a team that just completely leaves A open, pushes out a B pillar, just to wrap them around like that?
Yeah, basically never. Like, it just, this is the thing about PRX is you almost have to kind of do the unexpected because of their unexpectedness, right? And that actually does throw PRX off. It can be something that they have a difficult time accounting for, like lurks at weird timings and stuff like that. I've seen that punish them time and time again because they don't really think about it sometimes. Again, they can get a bit of those blinders, a little bit of tunnel vision. If you're going to find any fault in PRX, there isn't much. That can be it.
I am reminded of what happened against EG at Champions last year. So yes. Definitely a good point. A lot of things going up, a lot of PRX fans, T1 fans as well, as Valorant increases in popularity in Korea.
Accurate, Xcurate sign, please. He wants the signature there. A lot of T1 fans, yeah, for sure. Jojo, yeah, there's that sign. Jojo,
yeah, that's one of them.
I mean, look, both orgs. Ton of popularity. Obviously, we're in Korea. T1's going to have a little bit of a home field advantage in that respect, but PRX is just so entertaining to watch play that it's easy to make fans when you're that good. And that unique. The way they play is unlike anybody else in the world, so.
It's always fun, and it's a bit of a challenge to the teams that go up against them. Right now, it's going to be T1. In the past, we had seen Gen.G up against them in kickoffs, but Gen.G knew how to deal with it. PRX trying to adjust to this, yeah.
Gen.G gave them a taste of their own medicine. They played aggressive and kind of were taking a lot of confident angles and pushes and stuff like that. So, that was, if you're confident against PRX, it can snowball. It can snowball a bit. Cam check, that was fast.
Okay. Just starting things off with a bit of that lurk, a bit of a re-peek and 2 kills. So quick, collected. The rest of the team now pushing up. A little bit of mind presence to know that there could be more players trying to make this B play happen. It happened on the pistol round. Maybe T1's going to do it again. A is completely open after all.
Yeah, something already getting up towards heaven.
Good smoke, though.
Very good.
Allows for something to play around the positions. You got Jing ready with the paint shells as well. This is a good setup.
It could be red. I mean, this is kind of what PRX likes to do. Yeah. I know what you meant. All right, Forsaken. He's on for the ace.
Okay. He's got the quad. It is just round 3. T1's trying to play it safe, trying to do what they can do. But then Forsaken just comes up from behind. This is the same-ish debut that we saw from PRX last year in the regular season of VCT Pacific.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you expect out of a player like Forsaken, even if he's a bit under the weather. Not too shabby. Almost gets the ace here. Man, oh man, he is darn close.
Amazing. He looks good.
Hey, he looks fine.
Apart from the fact that Jing is returning, another thing I think we haven't really quite spoken about is the friendship between Forsaken and
the bromance.
Jing. Yes. Yeah, dude.
Oh, that spot.
Great fade. I mean, that's going to be now T1 trying to fight in for this, but Mindfreak is not going to let them go down without a swing. Shrouded steps away, and they are definitely aware of it, but look at what's happening across the map, too. Forsaken through the link, catches Execute from behind. Now so much more space being gathered. You've got the trip wire in front of Rossi. He can't go through for free. Neural Theft just reveals. And that's the go signal for PRX to get the spike over on A.
Well, he's at least able to grab an orb.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to give him the Viper's Pit next round. One way or another, he's only got a judge. He's not going to go for this.
Forsaken's getting an orb too. We're all playing Pac-Man over here.
Great game. I think Forsaken is already showing off why I love to see him on this map on Cypher, because he's so tricky to deal with.
The mindfulness to, yeah.
He's all over the place. He's really good at holding the C site sometimes. It can be broken open, of course, but I really like the way he plays the Cypher. And Rossi, see if we can find any value out of this. I mean, the economy is weak for these 2 surviving players of PRX, but the other 3 have quite a bit of money.
Waiting for exits, he's got the judge. There goes the first. Fires off a second shot even before he sees Mind Freak, and it does connect. T1, although PRX picks up the round win, Rossi walks away with a bag full of gold.
That's huge. That's a lot. He's able to recover the op. Gets the Viper's Pit online, didn't even have to die. That's a massive, massive play for Rossi. Yeah, they don't get the round win, but
Viper's
it almost feels like a loss for PRX, like almost.
We'll see. Okay, so Mind Freak has From the Shadows available. Jing's 1 point away from the Showstopper. Something 2 points away from his Blade Storm. But on the other hand, T1 already has 2 ultimates at the ready. Economy maybe not the greatest, but they have a lot of tools at their disposal.
That could really change the dynamic. Here we go.
Whoa! Whoa! Doesn't quite connect. Side player in a bit of a tricky position right now as Forsaken hunkers down. Watches out over onto Pillar and captures onto 2 more players. B-side is open.
Knew there would be the reload, and he knew he could push through. Really smart play from Forsaken.
Jeez Louise, oh god. And now it's going to be the operator with the angle. Down goes Mind Freak. But down goes this, a spike carrier as well. Side players come back in kind. Although they've got the positioning, the spike drops. Viper's Pit now up by Rossi. They know they should have this round. How do you push back in? Look at what's happening again. Forsaken. It's happening again.
I think Xcurate has a decent idea that his brother's doing this.
All right, all right. Well, I want to see how Forsaken can. Does he check it? Do you know what your brother's doing? Or is it going to be in a pink mist?
I mean, they got time to really make sure that they're set up. Kind of come from all 3 angles at once.
Ooh!
Unbelievable.
1 shot, 1 kill. Now on to the next, and he's online for the ace. Rossi's right around the edge of it, and Forsaken just sprays downtown.
Unbelievable. What a game he's already having. 11 kills in 5 rounds.
Are you kidding me?
Just blistering stuff from Forsaken. Goodness. I don't know what Jing was doing there. That was a little weird. He had the toxic screen in front of him, and he went to try to plant with no cover.
But you know, had him marked.
I know. Xcurate knew. Forsaken's just better.
Unbelievable. And the way that he was checking into the Viper's Pit as well, making sure not to over-peek out the corner. Rossi was the one who walked into his crosshairs. And that's just tiny little timings that allows Forsaken to capture that ace. Next round, PRX has been really good at going towards this ace site. T1 now no longer aggressively pushing out of B. Forsaken goes back in for a bit of adventure on his own. Uses the cyber cage to set up the spy camera. Does not expect his brother on the other side. He only spotted it, went in for this camera tag. The rest of the team, though, has already made their way in, but because of the smokes, Cyan player able to take down Jing, something in for a bit of a trade. 2 players remaining. You've got Noted, you've got the Blade Storm.
Oh my.
Comes down to sharpshooting. They know the angles. Something's prepared for it. Snaps back onto Izu's head. Triple kill on a hat trick now. He knows executed right around the corner too. Doesn't have the spike though, so this is just gonna come down to kills. Can Xcurate be accurate enough to out-snipe this? Watches down the angle onto where it stairs. It's taken a little bit too much time, so he brings back around. Catches something just as he peeks out. The shot through the engine block, and T1 back 3-on-3.
Well, this is starting to look like a PRX match for sure. It is fast and furious. And this time it's a bait and switch for Xcurate. Nice work there with Izu to get his brother Jason to fall for it. Rossi holding that door nicely. Something almost takes this round. I mean, these huge multi-kills for PRX. You can see, wow, Xcurate wants that. He's got that serious look on his face.
And off of the win, a timeout being called now by Coach Autumn, interestingly enough. They have an equalized score. They want to bring it to a bit of a lead. They are sensing that PRX, you know, are coming in with a bit of an adjusted strategy. In the past, maybe it's the hyper-aggressive stuff, but this time around, you always want to watch out for Forsaken on this lurk.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's the biggest part of this, is that they can't have Forsaken just running over their flanks and just tearing them apart. And certainly for Alex, he's probably trying to get them a little bit more dialed in, trying to get them a little more disciplined because they're getting caught in some weird angles. Rossi's doing a good job finding some moments. So you got to be ready for Xcurate's op. Got to make sure that you're not walking out in front of it. We saw it very early on when it was an outlaw, but basically the same gun in that situation, right? Where Forsaken just kind of wide peaks it enough. So you got to be kind of more diligent, some of the smokes and some of those things. And it is going to be time for that tour de force to come out. And this is the double op setup. Saya player can pick it up as well. And we see that all the time with T1 on this map.
Very potentially deadly stuff. I think there's also been a call for Forsaken to be a little bit more careful about some of these corners where Xcurate is definitely marking him. Something on with the judge, though, is a very interesting thing. They've managed to go in and flood down the B site. Spike has been planted. Jing with the showstopper, although it doesn't quite land. Good bit of damage. Rossi comes in for the trade. Mindfreak trades right back. Paranoia sent out by Izu as they try to push back out from the door side. Shrouded steps into the smoke. Now they're trying to play around it. Divide definitely hears this. Goes back in, just a pre-fire, but the run and gun doesn't quite work out. Something comes back in off of the information just to try to collect on these kills. Quiet land range. Saya player connects the shot, swaps over the classic, and lands a great old one onto Mindfreak.
Is that a no-scope? It's point blank op. Absolutely bonkers stuff. The pace of play is insane.
Planted.
I mean, this is just, oh no, the one-way Forsaken there. Just walking right underneath it. Yep. Yep.
Unbelievable.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
That's why, I mean, Saya player still is that duelist that can always step up if needed. He wasn't maybe as loud during kickoffs, but he definitely still had great performances, especially against Zeta. Up against PRX, it might be a little bit different, but right now, today, this is shaping up to be a bit of a challenge for PRX too.
We know how good he can be. And there's just no breaks on this game. I mean, this is just a full-on C-hit. There is no hesitation with the Blade Storm to lead the way, trying to play off the back of these Seekers.
And T1 are just trying to respect PRX as well. Walking through, did not check the corner where Izu is. Right up around the side. Jing tried to go in for the trade, but unfortunately shut down as well. T1 now having the numbers advantage, gonna press on with the pressure. You got the showstopper, the rocket at the ready, and it does land. Forsaken right underneath, not able to deal with the close quarter duel. Now Xcurate coming out from the door. They've swung out, they've captured Mindfreak, and we've gotten the round, gotten the lead. T1 moves forward.
Yep, flawless for T1. Flawless. Handling the pressure very nicely, not giving any opportunities for this aggressive style of PRX. Just having a good read on when they can strike, when they can get in some angles. PRX isn't expecting it. And that's always, again, a problem that you see sometimes with PRX. I mean, Jing was trying to do something about it, but shot out of the air by Izu. Absolutely insane stuff for T1. They are already forcing that timeout. I don't blame Alex here. He needs to right the ship and right it fast. Definitely see if he can maybe get him to work the map a little bit more. Maybe see if they can put the tempo down a little bit.
Yeah.
Get Forsaken to not walk in front of his brother's op.
What are you gonna do? I mean, they're brothers.
It is, yes. It is hard when you like know each other so well like that. Like day to day, you're just like, who's gonna have the better read on the other?
But I think it's also, I mean, they do have these strategies, they do have the set plans, but sometimes perhaps PRX things, you know, you mentioned the tunnel vision overheating a little bit. They had the spike down on C. No real reason for something to continue pushing out all that far. You can admire the idea for Jing to try to go in for a trade, but after that, you know, without the numbers and the showstopper coming in from Saya player, it was just a bit of a tough round.
I mean, I'm sure in his mind, he's like, well, if I can just get towards their spawn and get to that raise before the raise gets the showstopper out, then I'll look like a genius. But that's PRX, right? Like, this is the way they play. It is high-octane gameplay, to say the least. And I don't mind the idea. I do a little bit want to see Jing pull back there and then play a little bit further back, but it's going to be tough no matter what with that showstopper in play.
That's why it's a little bit of a tough position to be in, but at the very least, you can say that they have forced the hand of T1.
Yeah, economy's not great for PRX. They had to invest just about everything they had into this round, and it still came up short. It's still a Guardian and a Bulldog.
Okay. Forsaken still lurking. Not really finding all too much. This time the protocol's in towards C. Playing together, not extending too much right now. They've got Waterfall, they've got the door marked.
They knew where that plant was coming down, and Rossi tried to punish it.
Execute waiting for the door to tap. Waiting for the team too. Forsaken should be able to hear most of this. You can see that he's communicating it to his team right now. But unfortunately blinded, not quite able to do all too much. Devi on the other side, a bit of a tap with the Phantom, but instantly traded. Spotted Execute through Waterfall now, something. Wanting to take the duel, they know they have to watch out for Mound. Trades coming in, and the timer's still ticking away. A bit more of a standard round as Jing, alongside Mindfreak, do their job at anchoring down this spike. T1 not able to retake. Not unlike before.
Yeah, and I think Alex probably told him exactly what you were looking at in that previous round. Don't go too crazy. Get the plant down, then settle in. Get these post-plant coverages, get your trades in place, and that's what gets PRX over the line here. A little bit cleaner in their reactions. Carpe having a really nice one. Getting 3 big kills. Just isn't quite enough. Execute with that op in a rough position towards the end. And there was some good movement there from Jing. Didn't overcommit to that angle. Didn't give Execute any real chance to take him down.
Cyber Cage up again. We're back into that same C strat. T1 trying to adjust around it. Reinforcing the site now with Rossi and Izu. Side player joining the team.
Trying to use that Prowler to set up Execute. Izu out of the air goes something.
Was that pre-aimed? I'm curious, but he definitely got that shot. Now PRX has to rethink their decision. We can't quite go into C any longer.
Yeah, this is not, they've overstacked it. And then on this, Forsaken again!
Wide swings just a little bit further, an inch over the crosshair. Execute not able to fire off his operator. Mindfreak on the lurk this time. This is how you play Lotus. You've got the Neuro Theft as well, but Rossi coming back in to investigate. Great awareness. With the op now, though, picked up from his brother. Not quite able to flick back over.
He wide swung that angle, opened himself up to 2 and had to check.
Oh man, 2-on-4. Jing has the showstopper. Doesn't need it yet.
Bye.
Both players able to do so much. Now just pulls out the showstopper for a bit of security. Tries to blast pack away into safety or hop away into safety, but Izu, playing off of his teammate, gets the information and plays the position to perfection. 6-4, T1. The adjustments from both sides are great, but T1 still feeling that lead.
Well, she's Louise, Izu. Absolutely bonkers. I don't know how Rossi read that. That's insanity. I don't know if there was an accidental footstep or sound given over by Mindfreak, but that's just tremendous awareness there. And Forsaken, again, we're seeing these problems where PRX just starts to push more and more and more space on the map, but it gets to be too much too far. If Forsaken just kind of pulls back and holds a different angle, he doesn't offer himself to 2 potential angles that he has to worry about. And that's what ends up costing him, the timing. Just too much.
T1 exercising that patience. And now adjusting to another site. C has been blocked off by the Viper's Pit of Rossi. So in towards A. Trying to play around the door. You've got that Prowler being sent out, something just trying to land the shot, close the position. Good swing now coming through. But at what cost? You still got stairs to worry about. And Izu doing a good job at anchoring. Despite, you know, still calling him a bit of a rookie, he is providing that impact. X here now landing these shots.
Down A.
And Mind Freak trying to buy all the time he can. Forsaken got one.
Forsaken's got to watch out for Rossi.
Oh,
good dink. But Execute with the shorty jumping over.
Oh, he knows.
Wow. He knows.
He knows. He's been pretty good at reading. Just because he's losing to his brother sometimes in the duels doesn't mean he hasn't read it pretty damn well.
Good grasp coming in from T1.
I love it. I mean, but one of the concerns I have, and this is something I mentioned at the beginning, is that if you leave these sight lines open for X-Curate to pop off with the op, he's gonna knock you down. And they're not smoking off that stairs angle, or at least, you know, they're not finding the right timings after smoking it off, that X-Curate isn't allowed to punish it. And they are on a buy, and they are on B.
Okay. Oh, it's that Nightfall Carpe now. Vision.
Oh my god.
Sound completely robbed, low health, and it's just, it stills the rest of the T1 squad with so much confidence that they just push out and decimate PRX.
And it's this toxic screen that cuts off the frontline players of PRX again, and they don't have any ability to help off the back of it quick enough, and so you lose your two duelists.
The squad's been, split in half because of this.
We saw it earlier, Jing died trying to plant the spike, but they're still able to recover the round, but this time it's gonna take some heroics from Dubai and Mind Freak.
Last player standing.
Not today, not for now, as we near the end of the first half. And 8-4 shaping up for T1. And I mean, just think about how it happens again. You've got all of these players from the side of T1, and they are just prepared to toss all of these haymakers against PRX. That Nightfall, the toxic screen that you were mentioning, Paper Thin, and now the rest of them just collecting on these kills.
Look how fast
oh boy.
They start swarming. Poor Dubai.
All right, okay, we got the first. He knew that one was coming in from defender spawn, and that's why he turned around, but yeah, 3 players coming out from Mound. 8-4 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, this is great stuff from T1. All it took was that one time out. They were pretty well on track after that. You know, great recognition there by Autumn, even after winning a round, that they needed adjustments, that they needed to kind of take the fight to PRX at times. You know, get themselves into better positions, use their utility to their advantage, and kind of cut up PRX piece by piece. They certainly have made a bit of paper mache out of PRX so far. What the heck? The Matryoshka Jing? Like, what is that?
The Russian doll.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does, you know, feel as though PRX takes a little bit of time to adjust around this. Like you're mentioning, not turning them into paper mache. There's so much that they have to kind of work around. Meanwhile, T1 has had all this time to prepare. They picked this map intentionally, and it shows that they definitely know how to work their way around it. I mean, some of these setups where you have Izu watching for something as he tries to execute onto C, Execute marking a lot of these positions where he just knows, you know, whether or not it's his brother who's going to show up or, you know, some of the other players from PRX.
Here.
There's still a little bit of an adjustment period.
Yeah, there's very few rounds that T1 was completely fooled. They read things pretty well for the most part. Took some pretty spectacular plays from PRX to really dislodge X-Curate. He's 12-6. He's having a phenomenal half. Saya player 12-8. Rossi 11-7. Izu 9-9, but some of those kills Izu has gotten have been really flashy. So you gotta like what you're seeing for T1. And now over to the attacker side. Again, generally this map, that's the side you're gonna favor. A lot of work to be done by PRX, looking for some kind of mound hit here. They're just gonna push.
Wow. Oh, I don't know how Grace is going to work out. Something able to trade off for Jing, but unfortunately that Sheriff has been dropped. Executor now on the other side, marking Pillar. Able to capture onto Forsaken. Mind Freak on the other side with the Classic. Just peeks out at the right time, but goes in for the reload. And Rossi just capitalizes. Something now with the swings, and all of a sudden Rossi, cold and alone, feels the pressure, needs to get the spike down at the very least. He has the timing for it. But PRX has the numbers.
Sheriff going to be grabbed by Devi, able to get a big chunk of healing. That could be a very, very important factor into how this round plays out. But PRX kind of gambled incorrectly here. This is going to take some time, and now they realize, uh-oh.
Wow. Okay. So if you were in Rossi's shoes in this very situation, you can sense the timing of which PRX might take to rotate over back onto C. He's going to make use of this. There are some pings across the map.
He's going to hear the footsteps, so...
What?
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Something with the swing, just the widest peak. Strafes all the way over to the right. Let's Devi end it.
Here's that after image again. Trying to keep up with that. That's hard, man. I mean, you expect him to stop, right, at some point?
Yeah.
But he just keeps going. You expect him to try to shoot back. You know, you got to stop to get the aim steady to this game. Devi is just waiting. He knows it.
We're having fun.
That's all according to plan there. He's like, I'm just going to keep going, Devi. You swing on the back of it if there's contact and get the kill.
It's a good shot. A bit of a tech pause again as the players trying to correct their equipment or audio issues. But for now, PRX coming back in with this pistol. They are now 8-5, able to buy back up on the next. That's right, on the defending side, I think it's that Pacific thing. We're doing Pacific things of pushing out defense. T1 just not quite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. These are only things that happen in Pacific, it feels like sometimes. I mean, this is what makes Pacific so fun, is we're a little off the rails. And that's a good thing. I mean, come on. Two out of the top 3 teams in Madrid were Pacific.
Yeah.
I mean, it works for us, all right?
Still waiting for the one team to, possibly Shanghai or Champions Korea, maybe.
It's happening this year.
It has to.
Look, this is all right. I'm just coming out there, going with the big prediction. Either Shanghai or in Seoul, there will be a Pacific team that lifts a trophy this year.
Has to be.
Just saying. That's
Hear that?
a guarantee.
EMEA? Yeah.
Yeah. That won't come back to bite me at all.
Well, I guess we'll find out. But
nothing could go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that, I think it's also just really lovely to see how, PRX, although it's taken a bit of time and they haven't had that much time to adjust, they're still able to just plug and play, go into the game, and you have some of these ideas where Forsaken peeks out of pillars, Mind Freak tucks and hides underneath that box where he actually is able to peek out and collect on a few more kills.
Yeah, there's these extra layers to what PRX does that makes them so tricky, right? Because it feels like they're kind of just W keying at you. Like, obviously that's their motto, but they actually kind of don't at the same time. Do you know what I mean? Like, somebody's going to W key at you, but there's plans behind it. Like, you can see in that pistol round, right? Something's pushing way out there, but he's quick to react to be like, oops, I overdid it. And he still has the dash, so he can piece out. But then there's the other side of it coming, and then there's another layer to it. Because like you said, there's the Forsaken there, and then Mind Freak as well, and they hide it. So there's actually a lot of strategy that goes into what PRX does. People kind of meme on this team, and it kind of makes me a little bit upset in a way, because there's actually quite a bit going on underneath the surface. There's sort of like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good analogy. Maybe like, that's not good. I was going to say a duck. You know how ducks are like really smooth on top of the water, and it looks like they're just, you know, like and then underneath
just floating.
But underneath, it's like
they're actually paddling.
Yeah, but it's not quite right. That's not good enough.
I'll take it actually. Yeah,
Right.
Or you know, there's that picture of the iceberg where like underneath.
Yes.
Yeah, there's actually a lot more.
It looks shallow, but it's actually quite deep. I think that's better. I like yours
Precisely.
better.
Nah, I like the duck because ham quack.
That's fair. You know, it didn't even occur to me until just now.
But yeah, I mean, that's exactly what PRX has, but whether or not they can actually convert that pistol win into even more rounds, that's still something that we have yet to see, because another thing that they're always known to do is to sometimes overheat a little bit too much. T1 definitely shows that, you know, today they have a lot of these set plans. They have a lot of counter strategies and prepared against PRX.
Yeah, and T1 is happy to brawl too. Like, if that's what it comes down to, then T1's got the players to do it. No doubt that they are just as capable mechanically. So it's just a matter of getting yourself in the right places at the right time, reading things correctly. So the first half, absolutely they had a good read on it. Absolutely, this is a map that T1 has always been favoring since this new roster was put together. You can see why. And I mean, obviously X-Curate's a big part of it on that chamber. He has so many sightlines and options to really utilize that agent to its fullest. And I'm thinking maybe some other teams should look into it.
Yeah. I mean, you can really see how they make use of that operator a lot, chamber especially. And you know, we're always talking about how we want to see more teams pick up the chamber, maybe Yay back on it. We haven't seen it so far, but X-Curate is one of these players, alongside Laz, who have definitely shown us how to make use of this, how to use that rendezvous with the trademark, and he really puts himself in these positions where he marks a lot of these angles, and it makes it a little bit oppressing for some of the PRX players to peek out of, unless they kind of have an idea that he's around the corner.
Yeah, but again, PRX doesn't account for it enough, right? To be fair,
Forsaken did the one round with the
It's
ace.
hard. Yeah. It's hard. Like, because like eventually you're gonna run out of utility. You know what I mean? If X-Curate is disciplined enough, there just isn't enough utility available and around to deal with him. That being said, I still felt like there were a few opportunities for PRX to do a little bit more to try to make him uncomfortable. Whatever, that's neither here nor there, but I think a lot of teams can run chamber on this map. I mean, obviously, yeah, Laz is the first one that comes to mind. You can still kind of do the same kind of things that T1 does. Throw the double operator, throw it over to depth. Look, I think chamber's just fine on most maps. I think Ascent is about the only map where I'm just like, well, I think you're mostly better off playing a Killjoy no matter who you are. But, you know, it is what it is. I'll be curious to see. I mean, Alex did hint during the desk that they do have a chamber comp somewhere.
Who's
trying to think
be,
what map it could be, Bind maybe, but
who's going to be the one playing the chamber?
I think Forsaken.
And you know, I kind of wish I had a Chef Toke here next to us so that I can, you know, I'm cooking.
Well,
Forsaken chamber versus X-Curate's chamber.
I mean, that would be that's just a dream. I mean, that's everybody in the world will lose their mind, and that's okay. That's a good thing. I mean, because then I think, you know, well, Something plays a lot of Gecko, so you can do that on Bind. So you can play chamber. You can play Jing on the Rays, Something on the Gecko, Divide on the Sky, and then
Forsaken on the chamber.
Yeah, Mind Freak. Yeah, and then Mind Freak on like Brimstone or whatever you want to do. I think that could be their bind comp. I don't know.
You never quite know, but the fact that there is that possibility is always a lot of fun. And it just makes you think, you know, how much PRX has prepared for this, how they're gonna get Jing back into, you know, peak form for this roster to take on the whole of VCT Pacific.
And it hasn't. And I can tell that Jing is uncomfortable. Like, you can tell that Alex wasn't just messing around during during the interview.
It does take a little bit of time. I mean, I'm sure Jing is just, you know, still reacclimating back to being in a different country, being back with the team. It's a bit of a reunion, but at the same time, there is work to be done. There's that rendezvous. What a peak.
Well, it is going to be Jing with the Outlaw here. You kind of expect the Vandal and the Outlaw to be swapped between those two players, so kind of an interesting idea coming through. T1's going to try to flood. Only one.
Just in terms of preference players and the positioning that they have, PRX has the right setup as T1 tries to barrel through, but Divide shovels them down. It's going to be PRX, of course, coming back in. Now Mind Freak, a little bit more money.
Is this the glass cannon? We saw this earlier not go so hot for Bleed. And yeah, X-Curate's going to stick with it, it looks like. Jing there, just a little bit off, and that second shot does kick.
I was
Outlaw can be a bit of a mule.
In we go.
So decent weaponry available for PRX, but this might catch him a little off guard. Oh my god, that util.
Okay.
Oh,
Managed
scary.
to evade all of it. But it's still enough information to know that primary forces of PRX are around the A site, so the go signal towards C. Forsaken has to stay tucked away. He's got some of these cages, he's got some trips, but is it going to be enough to deal with the full forces of T1? Saya with the blast pack peak, able to take him down.
Oh, what?
Something through the smoke. A bit of a skewer and 2 hits just get pierced. Now the 3 of them, remaining T1 players, pushing down into defender spawn. Xgrid's got the operator, able to make use of it. He's trying to be vocal about what he needs. The rest of the team trying to come back into support, but Jing just with the patience to tap on the brakes a little bit. Hides inside of this dark cover provided by Mind Freak, and sticking the defuse all the way through. Xgrid has to peek out, but that's just the punishment that you're afforded when PRX takes you to school. Bonus round collected.
I mean, I'm speechless. Sometimes I feel after I feel like I've seen it all with PRX. Something does this.
That was like...
Please explain. Please explain.
Nice!
It's unreal. A great post plant there from Mind Freak, holding in that smoke. And then I think when X-Curate switched back over to the op, it might have given his position away just a little bit. The barrel on that thing's so long.
Yeah.
And it does cost them going into that early op. I mean, he found a good kill, but the rest of the team not really able to adjust. I mean, again, it's frankly kind of unfair what something did to them in that round.
It's just a little bit of unfortunate timing for T1, you know, and just great plays from something to go around the door at the right time. But whatever it is now, Prowler being spent to just deal with the trip wires. They know that Forsaken's right around the corner. Didn't quite expect him to peek out at that time, though. Takes down Carpe. A couple more players going his way. Izu with a Sheriff able to cut down Forsaken at his knees. And now it's down to the rest of PRX to try to recover from this initial assault.
Oh, Jing.
Oh, tries to peek out.
Great patience.
Xgrid's still on the bit of that flank, able to catch on to Mind Freak. The rest of the players from PRX still up the front. Something with the operator trying to land a shot, but Xgrid already knows where to look. Jing, feeling a bit of the pressure, tries to hop away. Has the paint shells, he spends it. But the entire site engulfed in smoke. Izu with the stinger is the one who ends his life.
Unreal. Chaos. That's the best word to describe this. Chaos. And that you wouldn't have any other way playing against PRX.
No kidding.
I mean, Forsaken loses that battle. Again, a few timing things just go the wrong way for PRX, and T1 is so quick to punish. X-Curate looking like his brother. Remember, his brother just running people over on the other side of the map, winning duels you don't think he's going to have any business winning. And he just does it right back to him.
For sure. I mean, he instantly knows, again, like, where to post himself up, where to mark these positions. He plays around the timing of the rotations, timing of the peaks from some of the opposing team's players. Another thing that I do want to point out is, interestingly enough, T1 has these setups on the C side where they make use of Rossi and Izu's smokes. You got that poison cloud right next to Izu's dark cover, and it just provides that much more, you know, it's a lot more oppressive for a player like Jing to have to peek into them.
No doubt. You're absolutely right. That was a really rough spot for Jing. He's trying to do what he can to use his paint shells to clear that space that you're talking about, but didn't really happen. Now you're going to have Op, Odin, tour de force. Showstopper for Jing.
The big guns.
Devi has, okay, a Bulldog. I was like, Devi, you got to buy there, my friend. And only a Stinger.
Well, if it's any consolation prize, most of the PRX players are 1 point away from their ultimates. Jing has his rocket. And is that enough? You know, you can't really just blind Showstopper against a player like X-Curate.
Jing got tagged up a little bit by that Odin spam.
It's a bit of presence. They know that there's an Odin somewhere on the map. Something around Mound, being marked by Saya player of all things. There's that rocket. It's just trying to deter them from pushing further into the A site. Now that that rocket has been spent, The rest of Paper X are thinking, let's rotate over to defend another part of the map. It's going to be that Boombot that gives something a bit of a tell, so he's able to punish Saya player. The op is now dropped.
Jing actually caught Carpe for quite a bit of damage on that showstopper. Only 25 HP left. No way to heal that up. Gonna have to try to bully your way through. X-Curate.
Stairs, though.
Yeah, Devi's got to be so careful.
Izu's they're trying not to tell Paper X what they're doing. Now that the dark cover comes up, though, Paper X definitely aware. The jump peek. Can't do that too often now, but Devi peeks out at the right time. Slays 2, looks for the third. 1, 2, and 3. The fourth for Jing. Paper X, 9-8.
Uncle Devi getting it done there. Great timing. Look, he calls himself Uncle, so
yeah.
I'm allowed to as well. That's my logic there. I mean, this is just great timing from him to find this. You know, that's first of all a great shot from X-Curate, hitting the jiggle peeking something, and then the timing here to get 2 flashes immediately.
Jumps out.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's a brilliant individual play from Devi that wins that round. That's, you know, he's been so good on Sky for so long. I love to watch him play it.
Kind of looks like Alex almost lost his
No
mind.
way!
Wow. At least Mind Freak managed to take him out mid-air, but great opening from Side Player with the Rockets. Forsaken now peeks out off of it. Paper X presses the go signal along with the Seekers. Forsaken, 2 kills from that Phantom. X-Curate, the only one left, comes back in to try to retrieve the spike, but he's got so many targets. There is that Jing movement. What a return.
Love it. It's just like coming back home to mom's cooking, man. You know, like
yeah.
Seeing Jing use that, land on a blast pack and then hit your head on a dime. Absolutely nuts. This push out on the back of these Seekers. I mean, this is what I love about Paper X when Devi is on the Sky, is the way they play off his utility. Saw it way earlier in this half when they pushed out from A and followed his Trailblazer. That time you saw it with Seekers. He's great at setting up his duelists with flashes, setting up himself with flashes. Just such a good Sky player is Devi.
Strong individual players all across, and yeah, everyone knows how to work off of it. This is why this team works so well. They've got the synergy, they've got the chemistry. Something still safe enough. The door swung open. Forsaken finds his own frag. Spike dropped, and it's T1, you know, not able to quite commit into this.
They're gonna have to change directions. I don't really think you want to mess with this C site, but they may think about waiting it out, seeing if they can get some rotates out of Paper X. Paper X, they can be a little bit antsy, but they can spread themselves a little bit thinner. They can put Jing over on B, keep Devi at A, just to keep eyes on it. But I think this is the right read here from T1 to try to go over towards A. You still have the from the shadows if things don't look great, and that's why I think part of the reason that Paper X is spreading the map like they are, but some of that attention paid over there. Saya player, fast kill onto something.
Great punish.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds, now they have to go in, but Mind Freak, he has been stepping up. He showed what he's capable of in Madrid, and now he's coming back in to collect on 3 more skulls. As T1 drops to the ground, it's 10-9 now. Paper X have won 3 rounds in a row. The streak is starting to build.
Well, remember when I said I had the Paper X script? They start slow, then they come back. It is the way of the Paper X, my friend. This is
the way.
This is the way. It's just amazing. Now you got an Outlaw here, knowing that it's going to be a weaker buy with the Blade Storms as well for something. Love this little cheeky purchase.
It's all across half armor. It's just such great game sense and awareness. The toxic screen, you know, might just give them a bit of leg room, but oh, there's that shot. Tries to updraft away, but not too bad with the Stinger. Carpe will be able to gun him down.
Face your fear!
Really?
Wow, committing into this. Side player down to 5 HP though. They have to be a little bit careful. At least the trails will alert them as to where some of these Paper X players are positioned, but they had no idea. A couple more coming through the door. And that's gonna be T1, unfortunately, not quite able to secure it. They had the Viper's Pit up and everything, and you could see the idea that they wanted to go for it, but fortunately, just not quite able to deal with this aggression from PRX.
Well, and I think that's part of what PRX is waiting for their timing on this retake flood. They know that they're trying to get that Viper's Pit online, so they know who's planting it, they know what the idea is, and then there's that timing after he plants it where he has to throw the Viper's Pit down. That takes a couple seconds. That's a perfect opportunity to exploit the timing there. That's just brilliant. Actually, that's really, really smart from PRX, guys. I mean, that's not just random. That's like, they knew what they were doing there.
We say that it's aggression, and yeah, it's definitely not random. Already so cognizant and aware of what T1 are about to do. The Nightfall, I think, was the signal, and Mindfreak was just in position, waiting to strike when the iron is hot. So T1 having to adjust now. They've lost their lead. They've had some great rounds in this first half, but on to the attack. I mean, how do you deal with it?
It's a great question.
So far in the second half, they've only won one round, Paperthin.
I think you got to start playing with the map a little bit. I think you got to make sure there's no early aggression, set up for some early attempted picks on any PRX push-outs, and then start working the map. You know, drift towards A, cut over through baby door towards B, drift over towards C, you know, rotate back to A, stuff like that. You keep PRX a little bit more off balance. Don't give them the opportunities to kind of set up for you, to put you in their crosshairs, to put you in their crossfires.
Can't just go in for the big cross, the big punches.
Somebody needs to be lurking too.
Yeah,
that's the other thing.
Defenses. I think we do have Excurate or Rossi on that job now.
This is what they need to do. This is exactly what they need to do.
Good ideas from Coach Autumn, yes. Collecting the orb. PRX has no choice but to let them.
Grenade!
Now you put Saya player one away from a showstopper, and he's going to be left as the anchor over here to try to buy a little bit of attention. He's looking for that pick. He would love to get that, and then he can maybe showstopper in and really sell this fake.
I'm thinking about beating All right, side player. Satchel's away. PRX hears it. They're reading the movements. Mindfreak instantly goes over onto Baby Door just to check. Still a little bit worried about something with this judge. Oh, ooh, okay. Airstream's back in. Paperthin, I am so nervous.
I can tell. It's okay.
Spike planted.
Oh no!
And now you've got a lot of cover.
No. Oh my god. So lucky that showstopper.
Great mechanics to dodge it, but he knows he has to watch out for a Saya player still. T1 building up on this. Off of Autumn's strat calling. Carpe executing it. Everyone pushing up forward now. They have the sight.
It's going to run out of time.
Slow and steady default into A, and it just works out well. Something, yeah. I mean, he's got the judge anyway, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Blaze Storm already pops. Might as well try to go for some kills, but T1, great adjustments coming through.
Exactly what I wanted to see. It worked great. I love it. Coach Autumn, I really highly rate him in the way that he works with this team, the way he gets them into the right places. Sometimes they kind of lose their heads a bit. And now he's like, wait a minute, guys. Hold on. We don't need to play into PRX's game. We don't need to be dragged down in the mud. You know, we need to kind of rise above it all, keep our feet dry, and play a little bit more of a consistent game. It works that time. Now, what's going to be the adjustment for PRX? Well, take a little bit of a space here. This isn't super unusual, obviously. Now, something with an operator getting this deep be a little tough. It's being accounted for in some respects by T1. You can see a few of their players in spawn sort of waiting this out. But how much further is something willing to go? Oh, he got Rossi.
Just as the smoke drops too. Perfectly timed. And now you've got all of these trap setups all up around C. Saya player just trying to do the same thing that he did before in case PRX pushes out. But nobody's found. Forsaken goes for a bit of stray. Tracer rounds spotted. And PRX knows Good positioning so far from PRX.
He was half a second away from getting that kill, was Forsaken. If he had pulled that trigger just a little bit sooner, he might have found one. Already seen a couple through the smokes.
Right.
They got to work the map, but now PRX has planted their feet. They're not really biting on much. Devi gonna get this kill. Yep.
I mean, he's trying to work the map, but Carpe is just exploring it on his own. They know that they are running out of options. Don't want to go to A because the operator's there. B has been blocked off. No choice but to barrel through into C, but that's where Forsaken is. Extra, good shots. But when it comes down to it, running out of space, running out of time, Mizu tries to thread the needle, but Jing catches him instead. It's 12-10 now.
Yeah, and it's great counter moves here from PRX where they're just like, wait. Let's play a little bit more patient. Let's keep our information game in check. Let's make sure we have all of our bases covered. Don't give them the ability to over-rotate. That's part of why they push A early there, so they have that information, so they know that they don't have to commit to anything else, and they can hang on. And you get that pick on Rossi, you know he's probably going to be on the edge, so you know you can stay at C. The change up in the tripwires there for Forsaken also very good because it caught the landing zone of Saya, gave him a free kill.
Okay.
It's a lot of those little things.
It's precisely like you said, but right now T1 going back to those lurks that we wanted to see from Xcurt before. Operator versus operator. Well, not an operator this time. But nonetheless, a bit of a lurk. T1 trying to work the map.
They've done a good job of keeping something off balance with that operator for the most part, other than that previous round. Able to clear the chamber utility. Something. Now he's just going to hold the angle. And so you know it's not B, so you can kind of put 2-2, right? You know it's not going to be coming B, so you can hold 2A, 2C, or wherever you feel like they're going to go. In fact, they're making a great read here. Jing already making his way over to A.
Yeah. PRX just really controlling the map. But how can T1 really work their way around this? They don't want to explore B all too much. Now kind of planted their feet firmly in the sand for A site. You need those protocols to carefully clear and check every single one of these bounds. First of all, Tree going through. Paranoia's been sent out. Trade's coming in, but look at the number of reinforcements that PRX has. Devi and Jing back in action. PRX ends out the first map. This was T1's map pick, but PRX just shows exactly how strong they are.
What do you do against this team, man? Well, they're so challenging to play against. Even when you feel like you've got them on the ropes, that you've got the read on them, they just can flip a switch, and they are a different team in a heartbeat. You see it time and time again. Go back and look at a bunch of PRX games and look at their first maps, and look at how they start. So many times they're down pretty heavily early, and then just something, not the player, but the ideas in their head change, and they just turn it on.
You know, it comes from Coach Alex after round 17 in his timeout. So our desk will break down all of that. What exactly happened? How did Alex write everything, and how did PRX come back?
PRX once again remains unshaken as one of the dominant teams here. And continuing on Lotus, I know T1 has been working on Lotus so long against PRX, and they came closer this time, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, but this is a loss now on Lotus for the side of T1. I think that takes them to 66% win rate. This is the third time they played it. Anyway, I'm not going to try to do maths. This was a good map here between both of these teams. Honestly, a bit of a refresher after a fairly rough opening series. This was very much back and forth. Great star-studded play, some fantastic clutches from both squads coming through there. Can we just go to blind now? I want to keep watching the game.
Feels like Jing never left, right? It feels like again, there was that point where we're talking about how he's going to reintegrate with the team, but he's just doing his own thing, and the timing's still there here for PRX. So it's working so well for them. That being said as well, Forsaken, talking about how under the weather he is, he's not. He's getting 3K every single round.
Man dropped an ace. He gave us our second ace of the day.
He dropped an ace. I think it's worth noting, you know, every time we looked at his cam, he looked not as, energetic as we normally see him, but it's almost like him being sick. He's
made
just
him sharper.
Highly focused on just clicking heads. And that's exactly what he did, especially as the Sentinel MVP here. Again, not entirely surprising. It is Forsaken, after all. The tempo that we know and love about PRX definitely came into full play here. We did see them play in Madrid, but when you insert Jing here, it seems that everything, the chemistry was just a lot more natural.
Yeah,
understandably.
I mean, this is kind of what I thought was going to happen, was just, Jing's going to come back in. There's been these questions of, okay, it's been several months since he's played. He hasn't been scrimming with the team. How's it going to look? And I just felt like he's going to come back in and he's just going to look like Jing. Like, I just feel like he's going to come in. He's going to have a fantastic first day, maybe stumble a little bit in the future, but I think that just he's got the motivation. He's got the excitement behind him. He's right back on stage in a very comfortable position. And that very much shined through here, as we'll take a look back at, Forsaken getting that ace. Just absolutely incredible from him. Yeah. But yeah, Jing just looking right at home. Something as well, heating up way faster in this set. A little bit of a slower beginning for him, but then just started really taking over as well.
Yeah, Mindfreak also just kind of, I think, bringing that energy that we saw from him in Madrid, and it's still kind of here. Still getting a couple of those multi-kills, great assistance on utility. When PRX go for these super aggressive pushes onto Mount, as you can see there. So that kind of thing just kind of evens out what we saw here, that PRX definitely needed to, secure this first game.
We do have to talk about Xcure too. He was incredible on this map as Chamber.
No, he really was. I mean, you can see that, there's that one time playing on that B side. He kind of overthinks what angle he needs to be holding with that operator. Forsaken's able to take it out of his hands, etc. But for the most part, I mean, he was just looking damn clean with it. I mean, headhunter shots, op, doesn't really matter. Xcure continues to deliver when it comes down to that chamber play. This was really, really good. I think for the side of T1, though, I mean, another shout out has to go over to Saya player, who is putting up some pretty damn incredible figures in his own right. But one of the things that was very much lacking initially for T1 was impact from Izu, somebody that we've really come to rely on for T1. Wasn't finding too much success there for the longest. I think he went like 0-6-1 at one point before he was able to finally get a kill on the board. If Izu is firing like we normally see him, this very well is very likely a different result. It's probably T1 being able to take that map. So I think that now you have that bit of a warm-up out of the way, shake off the loss, get focused up as you get ready to go into bind.
Yes, completely agree with you on Izu there. Now, bind, even if PRX has only shown it once during kickoff, we've seen the Jing bind so many times. And the last time we saw it, I think it might have been Champions. We're excluding AVL here. Champions last year, where they did a last-minute composition change. So I wonder now what kind of bind we're going to see them. T1, on the other hand, Coach Autumn did an interview with the Korean desk, and he mentioned that he felt that he was happy to see Gen G make it to the top 3, but they also feel they're a stronger team than Gen G. And we kind of know what happened between Gen G and PRX both times.
Yeah.
A bold statement there.
I mean, it certainly is, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think you'd much rather see a team have confidence in themselves than to not. So I'd say more props to them, and obviously we'll eventually have the opportunity to prove that exact thing and see whether or not T1 can take down Gen G. But yeah, maybe feeling like they would have been able to finish off that grand finals had they been able to qualify. But for now, this is going to be their first hurdle. The first thing that's blocking them from getting those championship points that have eluded them so far.
I think right now the main advantage that T1 might have over PRX on bind is that they're blind on their bind, on T1's bind.
Yep.
So, yeah. All right, it's game time. It's our game time.
Oh.
I'm less enthusiastic about this game because we keep de-ranking Achilles. It's a guessing game, and you guys can play at home. Keep score at home.
It's another 50-50. Like, this is just a random. Like, we don't know. This is so hard to predict.
My prediction here is, PRX, they kind of go on a slow start, so I feel like Alex is the one's gonna chill guys, timeout, then they're gonna start bringing in the rounds. That's kind of my thought process on this.
Yeah, I mean, let's just do it. Let's figure it out. So I think I'm in agreement. So then we can just show it.
All right, let's show it.
Okay, we're all saying it's going to be PRX on the timeout first.
I feel like because we saw a lot of it happening during kickoff, and Madrid, I know, Jing is back now, but Jing has definitely not ever stopped Alex from doing timeouts. In fact, it's usually Jing who's causing the timeout. So, yeah, this is our vote. I don't know how you guys feel at home.
I
Do you
mean,
agree
I
with
think
us?
this surely has to go one of two ways. It's either it's T1 calling it because PRX come out swinging, they look like gods on bind, and T1 really needs to pump the brakes and try to stop things. I think we actually saw Autumn maybe time out first there on Lotus, and it was after that round win, I think to tie things at 3-3, but things were just a little bit too shaky. And so it's either that or it's T1 have a really good approach on bind, which historically they have. I'm expecting to see Carpe back over onto the Gecko, and PRX are not sticking their game plan, and Alex immediately is trying to intervene and tell them to turn their brains off again.
Yeah.
So
I can imagine an overheating situation.
looks like
early
most
on.
people agree with us.
Oh,
yeah.
69% of people agree with us. Cool.
Well,
nice.
We'll see.
Very nice.
Yeah. All right. Well, what kind of agent picks? We've seen various iterations. We saw the kickoff composition. We saw Yoru there, but we've seen various forms of double duelists coming from PRX. And T1, are we also going to see a double duelist from them? How are you guys feeling about this? I know this is as unpredictable as the question we just got, but
I mean, T1 could go with the double duelist. They could play the Yoru. I mean, we've seen that from them on Breeze. Isu does play Yoru. I think that they're probably the most likely team to actually play it, surprisingly. Because I think that if you're going to just come back into this, with Jing not having played for a while, I think trying to run the Yoru Raze composition right off the bat, I think that that's a bridge too far. I think you need to just keep him at maximum comfort. If anything else, I think it would probably be maybe even something going for the Reyna comp again alongside the Raze. I think that would make much more sense compared to trying the Yoru again.
And I mean, the Lear support for Jing just allows him to do, those aggressive double satchels again. So anything that kind of supports the homecoming of Jing, probably definitely going to be something to watch out for there. Izu, my thoughts on him, he's just super comfortable on the Yoru, so might as well just bring it out if they want to do so. It's pretty strong, but not going to happen this time.
There it is. Okay. Nailed it.
All right. Okay, we've seen this before. We've seen floating coves from Forsaken as a harbor. And Reyna is back with something.
But now there's another harbor in the mix. This map, it was already chaotic before when you had the sky smokes thrown down because you're typically going to be anticipating that there's going to be a brim on the other side. But now we have another harbor, so this map is going to be getting carved to pieces by all these smokes.
The Harbor Brothers are on bind. We're going to go over to our casters, Quack and Paperthin, who are definitely going to have a lot of fun with this.
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Achilles, and Asterai. And Achilles just predicts the agent composition, the agent picks to perfection. I mean, this is exactly what we have. And Victoria's right, too. The battle of the brothers on the harbor.
Yeah, that's actually really exciting. I mean, I've always been a big fan of Forsaken on the harbor. I love the way he plays it. He's very creative with the way he uses his cascades and high tides in particular. We'll just give him a pass on some of those coves, but overall, I think he's really tricky to deal with because he almost plays it more like a duelist. Sometimes he can use those cascades to set himself up to kind of cut apart one player from the rest of his team and get a kill and then back out. See if he's going to do that off this contact, but the early mosh, it's just a touch of damage. He's going to have to run, head for the hills, my friend.
Oh, he can't really make his way.
What?
What? He flicked upwards, got a headshot onto Saya player? Wow. Whatever it is,
Spike planted.
Not quite able to put out any high tides, so it's just a full-on retake for PRX now. They've got some of these pistols, they've got some of these flashes, and that's a great initiating utility to make their way onto site. Gonna be blocked off by the early cascade, though. Excurt having a different playstyle from his brother Forsaken, but how is that playstyle going to work out against a player just as aggressive? The entire team, Something, Jing, everyone's flooding in through the floodgates.
Oh, that was so close, dude. That was so close. Thought for a second there Izu might be able to buy enough time to get that round over. But I like the way PRX plays this because Forsaken does a great job here buying at least what time he can. I mean, this shot onto Saya is just as the Dizzy was wearing off. Still nasty, that flick. But the way that they flood back through short, through market, and then they just come on through, the paint shells connect for Jing, the Lear there to gain entry through the cascade. And that makes it so tough when you're coming from that angle because, you're expecting your opponents to usually come through alley on that. And they were so fast to rotate with PRX.
just no time to breathe for T1. I mean, full confidence from PRX, and they just keep going for it. And right now, Jing back in with that Outlaw. There's a bit of a pause on the timer, so maybe some issues that need to be solved. But nonetheless, I mean, just a bit of foresight into what could happen in the next round. Once again, you always need to watch out for the Outlaw. Jing's already marking A short.
Yeah, and it looks like it's a bit of a Showers play with that judge for the Reyna potentially. Kind of doing up with Mayan Freak actually. Try to control that space. Curious to see how that util is gonna stack up if that's what they go for. During our classic short size this time. Very short. Everybody very happy.
Awesome. Good job, Paper Thin. You pressed the right button.
I did. We're no longer Pacific.
All right, a bit of a sky smoke, but it's that toxic screen that allows them to walk straight through lamps, along with Poison Cloud. A bit of a hop over, but Jing has the right positions to play along with Paint Shells and the Outlaw. Swaps over the Classic, collects onto the triple kill. A bit of a rampage and a tear for PRX. Making it clean, sustaining minimal damage. Only Mind Freak dropped as they head over into the third round.
I mean, the pace at which Jing can play the game is outrageous. The way he handles that tough situation is truly impressive. And with an Outlaw as a raise, you know, he's so fast to react here. Knows there's another one coming, so he holds the angle, expecting this flood. It's all classics usually, you know, that you're going up against. So he has the wherewithal to realize that.
Doesn't even think about it.
Yeah, no, he doesn't need to.
An escape route that he's already planned.
He's light years ahead of you.
Still just that Raze player, precisely.
Right there.
So as we head on over into the next round now, we've got the full buy coming through. A good little bit of Harbor utility. Trying to peek out alongside the Flash, trying to play along with the timing of it, but T1 a little bit more prepared.
Yeah, I like the way they try that, using that cove to cut off that far left-hand angle from their perspective to try to isolate a player. It almost works for Devi. You know, trying to use, you know, they got weaker guns, trying to see if they can at least get even trades out of it. But yeah, T1 not fooled.
And because they have the numbers, they can afford to leave Rossi on a bit of a lurk around Fountain. Got something right up around Hookah. It's a bit more of a save round for PRX right now, but clean shot nonetheless, and they might be able to rob some guns away from T1. Since it is the third, why not? You might as well go in for it. Just trying to be a little bit careful, a little bit safer.
Let's punish them.
Yeah, try to keep them punished, try to keep them around the spike. Hopped on over, took down Carpe. Make it expensive for T1 as they head on over into round number 4. Mind Freak even with a Sheriff. Only Rossi survives. Dude, they're gonna have to buy like Spectres and Bulldogs in the next round. No, they can half armor it.
Yeah. And it's gonna be the op for something now in the arena, but great reaction from Saya and Carpe. Still a great round here. You know, once something gets up into Hookah, not only does he get a kill, but then he knows he's got him stuck in tube, so he can play time. He knows that he can do a lot of damage there, and maybe even get him stuck on the spike explosion. Really smart stuff from him. And it's just PRX, so even on the rounds you win, it doesn't feel great.
Trying to go in for a hitter against that Poison Cloud. What? Forsaken with the timing on it. Oh my goodness! Off of the sky smoke. He just goes in for the hat trick again and again. How many multi-kills have we seen today from him?
A lot.
Launching smoke.
A lot. And he's so confident in it. Once he gets one, it feels like he's guaranteed to get at least one more, if not two or more. We've seen it so many times already today. He's so crisp with that Vandal.
Daylight robbery. T1 had a game plan. But now they can no longer execute it.
It's going to be not a lot of fun.
I mean, I was just thinking, like, Carpe had his thrash. He might do something with it. Now he's gone.
The best laid plans often don't come to fruition. And now you've got the operator in elbow. You've got Devi. He's going to get the info. So they know at least one of the remaining two is here, and they can just kind of wait this out a little bit. Going to try to use the high tide to cut the sight in half, but little do they know that there's a player. Going to get the orb for sure. not enough time to do anything else. I guess you could TP, but I don't think you can get the plant down at this point. I think they're just saving.
10 seconds left.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Makes sense with the economy.
Trying to play it safe, trying to stay hidden. But, I mean, what is there to break down in this round? It's just Forsaken peeking out A short 3 times, 3 kills. T1's plans completely foiled.
Well,
That's
one of those
it.
was through smokes.
Yeah.
The first one was just him anticipating that somebody was holding that angle. Oh my god. Oh my. And he saw the player with the head peeking out of the box. The smoke comes down and he still knows exactly where to place his crosshair. That's what we can talk about. How insane his crosshair placement is. Ridiculous.
Truly one of the best players that we have in the entire game, entire
yes.
community.
100%.
So with the ultimates available now, something just goes back into Rob even more away from T1. Pretty soon T1's gonna have to call in a timeout or something.
Yep.
They're losing confidence and not quite able to execute their plans any longer. Rossi might have the toxic screen up. They might be able to send out a bit of a trailblazer, but how do you collect on that space? Well, the answer is going to be Sia player with the blastbacks through. A bit of a frenzy. Needs to pick up a weapon.
Look at the anti-flash.
But yeah, Mindfreak just turns away. Counter flash coming in now from Divine, and it's just the execution from Jing and Forsaken. The bromance is back.
And a lot of this is off the back of PRX showing you different looks every round. It's somebody different pushing from a different angle. This time it's something takes the quick peek out of hookah to find the early pick. He hasn't done that yet, and they're going to show you so many different varieties.
Short, hookah, he might even go down B long in the next round. And that's all he needs, just that little second. I also love that you've got this Cove and then the guiding light from Divine right afterwards. It's just so clean, so perfect. How do you dodge a flash like that?
It's a little new wrinkle in the PRX playbook. Using these combos. Oh, setting up for Jing. Trying to catch him. Trying to see.
That's a good old jingle.
Yeah, well, you know, they're trying to catch him pushing off the back of that Sky util. But Izu, patient, gonna take Jing down.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Needing to exercise that patience. Going after it. Oh, good little bit of movement. Divine deals with it so quickly. Accurate. Although he gets the trade, it's a lot of punish. 5 HP left. Numbers not exactly favoring T1, although it is a full 3-on-3. Apart from that, though, Mindfreak.
Well, look, they're in their heads. This Reckoning is not connecting on anybody. They can just wait this out. Something.
He's got the Empress as well.
Spike planted.
Looking for the opportunity.
With an op too, I mean, this is just great. If he lands the shot, actually whips though. Carpe now capturing onto Forsaken. Perfect stuff. You've got the Viper's Pit up and T1 looking to secure the entire site. Great times Dizzy by Carpe, tossed right up in the Ethiopian air. And it's going to be Mindfreak who gets spotted out. He knows he can't quite walk out of Garden for free.
Just looking to do what damage he can. He's going to use the TP for the safety.
He's got enough to buy up for a teammate in the next round.
Yes. I thought maybe he might just go for it to get the ult, but probably the better play here.
Well, that's it. Like, great round from T1.
Yeah, no. This is a breath of fresh air for T1 and our sold-out crowd giving them a round of applause, trying to get their team back in the game. The patience there, this time anticipating the continued aggression from PRX. You know, we've seen them push down a lot of different angles early in the round to try to find those picks, and this time they go for long B, and T1 finally downloads the script.
The frag onto something as well.
Yep.
Just another word in that chapter. Next round, though, T1 looking to continue on with this lead. They're still trying to be a little bit more patient, right? Not just blindly rushing the hookah. Jing looking to peek out, though. A bit of an off timing, but off sprays, too. Excurate able to flick back around 90 degrees, takes down Jing's head. Something off of the other side with the operator still. Knows not to overpeak too much this time, but you've got that guiding light, you've got the trailblazer. It's a little bit annoying, and he has to B-hop away.
He's pretty lucky there. As a Reyna, you don't have the escape tool unless you get the kill. And he just barely gets out. Mindfreak, how?
Jeez. Not quite sure.
Playing good right now. He's smart.
Reading the game, reading the timings of it, sense that there were players up around B, given the information from something, so he just calls for the right time to push out, and now reaggressing back into A. PRX is aware of it, but the orbital strike is not quite connecting. T1 manages to stick the spike plant, and now Saya player marking all of these corners. T1 going in with the rockets too, just to secure the round. Something's gonna try to make something happen, to turn things back around, but it's an operator. He's gonna have to isolate the duels. He's gonna have to do it as carefully as he can. Wow. Great punch into Excurate. Goes in for the spike tap. There's no idea that Izu is right back around the corner through showers.
Smart wrap.
Turns back around now, but yeah, no time, not safe enough. Operator too valuable.
Smart wrap here by Izu. Don't want to play that longer angle to give that operator a chance. Try to catch him a little off guard. So if he does come back and tap again, you're able to swing out quick from showers.
Yeah,
really smart.
It's just the rookie, and you know, that's why he's been picked up. He's got these strong fundamentals, good IQ, good ability to pull some rounds back into T1's favor. Just needs a little bit more of that, even though you don't always see like crazy impactful kills.
Yeah, but it's good cover fire there as well. Whole team really working together as a unit for T1. Saya player still with an op. The Guardian gonna be the cut fund for PRX. So now T1 is starting to really kind of understand the aggressive nature of PRX on their defender side, able to continue to weather these storms. Diligent with the utility is Izu, making sure that Hookah's clear. They're going to send a Cascade up there, make sure that it's a little bit more difficult for somebody to re-aggress into that angle. They're going to see him. Wasn't able to be cleared in time, so they know the op's here. And they're immediately going to rethink this hit. They're going to have to use the high tide to cut it off if they're going to push B.
Interestingly, though, also the Trailblazer committed outside of Hookah just to check if they are, you know, looking to re-aggress outside of Hookah, or maybe try to catch them off of rotations. Regardless, it is still the call that it's very likely for T1 to push back into A. PRX prepared for this hit now. High tide sent over onto B just for added security. Players has been spotted, Cascade sent out. T1 looking to initiate off of some of these flashes. PRX trying to reposition themselves back over onto triple, but unfortunately it's a little bit open. Rossi and Excurate able to punch them down. Something swaps over onto the shorty, able to connect, hops on over, tries to spot out ahead, but not quite able to find all too much just yet. Pink shells right under his nose. Divine watching his corner. He pushes past the snake bite, trying to find a shot with his operator still. A bit of movement and accuracy, hops over onto a different weapon, but Saya player just shuts him down. Raining from above. It's all down to Divine. High tide just blocks off way too much, and Lamps is open. Excurate comes back in to stab him in the back of his neck. It's going to be 4-4 as T1 equalizes.
This is a pretty good read by PRX in terms of them kind of being on the right side of the map, anticipating this hit.
30 seconds left.
But some of these plays just a little bit better. Something getting a little bit overambitious. Should have just stuck with the op, but thought about the shorty, then it felt a little bit too far for that. He saw a gun on the ground, thought he could switch to it in time. Kind of overthought that situation just a little bit. And T1 is starting to get this groove going where they can just work together, kind of run him over. A little bit of an off timing on the initial op peek down short A for something as well. Felt like if he had stepped out a half step sooner or later, he might have been able to find one on the entry. But then a Dizzy comes through and that backs Forsaken off. So all of a sudden, you just off a little bit of utility and some good timing, they've got a site open for themselves, this T1, and they're able to take full advantage of it. Once they get to that post plant, they're pretty solid. They've been looking pretty good.
And now starting to tighten up these protocols and strategies into taking up more space as well. I mean, it's very crucial that T1 repeatedly heads up B long, forcing PRX to spend a bit more utility just to check or just to invest some players into holding that area. Now that they've done that for the past several rounds now, off of the timeout, it's a sudden decision to swap sides over onto A. T1 might be able to surprise Forsaken here.
Yeah, certainly
this is going to look like that pistol round where Forsaken is all on his own against the full force of T1. That worked out pretty well for PRX, though, because they're able to push really deep. No contact going to be found here by Fountain.
Okay, quick rotations.
They're going to cut. They're going to cut through the teleporter.
Are they
waiting.
No.
They're waiting for contact from Forsaken, and they're going to cut through the teleporter.
Okay, the Trailblazers
okay,
just spotted everything. All right.
They backed off. Oh, okay.
That made you and me so nervous.
Rash is ready.
If they went through that teleporter, paper, oh my God, Paper Thin.
Well, I hope that they were going to wait until like T1 was actually on the site. Okay. Look at, they've already rotated over them.
Pro players. Got showers now. Taking down short. Divide, just a blind spray, able to take down side player. No entries found. Carpe able to push up off of some utility. Hits, lines up, and he's still able to take down onto a second. Divide has to trade. Off of the, making use of the cast, sneak down into the corner. Divide finds one more. He's gotten a triple. Something coming up from the other side.
One enemy
Spike
remaining.
slowly taken away, but Divide able to shut down yet another position. Here comes something. I'm like trying to be professional about it, but I hear the crowd going ace, ace, ace.
You know what was funny was I was watching Divide on the camera just to see his reaction, and he just kind of went,
What is going on?
Divide is playing really well off the utility of his teammates and the movement. Like Jing opens up that third kill onto U-Haul.
Truthfully, cerebral play. That cascade that he made use of to sneak up behind the T1 player.
Yes, and that let Jing blast back ahead of him to open up that angle, so he was there for the trade. That's really smart stuff, using your opponent's utility against him. Nice one away from a Seekers.
A lot of them close to ultimates, even more so on the PRX side. Now going back into investigate into this B area. You've got so many flashes being tossed out. It's a good textbook PRX style strategy, but unfortunately the flashes do not favor them this time. They've lost out in this firefight.
The real question is, did Jing get spotted tucking into this corner?
Still trying to make use of it. Oh, a little bit nervous because of the mosh pit, but still able to recover nonetheless. Able to take down Excurate. Now, PRX having recovered, Carpe down at 5 HP. It's going to be side player with the op that brings them back into the equation.
Hey, he had a great little round there. Holding things nicely. Can Forsaken do anything about this?
Swings out wide in the open.
Spike down.
Rossi was meant to cover, but unfortunately sidestepped at the wrong time. He was trying to peek for info. So now using the Cove just to mark that spike. High tide to block off even more space.
Oh, but Saya knows. He's anticipating this wrap.
Gotta watch out for that op. Forsaken should know. Trigger discipline lets it pass for 1 second. Comes back in just to isolate the duel. Reckoning being sent out. Senses that Saya Blazer is not exactly right around the spike. But wow, picked it up at the right time. He hops on over. Saya Player might just be able to make it happen. But Forsaken quicker on the draw through the teleporter, shoots him back in the head. He turned around, but wasn't quick enough. Tense moments for both sides.
It's another huge multi-kill round for Forsaken today. I mean, Divide did it previously. Wow, Divide actually getting up close and personal with T1 on that push out. What a timing there, right as that spike was. I know, he's just got this internal sense. He just knows right when he can punish you. Right as Rossi was looking away is when he swung. Just so difficult to deal with.
Is he really sick? Like what?
I don't believe it. It's all ruse.
All right. T1 now trying a different game plan just to take down Hookah. They went B long several times in the past now. There's a little bit of a switch up around to A. Hookah definitely surprising something. The op shot whiffs, trying to reposition. Goes in for the Shardy and also the dismiss. Divide here to back him up. A double spray. Carpe with the stinger just to trade. Saya Player finding one of his own now too, but something has gotten away with his life. Jing now with the Outlaw. It's a bit of that half-buy strat from T1, and Carpe tries his darndest to make it work.
Oh my
Turns
God!
around at the right time with the classic. Still able to recover. Recollection. T1 in the game.
Round in the half.
Carpe, absolutely incredible play there with the stinger. And then gets the thrash to get the detain. and almost doesn't react in time to where the player actually was.
Just running through to spawn.
It's just so intense. It's so fast and furious. You know, you're just kind of...
Hop, hop, hop. No, he's not in this corner.
Oh my god.
And that was that sort of an eco round play from T1.
Yes. But it's, again, because something just can't quite get that opening. What the heck happened here?
A showstopper kill from Jing, a double, but T1 continues to press forward. They've managed to capitalize and trade off against 3 more players from PRX. Down in the last round of the first half, it comes down, it falls onto Devi and Something's shoulders to save it. PRX so far having a great lead, but T1 pushing the pressure on towards PRX. Great angle, but wow. Awareness from Something to check. Sharper mechanics just to stop it fire accurately. He's gotten the Empress as he's going forward even further. Taps onto the spike, anticipates the Showers play. T1 not there, not near Showers to be found. Actually, it's around short, around truck, and playing together, making use of the spike's timing. Exkirin and Izu equalize the score. We end the first half 6-6.
It's just the pace of play is just so insane. And I love that T1 turned it up with those stingers on to get that thrifty round win. But again, the early op miss 2 rounds ago, because we didn't get to talk about it because the next round just kicked off so quickly. That early op miss hurt so much. There are just so many targets. He just kind of, I think, kind of second guessed where he was going to be able to aim. Maybe thought, okay, I'm going for this player. Wait, there's so many, and then that causes your brain to sort of, yeah, you know what I mean? You sort of get that mirror image stuff going on, and that hurts because then he doesn't find that opening kill, and that gives them the ability to get in there and get space so much easier. 2 rounds ago, this previous round, I don't know. Jing got 2, and then a bunch of people died on PRX before we even saw what happened. So
got knocked in for a bit of a loop, but definitely by the PRX bundle, then the desk will survive.
I'm not sure that's helping. They're already winning the bundle battle in Pacific.
Not saving the desk, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure the desk is receiving the benefits.
All right, 6-6. T1 now swapped over onto the defense side. We've seen these great ideas as to how they can retake space, how they can hold spikes post-plant. PRX needing to recover. I mean, you talked about the op shots, you talked about some of the timings, and PRX has are needing to win more pistol rounds.
Yeah, and I think in general, just it's at times a little bit off kilter still. There still isn't quite that same cohesion with Jing and some of the other players that you're used to just yet. I mean, that being said, you're still seeing some pretty good stuff. T1 is really doing their damnedest to stay in this, and I'm really impressed with the way that T1's been playing.
Look at the set plan with the high tide, covering all exits of the smoke. The wall as it falls. Curtains dropped, and now Devi able to find the first. But as soon as the rest of the T1 players continue to peek out trying to trade, lo and behold, 3 more PRX players are on the other side. Along with some of these frenzies, Forsaken captures the kills, and they want to press forward into the B site. They've got a full minute to work with, though, so no real need to commit to it unless they spot more. Using the boombot now, but Saya player lands a great shot. Jing recovering off of it. Rossi trying to do what he can too, but Jing just that much sharper.
Yeah, I mean, this push out towards market for T1 almost works. He's not high tide to try to obscure it, but that gave PRX enough time to set up kind of that crossfire from Fountain and from market. Finish the job. It almost worked for T1.
Last player
And Saya doing what he can, just cannot quite find the shot in time, and Jing hasn't lost his mechanics. That is one thing you know, that Jing hasn't stopped playing ranked, that's for sure.
That is where he, got picked up and joined pro play. That's it, T1 making use of the same strategy. It is pistol after all for them, and they're trying to do what they can, but PRX completely evading it. Forsaken very aware of what they're about to pull off.
What's that high tide again? I mean,
Comes back into check. Good little spray. That's the first head to fall. PRX backs off, just coming in to reinforce. Great shot from something. Right clicks, Forsaken with the sprays. Saya player through the backside, able to find one, but Forsaken just finding and even more.
Jeez.
1 point away from the reckoning now. And into round 3 too.
Genuinely curious. How many multi-kill rounds Forsaken has so far?
Now please find out.
Well, I can tell you how many he had on the first map. So he had, well, it was actually not as many as you would think. It was 3. 1 2K, 1 4K in the ace on Lotus.
Pretty good number.
But he's had like 2 or 3 on this map too. Like a 3K, another 4K right there. Absolutely bonkers.
Having a good day. I mean, PRX filled with confidence as they peek out into a lot of these. It is up against the full buy round, and something still goes in for such a courageous peak. Unfortunately shut down by Rossi though, and T1 looking to control things a lot better this time on both extremities of the map. They've got guarded, they've got showers. Now sensing that the hit is towards B, tucked away in the corner. Great readjustment on the crosshair for X-Curate. Jing though, still with a movement and a Spectre. Picks up the rifle now. Goes in for the spike plant.
Full upgrades for him and Devi. Still 2 guiding lights, plus the paint shells.
T1 just taking a breather for this. Carpe has a prime position to set up a bit of a flank.
Devi, I think, pretty aware. I checked it, but the timing might just be a little funky.
Snake bite, just to check a little corner. Nothing
One
much
bite.
spotted.
Enemy remaining.
Guiding light spent, and that's going to be Carpe finding him from behind. Can Jing pull PRX out of this sticky situation? Nice little side swerve movement from Saya player. Jing's not quite able to connect the shot. Saya player putting T1 back into the game after PRX's great start in the second half.
Yeah, and this it's getting Saya player really close to his showstopper. Hey, really good stuff from T1 in this round. I mean, Rossi with the opener, X-Curate, phenomenal double. What a readjust back on a Mind Freak. Carpe finds the good timing.
Guys, good retake.
Saya player.
Good fucking retake.
It was a good retake. He tried.
It was. They had a great anchor as well. I think PRX definitely going to adjust to how they might want to waterfall off of Hookah afterwards.
Yep, Jing 1 away from a showstopper, so let's see if the Showers play is to set him up to get the orb. Forsaken already has a Reckoning. So this is tricky for Forsaken though. Now they're pushing out, they're not using the high tide the same way they have before, so it's a different look on a push. See if Forsaken can read it. They're gonna go all the way to spawn. Forsaken's in trouble.
Trying to lurk. So that's what T1 does, you know, with the way that the game is shaping up. Starting things off, you've had that B outside
Saya.
Hookah control.
He slipped the net, I think.
Perfect. Still very much hidden inside that corner. Jing now trying to recapture in towards Showers, using the blast pack to satchel away, but X-Curate comes back through. PRX needing to try to get control over a site real quick. They've got the spike. They're sending it over onto B. But T1, while pulling off the same maneuvers from the previous round. Instead of Carpe, it's going to be easier, though. I think he just spotted him.
He saw him for sure. Did they see him is the question. They didn't see him.
Right around it. I have no idea. Devi waiting for the curtain to fall.
Last player standing.
Mind Freak, unfortunately, suffering that first contact.
Now they know.
Rossi.
What a read.
Smart as ever. Devi just having to go for it regardless. And that's going to be T1 equalizing the score again. We have a game at our hands.
Absolutely. These retakes have been really, really good for T1. Able to play patiently enough. Not falling for any of the traps, any of the trickery, using a little bit of their own. Saya staying hidden long enough. And that sends things into disarray for PRX. Mind Freak there trying to take a high angle. See if he can find one, and then Devi can play off of it, but Devi's never able to find that comfort to push through the high tide like he wanted.
He's never quite sure what's on the other side, and now T1 recovering, having the mindfulness to play around this map. PRX wanting to deal with that B lobby push. Now just taking quick control over Hookah. You've got to check that corner. Saya player with the showstopper at the right time.
Spike down B.
Down to it. Still T1 winning out in the exchange. PRX, the blind execute does not pay off.
Trying to take a page out of T1's book. Saw that when there was a weaker buy for T1 where they kind of exploded onto the B site. Using that reckoning to try to clear the space, and T1 just says, nah, we're gonna hold. Good luck, we got better guns. And right now they've got better gunplay as well. What a push out, what a timing through that TP to find that showstopper.
I mean, just playing into T1's hands, because T1 has, in the past few rounds now controlled this B lobby, and then knowing that PRX now maybe on a bit of an eco, this is probably what they'll do. Side player was prepared to full send it right past that teleporter.
Absolutely. And that's so smart. And right now, T1's kind of starting to read the map really nicely, finding their own little trap plays and set plays that are coming through. I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. No give up. Heartbreaking loss onto Lotus, but that hasn't stopped T1 from giving it their all here on Bind. There's no mental let go. Doing a great job keeping them in the game, or the coaches. I've really noticed Xcurate being really vocal over there. It's definitely starting to look really good for T1 on the defender side on Bind. After losing the pistol 3 in a row, close to some big ultimates, the Viper's Pit and the Thrash.
Find the weak point.
Do have device seekers. This might be some kind of fast hit.
Gonna be prepared for it. Don't know if the fast hit's gonna be good enough though. Nice little snakebite lineup from Rossi. Deters PRX from further aggressing into Hookah. The rest of them have already rotated onto A in case PRX made the transition over. Interesting little high tide from Forsaken.
He's given them the ability to take sort of the launching points to get onto the site. But nobody from T1 is going to do much, but there might be a quick TP play off of this, potentially. I'm curious. Yep, here they go.
TP, Forsaken turns back around. The Seekers went out. Jing has stayed back. So a bit of an early trade now. Forsaken might have fallen, but that's still okay. Look at how Jing's perched up on top of this box. Spikes down, thrashes through, and Jing's still pretty much okay. Even has time and space to go further in through halls. Might be able to wrap back around against Side Player and Rossi. The rest of the PRX squad still very much alive though. Jing up around Elbow, peeks back out again, wants to take down the wingman, but oh my goodness, little homie has gotten the spike defuse.
Great awareness there from T1. It looked like maybe PRX is going to be able to hold on, but knowing that they needed to play, protect the VIP there. In this case, it is the wingman who is our VIP, and they're able to get it done. Jing seeing if he can help. Forsaken doing what he could, but that flash caught him, and he just held it down. Saya so good with the op right now. Rossi really on point with his reads, where people are going to be. And now it's starting to feel like maybe we're going to see a map 3.
Really does feel like it. T1 very much so in the driver's seat for this map right now, at least in the second half. The way that they're just swapping sides back and forth, making use of the teleporters in their retake process, catching PRX on the timings of things. Against that launching pad right now, PRX looking to take over Garden, the Empress, but everyone's been blinded by Carpe's. At the same time, Izu's guiding light as well.
Just utility for utility and 2 for 2. I thought maybe Carpe was going to knock down a few more there. He went for it.
Just Valoranted outside of V-Long. Straight into B site. Got the high tide now for a bit more cover just to cut the side in half. PRX setting up for a bit of quick peek.
More lurks. Look at Rossi.
A little bit afraid of Hookah, yeah, and Rossi as well.
Got to deal with the site first, though. Silent player is still very much tucked away and hidden. Something coming back in for the trade. Side steps out. Online for the quad. Has to pick up the spike, but he has no idea that Rossi's right here. T1 breaking it past 10.
It's part of kind of what they needed to start doing on Lotus a little bit, but you're absolutely right. The teleporters are a big part of this, but these lurks, these unexpected positions that they're finding, kind of keeping PRX at bay. You know, they can scrap with them, that's great, they'll get the even trades, but able to hide in positions like Saya player right there. Rossi's done it a bunch of times where he's kind of slipped around. Him and Saya both, frankly, have been doing a great job with it, and that's really keeping PRX off balance, keeping them from storming away with this match.
It's one of those times where Forsaken's high tide works against him, but now just a full send into the A side. Jing, classic with the judge. He goes in, nails down Execute, picks up the rifle, but Carpe answers right back in kind, just as quick. Dizzy sent up, Trailblazer trying to find him, but not found just yet. Spike is not planted because it's not safe enough. Izu right around the corner.
Spike's down.
Device hopped off it for a second. Forsaken trying to trade right back.
One enemy remaining.
It's going to be Mindfreak committing the orbital strike just to give them a little bit more security. Rossi, the last one left, trying to wrap back around from Lamps. Does he know, though? Something does know. I was thinking more about Mindfreak watching the angle. PRX keeping things competitive as we near the end of this map.
There's that explosive Jing entry that you love to see. The way he can just dive in, use that Reckoning, make it a little easier to identify his target, knock it down with the judge. Don't worry. And then Forsaken, yeah, he doesn't get the, yeah.
Yeah.
They're great, man. They can get their full coordination going on these executes. They're fearsome.
They can take their licks and punches. They know that, yeah, you know, T1 trying to play around these teleporters, so PRX just comes right back in around to catch them with a quick and fast and heavy hit. T1 adjusting right back, though. Now trying to play around the teleporter towards B. Look towards Carpe as well as Execute. Saya player with the op as well.
Oh my God.
PRX playing their own teleporter plays. And
Wow.
Izu, unfortunately, not quite able to land the shot. Mindfreak on a bit of a lurk for himself. Catches onto the first player. Wingman throws off his crosshair. Great plays from Carpe as he tries to even out the numbers. Spike, however, will still be planted for PRX.
Carpe's Gecko play is so good, man. He's so confident on this agent. Even though they're going to lose this round, they're going to have to cede it over because of their economy. Need to save these guns. I mean, the way he's so tricky with his utility, his wingman's got it defused, so many impactful dizzies. A great thrash earlier. You know, they were one of the first teams. People don't remember this, but T1 was one of the first teams to start running Gecko on this map. Anywhere, really. And it was Carpe who kind of pioneered this style. It worked so well for T1. Well, Forsaken is going to drop the gun, but he's got enough money that he can go on a lookabout. Probably don't want to drop any more, though, for the side of PRX. You've got, as the attacking side, you got a little bit more control of the orbs, and you're one alt orb away from two big ones, Showstopper and the Seekers.
Oh.
The timeout. This, I think,
things are heating up.
I think this could be interesting. I mean, you're giving Alex a chance here to kind of get into his team's mind, and he's really good during these timeouts. I mean, I like what T1 is doing because it's so close, and they want to try to reassess. I'm curious what Autumn noticed. Maybe they need to kind of play a little bit further back, play like they were during that time where they ran a bunch of rounds together. Don't get too scrappy.
But rather,
unless you get them like right at the point of attack, like that's okay. But if they're going to arrive, let them play for some retakes.
Go off the teleporter or just
yeah, use the teleporters. It's
go
also
for full on retake play. I mean, I'm thinking like they might not even work around the teleporter this round anymore. So
No.
Alex has to kind of anticipate a lot of these.
I think Alex needs to make sure that they're getting at least the Showstopper from the orbs early.
Right.
And that's why I'm saying that I think as Autumn, you have to be recognizing that situation and then also calling for the
Gotta take a look at the ultimate economy right now, and you're absolutely right, paper thin, because so many of them are close to their ultimates. Execute, silent player as well. There's going to be a big contest for some of these spots on the map. And I'm taking a look at, you know, right outside B Long, B Garden, as well as Showers, the pings across the map. Rossi is prepared to market. Economy not the greatest for T1 though, so PRX stands a chance at turning this on its head. There it is, Showstopper picked up.
They're getting him set up for the entry, I think.
There we go. Carpe with Thrash just to hold them as long as the timer allows.
I think he's anticipating the Showstopper there.
Right. Dives right back into himself. Divide trying to keep them at bay. High Tide as well, just for added cover. Site cut in half now. But then there's that additional Thrash. PRX this time prepared for it. They knew that they were going to try to play around that Gecko. They knew that they were going to try to play around, you know, lamps in some of these spots on the map. Spike now planted. T1 without their limbs, without any arms and legs, gonna have to save.
And it's just that little pump of the brakes from PRX. I think the anticipation there with the util starting to come out that you can use that Thrash while Jing is trying to find a spot to get in with that Showstopper potentially to catch him and slow that down. Or just get anybody on the entry. It doesn't really matter who it is. Now that's interesting.
Last player standing.
Okay.
Trying to find whatever you can get.
That's kind of whatever to PRX. I mean, they don't care too much about that.
It's more for a silent player to hold on to that off.
I mean, Izu gets, yeah, and also Izu gets a little closer to his ult. He might have it, I'm not sure. He's 2 away, okay. No, he has it, okay.
Overtime is possibly on the cards here, Paperthin.
Well, I mean,
our first one.
Yeah, and it seems to be kind of a...
Yeah, no need to go shower already. Just use my cabbage for the...
Good ideas.
But, what was I going to say? Oh, overtime.
Yeah.
Well, they had an overtime the last time they played. That's what I was thinking about.
That's true on Split.
Yeah. Why not? Let's do it again.
So timeout again, both spent back-to-back. Autumn trying to call for it. Once more, like you mentioned, Paperthin, Alex gets to discuss something. I'm not sure what more is needed, but they are definitely aware of Jing's potential to use the rockets. Excurrent has his Reckoning available as well. Does T1 want to take the lead of this and just kind of get ahead of everything that PRX is about to throw at them? Or are they going to delay back, step back, let PRX in, and then go in for more of that retake game?
Yeah, you kind of have 2 options in a way. And it is exactly as you said.
I feel like the better call might to actually hang back. Or
hang back. I could see either.
Here.
I think because it's a rifle buy, because you're able to get all of your rifles up, yeah, I'm with you. I'd like to see a hang back.
Because it's Jing's Showstopper. I feel like that's...
Exactly.
That's the catalyst right now.
I got the spot.
Right, all it takes is Jing finding one off the back of these Seekers. Look at them, they're scattering. They are just going to the wind.
Jing going to set up for it.
But he's hanging on to it.
We've got Showers control too.
Here goes.
It connects onto Rossi. Carpe though swings out at the right time. There's a bit of a trade. Something along with the Empress too, who stays alive. Saya player still into the fray though, along with its operator. Does not expect Forsaken from behind. There's that additional layer. PRX dominating this exchange, this firefight. The crowd starting to chant for the team. PRX as they approach match point. Excurrent, he's not out yet though. I don't want to count him out. Slowly approaching out, throws to front, anticipates the angle, flicks on towards his brother. Now on towards the Reckoning. That will give him a lot of information. Spots out Divide, tosses in the Cove, creates a little bit more space for himself. Has to swing out the sides. Spots out another player, but not quite able to land the duel. He knew that his back was exposed. The nerves feeling a little bit all too much.
One more.
And it allows for PRX 4 rounds in a row towards match point.
I thought he might just try to save, but I guess just enough left in the economy that they can squeeze out.
Remaining.
gun Saya player had no idea. You're absolutely right. There's a few extra wrinkles here. And again, it's a slight pause for PRX where they set up an execute and it looks like there's going to be a showstopper coming with it, but they hesitate. Jing takes his time. He gets on top of the box at short A and then goes up and over when they're just not quite ready for the timing. The reckoning to try to clear space, but it's all a fake. Execute it. Oh my gosh, so close.
Now just continuing to back off. PRX trying to stay themselves alive, but T1 want overtime so bad. They've managed to deal with the initial onslaught. PRX hanging back.
Because Execute gets out of there with his life, then he could use the high tide to keep PRX from pressing forward onto B. They will continue to slide over in this direction, but he's moved in.
All ultimates are spent now. Side player marking Hookah. Lands first shot. Execute with the off angle. Mindfreak in for the trade. But now, the entire T1 army, all of the archers, all of the cavalry have arrived. Can you take them down? The lone Ronin. Guiding light, he slipped past the smoke. Looks towards the first player, but Izu just a little bit sharper. Pushes us into the first overtime of VCT 2024 Pacific, Stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable what Execute gets away with. I mean, Forsaken trying to do everything he can, but again, because his brother able to slip past the initial aggression, he's able to buy enough time, use his own utility to keep PRX from pushing forward. And now an oh so important round. It was even, I think, on both halves. It was 6-6, both sides. So nobody's really got an advantage one way or another. Like getting the early, let's say, attacker side win or whatever, actually doesn't seem to make too much of a difference in this, and the fans are letting each of their favorite teams know. Oh, a little bit of a spot for Jing. Couldn't do any damage.
We're just all feasting today. T1, I mean, another impressive thing is just how well Carpe has been performing on this map. He's up by 23 kills.
He's just phenomenal so far. He's done a great job keeping T1 in this game. As that Gecko utility, so on point as well. This is dangerous.
Desperately trying to push themselves into a third map, but Mindfreak does not allow them through. And Spike carrier dropped as well. I think he's definitely called it.
Yeah, and there's one of those Forsaken pushes with that cascade, but this time he has backup. You know, trying to cut off a fight, trying to isolate players.
Oh, that's so much information.
There. Yeah, yep, they pretty much should know. But they're kind of waiting, maybe anticipating a grab of the spike and a rotate. They still haven't shifted anywhere else but showers. Now they're going with that cove there. Great hold from Mindfreak.
Might as well let them sweat. Sad player with a great dink though.
30 seconds left.
So comes back in. 30 seconds left. Spike still dropped out in the open. It's cold. Rossi tries to capture a little bit more space now. Trying to set up for something with his utility, but Jing catches him off the timing. Oh! Double satchel up on top of truck. Hello! Right up over the edge.
Switching sides.
That's the most Jing thing ever. He's at 41 HP, and your opponent's like, well, there's no way he's going to push me because he's low health. He's going to wait. No,
I am going to push you.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
And he's just unbelievable.
Hello.
So fast, too. It's nice. The quickness with which he reacts when he lands to stuff is brilliant. There's nobody that really does it as well as him. Never has been.
That's why, like, although there's that kill lead in the form of Carpe in the disparity, PRX looking fairly even. You've got Forsaken and Jing both getting so many of their kills. Now back onto the attacking side. Looking for the execute, looking for the set play and the protocols to capture spaces on towards A. Saya player tries to sneak up behind them. He's infiltrated their back lines.
He's been so good at this throughout this map. Look at Mindfreak, though, checking on the lurk. They have to clear.
It's
Rossi.
pivotal. Still staying tucked away. Execute marking him. Device starts things off as he finds and discovers Saya player. This could be it.
Poison's off.
Rossi slowly pushing up front now, but the marking, two of them all together, all at once. PRX It's another overtime, but it ends just as quick as it starts. 14-12. T1 will not be able to make it past PRX today.
Looking rather good for PRX. T1 still keeping pace, still showing that they can fight tooth and nail with PRX, but they are still yet to take a map against them. It's close. It's been close twice so far this year. They've almost been able to get him in overtime, but yet again, Jing returns, and we're back to PRX winning.
It has
Unbelievable.
It has been getting closer. And we saw the greatness of Xcurate, some of the great ideas, the great strategies that they pulled off. The way that they worked the map on Bind with the teleporters against PRX, it brought them to overtime. Even Carpe with the Gecko. But when it came down to it, PRX, like you mentioned, the bromance of Jing, Forsaken as well.
Yeah, man. This is a scary, scary team, and the more time they get together, the more practice they get together, and I don't think it'll take long. Probably just like riding a bicycle, you know, you're right back with your old team.
I love what you say with the mom's cooking.
Yeah, man. It's mom's cooking, man. Sometimes you just want to go home and have a great meal. Go back to that comfort. Certainly this has to feel comfortable. Yeah, but, you know, again, T1 looked better than last time, so that's improvement.
Yeah, that said, though, we will toss it over to our analysts to tell us, how is Jing's return?
How is Jing's return? The crowd is going wild. This is the first time I've heard full-on chanting in the stadium since we started. Well, I mean, it's only since yesterday, but there's so much enthusiasm to have Jing back and to have this form of PRX. While it went really deep into Masters Madrid, he had a different kind of confidence here, a different kind of energy. It's the old PRX.
I mean, it is, and that's exactly what I expected, which is why I thought that they were going to be able to take this series in the end. I mean, Jing he slots back in. I think they wisely stick to just shifting something off of that Gecko back over onto the Reyna rather than trying to go for anything crazy with the Yoru combinations. They keep it nice and simple here on the side of PRX. As we're talking, you know, to Alex earlier, I asked him, you know, is there going to be any experimentation? Clearly, no. There just hasn't been time for that yet.
Yeah, but I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It was working so well back then, just use it right now. And additional to that, Forsaken has just been phenomenal with the support utility that he's been throwing out here for both Jing and Something. Just the timing on those pushes, like these cascades. They just push aggressively to that and get 2 kills out of nowhere.
I wouldn't believe that he was sick if we didn't see Cam. Like, even when he's acing and he's getting these amazing 3-4 Ks and he's just casually fist bumping. Otherwise, it doesn't look like he's playing like he's sick. So this has been great. But you know what? This is also a huge testament to T1 because they were really close, especially, I mean, we went into overtime, the first overtime of this stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, they continue to get so damn close to this PRX squad, but they just can't quite crack them. So that map win against this team, still eluding T1, and I think that's probably what's going to hurt the most for them, not the loss overall, but the fact that they just can't quite get across the finish line for a single map win versus PRX. But I mean, I think we had some slow starts, you know, easy on that first map, especially somebody that needed to really pick up that pace, and had he been able to do so, likely would have been Lotus going their way, maintaining that 100% win rate on that map. But you know, everything is there for T1. It's just about really getting the stars to align at the perfect moment versus PRX to be able to take them down. But I think against basically any other opponent aside from PRX, Gen G, T1, they should be feeling incredibly confident. This team has so much damn skill. I mean, Carpe going crazy on Bind, by the way, with his fragging there. I think that T1, this is a tough pill to swallow right off the rip to kick off stage 1. But in the end, I think that they have a very strong season ahead of them.
I wouldn't be surprised to see both these teams in playoffs. I would almost expect it, actually. So, I mean, great job to T1 too. And we have our own winnings to celebrate. Thank you, PRX. I mean, not only our predictions for PRX, but also our prediction, which team will go on a timeout first. Alex never fails when it comes to giving us a timeout. No death slamming, though.
Thank you for holding out, Autumn.
Yeah.
We were kind of just shouting, oh, we need to get this reverse sweep in the first half just to get our prediction correctly.
It looked like it wasn't going to happen, actually, because PRX was in the lead and then it changed. So who do we want up rank first? All right,
he's up in Asteroid goes up to Immortal. We get back to Gold, so we're back to where we started. So that's at least a positive, I suppose, or a neutral.
Yeah. I can't believe I'm here.
You know,
How's it
I
feel?
I will say, I was told by the Koreans while the game was going on, because we were talking about the rankings, so they're also doing this on their broadcast. I was told that there's a prize. We don't know what it is.
I didn't know there was
but
a
I
prize.
had no idea that there's a prize for this. I would have been taking this so much more seriously, putting actual thought into it, rather than just punting votes every single time. So now that I know that there's something of value, there's some kind of value on the line, I'm going at this completely diehard.
I've seen you take games really seriously, and it's going to get a little stressful here at the desk playing these little games. You're just all smiles, Asterai.
That's an early lead.
Tell us about your techniques, into obtaining, these wins, ranking up to Immortal. What's your secret?
What kind of coin do you flip before you pick?
It's a Filipino coin, It's only accessible to Filipinos, so it's working out. But you know what? I'm happy because I won't be here tomorrow, so I'll just be stuck at Immortal for a while.
There you go. That's the strategy. Get in, get up early, and then just dip.
Yeah, there's no rank decay here, so he gets to sit there until he comes back. We are going to go to an interview. I'm not sure who we're interviewing, but I do know that our MVP definitely has to be Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, just across the maps that we saw, I mean, hell, he started things off on Lotus so incredibly well. He had the ace there, and to be in the form that he's in right now, even while being a bit under the weather, I think that you do have to give it to Forsaken. You could go for a storyline MVP, give it to Jing so we could hear from him on stage, after his first day back, but ultimately Forsaken was just the linchpin in this victory.
Yeah, it just feels like there's that duality here for Forsaken, that he can be incredibly hype and then performing, and here he just looks like he's stone cold deadly and just still also perform, which is insane.
Yeah, I mean, he's just the most valuable player in the world, I think, at this point. I don't think that is at all ridiculous to say. I think this guy is just absolutely nuts.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the kind of focus he had, he just knew he had a job to get done here. He knew he had to be a team player. And, we saw this coming from Gen G when they won during kickoff and the semis. When Texture wasn't feeling well, when one of the other team members aren't feeling up to snuff, they communicate with the rest of their team members and they step up and help them out. But in this case, Forsaken is like, I got it. Here, Jing had Jing moments. I was so happy to see it. I know we were all waiting for those satchel moments where he just kills people in super unorthodox ways. Like, why Ferrari peak when you can just satchel up onto
I mean, that last one, that last one to take down Saya player, it was so low HP, nearly getting traded out by Rossi, just pops him over the top, instant headshots him. I mean, he plus ones Forsaken to get the highest ACS in the lobby. So those guys just continuing to be absolutely neck and neck. I mean, again, a big shout out to Carpe with his performance. I think that this was very, very strong from him. That Gecko continues to look absolutely disgusting in his hands. But, things a bit rough around the edges. A couple, it's just a couple moments in these rounds. Not even the rounds themselves, just a couple moments, a couple decisions, a couple whiffs that go differently in T1's favor. And, this is us going into a third map. The same thing could be said there for Lotus.
These numbers, by the way, were crazy on both sides. The kill count on both sides, multi-Ks from both teams. But with that, we are going to go down to our interview because I know you guys want to hear from the winners.
Hey guys, I'm standing here with Forsaken after PRX take away that 2-0 win against T1. Now Forsaken, I know you're not feeling too well, so I'm not going to keep you here for so long. But so how are you feeling today? Are you feeling better?
I mean, today is feeling better, yeah.
All right. Now, with the return of Jing, I know you guys had less than a week to practice, but it felt like he just never left for us. So, did it feel that way for you as well?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, even though like last time he watched from behind screen, but we felt the way that he really support our team and watching from behind, so yeah.
And I feel like your brother, Kevin, he improved so much since the kickoff as well. So any thoughts on how much he's grown?
Yeah, I mean, you guys can see he's trying to I would say try to believe flex as well. He tries a lot of agents, but definitely is really improving.
Right, last but not least, you guys are going up against Gen G next Saturday with Jing this time. So how's it going to be different?
I think it's gonna be different now because now we have really five power. It's like I think PRX, the old one is back, but I think we maybe need more time. I hope we can adjust fast and win against Genji.
All right, thank you so much for Sake,
Thank
and I
you.
really appreciate it. Go get some rest. You can go now. And I'm gonna toss it over to you guys on the desk.
Couple words from Forsaken. He seems pretty happy, and he's definitely still under the weather, but definitely performing like nothing.
Well, it's
else
going to be a
has
good
changed.
pick-me-up right there. Just come back in, get the win, get yourself some championship points.
Yeah, go take a good sleep after this. And, you know, shout out to and kudos to Xcurate as well. Definitely outperformed himself this time around. Now, here we are, Alpha Group and Omega Group. Omega Group now, you know, continuing with
100% win rate for Omega Group so far.
What
championship
happens
points
if that
collection.
tooth win things happen or doesn't happen for Alpha Group?
I mean, if somehow no teams in Alpha Group can get themselves 2-match victories, then we'll be just seeing the top squads from Omega Group just going into the playoffs, basically. But again, I think, you know, especially for T1's sake, no concerns whatsoever. Genji, they're going to be there pretty much no matter what. I think it's a matter of which other teams are going to be going in alongside them, because I think that we're going to be seeing improvements from the likes of Team Secret. I think again, T1 going up against pretty much any other opponents other than PRX in Omega Group, they're going to be in with a really good chance to be able to get those wins.
I think likewise for Global Esports and Bleed. I think they've had some interesting showings yesterday and today, so I'm expecting better performance from them. And as you mentioned, of course, with Genji and T1 and Team Secret.
Yeah.
I mean, especially Genji tomorrow.
Oh,
Sorry,
it's gonna be-
2 days from now.
Yeah, it's gonna be so fun because I mean, there's still 4 weeks to go, so there's so much time to, you know, kind of iron the kinks out for some of these teams that may be underperforming, or just the slight bits, as Skilius was mentioning, just that teeny tiny bit of, I guess, improvement, and then we'll see them finally get some wins.
And there's plenty more matches to be played, and you know, normally it very much would just be like, okay, well, it's not about how you started, it's about how you finish, but this does have ramifications. How you start absolutely does matter, because those are championship points that you will be missing out on, that you could have been accruing throughout, you know, this stage 2 ahead of champions to be able to get that final qualification. So, you know, if you are these teams that still are undergoing some development, I think that that's perfectly fine. I think that's acceptable. There's been plenty of changes to the rosters, you know, since kickoff, but you need to be able to get your butts in the gear as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of these points lead up to Champions, which is back here in Seoul, South Korea, and I absolutely cannot wait. We don't even know what the venue is going to be, and all these teams, I mean, they get to hang around and stay here. But yeah, every point, 1 point per match win, 3 points to this stage 1's winner. It's kind of like a weird mouthful to say. Stage 1's winner gets 3 points. Genji is already in the lead with 3, obviously. And, I mean, Omega is catching up nice and slowly. Now, for the remaining matches over the next 2 days, are you guys excited for any of these particular matchups? All of them?
All of them, pretty much.
RRQ's playing tomorrow. We haven't seen RRQ yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, RRQ, this is a team that had a really tough draw going into kickoff. They ended up, you know, once more, you know, playing against Genji and PRX.
Yeah.
So we haven't gotten to see them against any teams that just didn't go to Masters Madrid.
Yep.
So I think that there's a lot more potential there to be shown. And again, I want to see Jemkin just really come out swinging as soon as he gets into the lobby, because we didn't quite get that firepower. He was very much dealt with for the most part by Genji and PRX. So RRQ, I've got high expectations for that squad, so I'm looking forward to seeing them.
All right. Well, that's all we have time for. Congratulations on your Immortal ranking. Asterai, thank you so much. Gentlemen, we have more VCT Pacific action coming tomorrow. We will see you then. Rest well, guys, and enjoy your games tonight.